American Literary Masters **** American Literary Masters by Leon H. Vincent Logo Boston and New York Houghton Mifflin Company The Riverside Press Cambridge Copyright 1906 by Leon H. Vincent All rights reserved Published March 1906 to George Edward Woodbury. Preface The 19 men of letters whose work is reviewed in this volume represent an important half-century of our national literary life. The starting point is the year 1809, the date of A History of New York by Diedrich Knickerbocker. No author is included whose reputation does not rest, in part, on some notable book published before 1860. Readers of modern French criticism will not need to be told that the plan of dividing the studies into short sections was taken from Faguet's admirable Dix Septium Sicle. I am indebted for many helpful criticisms to Mr. James R. Joy, to Miss Mary Charlotte Priest, and especially to Mr. Lindsay Swift of the Boston Public Library. LHV, the 23rd of January, 1906. Contents: Washington Irving I. His life 3:2. His character 10:3. The writer 13:4. Early work: Knickerbocker's History, Sketchbook, Bracebridge Hall, Tales of a Traveler 14v. Historical Writings, Columbus, Conquest of Granada, Mahomey 26. Spanish Romance, The Alhambra, Legends of the Conquest of Spain 24/7. American History and Travel, A Tour on the Prairies, Astoria, Life of Washington 27. William Cullen Bryant I. His life 35:2. His character 44:3. The Literary Craftsman 46:4. The Poet 50v. Latest poetical work, The Iliad and the Odyssey 58. James Fenimore Cooper I. His life 65:2. His character 72:3. The writer 74:4. Romances of the American Revolution, The Spy, Lionel Lincoln 75v. The Leatherstocking Tales and Other Indian Stories 77:6. The Sea Stories from the Pilot to Miles Wallingford 82:7. Old World Romance and New World Satire, The Bravo, The Hyden-Mora, The Headsman, Homeward Bound, Homer's Found 89:8. Travels, History, Political Writings, and Latest Novels 93. George Bancroft I. His life 101:2. His character 108:3. The writer 110:4. The History of the United States 113. William Hickling Prescott I. His life 123:2. His character 128:3. The writer 134. The Histories 132. Ralph Waldo Emerson I. His life 147:2. His character 157:3. The writer 159:4. Nature, Addresses, and Lectures 160v. The Essays, Representative Men, English Trays, Conduct of Life 166:6. The Poems 176:7. Latest Books 182. Edgar Allan Poe I. His life 189 2. His character 198 3. The prose writer 201 4. Tales of the grotesque and arabesque 203 v. The critic 211 6. The poet 215 Henry Wadsworth Longfellow I. His life 221 2. His character 228 3. The poet 234. Outama, Hyperion, Kavanagh 233 v. Voices of the Night, Ballads, Spanish Student, Belfry of Bruges, The Seaside and the Fireside 236 6. Evangeline, Hiawatha, Miles Standish, Tales of a Wayside in 247. Christus, Judas Maccabeus, Padora, Michelangelo 245 8. Last Works 249 John Greenleaf Whittier I. His life 255 2. His character 264 3. The poet 266 4. Narrative and legendary verse 269 v. Voices of Freedom, Songs of Labor, in Wartime 273 6. Snowbound, Tent on the Beach, Pennsylvania Pilgrim, Vision of Echard 277 Nathaniel Hawthorne I. His life 287 2. His character 293 3. The writer 296 4. The short stories, Twice Told Tales, Mosses from an Old Manse, The Snow Image 298 v. The Great Romances, Scarlet Letter, House of the Seven Gables, Blithedale Romance, Marble Fawn 302 6. Latest and posthumous writings, Our Old Home, Notebooks, Dolliver Romance 314 Henry David Thoreau I. His life 321 2. His character 325 3. The writer 327 4. The books 328 Oliver Wendell Holmes I. His life 337 2. The man 341 3. The writer 344 4. The Autocrat and its Companions, Over the Teacups, Our 100 Days in Europe 345 v. The Poet 349 6. Fiction and Biography 352 John Lothrop Motley I. His life 359 2. His character 365 3. The writer 367 4. The Histories 369 Francis Parkman I. His life 379 2. His character 383 3. The writer 385 4. Early work, Oregon Trail, Conspiracy of Pontiac, Vassal Morton 387 v. France and England in North America 390 Bayard Taylor I. His life 401 2. His character 407 3. The artist 409 4. Poetical Works 410 George William Curtis I. His Life 417 2. The Man 423 3. The Writer and the Orator 424 4. Nile Notes of a Hoagy, Prue and I, Trumps 427 v. The Easy Chair 436. Orations and Addresses 433 Donald Grant Mitchell I. His Life 439 2. The Author and the Man 442 3. The Writings 444 James Russell Lowell I. His Life 453 2. Lowell's Character 461 3. Poet and Prose Writer 463 4. Poems, The Biglow Papers, Fable for Critics, Vision of Sir Lawnful 465 v. Under the Willows, The Cathedral, Commemoration Ode, 3 Memorial Poems, Heartsease and Rue 469 6. Fireside Travels, My Study Windows, Among My Books, Latest Literary Essays 474 7. Political Addresses and Papers 479 Walt Whitman I. His Life 485 2. The Growth of a Reputation 493. The Writer 492 4. Leaves of Grass 494 v. Specimen Days and Collect 503 6. Whitman's Character 504. I. Washington Irving References, Eaduaking, Irving Jenner, A Memorial of Washington Irving, 1860. W. C. Bryant, A Discourse on the Life, Character, and Genius of Washington Irving, 1860. Pierre M. Irving, The Life and Letters of Washington Irving, 1862-64. C. D. Warner, The Work of Washington Irving, 1893. His life. Scotch and English blood flowed in Washington Irving's veins. His father, William Irving, whose ancestry has been traced by genealogical enthusiasts to de Irwin, armor-bearer to Robert Bruce, was a native of Shapingshire, one of the Orkney Islands. His mother, Sarah Sanders Irving, came from Falmouth. At the time of his marriage, William Irving was a petty officer on an armed packet ship plying between Falmouth and New York. 2 years later, 1763, he gave up seafaring, settled in New York, and started a mercantile business. He enjoyed a competency, but like other patriotic citizens suffered from the demoralization of trade during the Revolution. His character suggested that of the old Scotch Covenanter. Though not without tenderness, he was in the main strict and puritanical. Washington Irving was born in New York on the 3rd of April, 1783. He was the youngest of a family of 11, 5 of whom died in childhood. Irving could perfectly remember the great patriot for whom he was named. He was much indebted to the good old Scotchwoman, his nurse, who, seeing Washington enter a shop on Broadway, darted in after him and presented her small charge with "Please your Excellency, here's a bairn that's called after ye." General Washington, said Irving, recounting the incident in after years, then turned his benevolent face full upon me, smiled, laid his hand on my head, and gave me his blessing. I was but 5 years old, yet I can feel that hand upon my head even now. Up to the age of 15, Irving attended such schools as New York afforded. He was not precocious. He came home from school one day, he was then about 8, and remarked to his mother, "The madam says I am a dunce, isn't it a pity?" 2 of his brothers had been sent to Columbia College. That he was not, may be attributed partly to ill health, partly to an indolent waywardness of disposition and to the indulgence so often granted the youngest member of a large family. Always an inveterate reader, he contrived in time to educate himself by methods unapproved of pedagogical science. He decided on a legal career and entered the office of a well-known practitioner, Henry Masterton. During the 2 years he was there he acquired some law and attained considerable proficiency in belles lettres. He studied for a time with Brockholst Livingston, afterwards judge of the Supreme Court, and later with Josiah Ogden Hoffman. As a boy Irving had always scribbled more or less, and in 1802 he scribbled to some purpose, contributing the Jonathan Old-style letters to the Morning Chronicle, a paper founded and edited by his brother Peter Irving. His ambitions seemed likely to be frustrated by poor health, and a trip abroad was advised. He went to the Mediterranean, visited Italy, and spent a little time in France and England. The journey was not without adventures. He saw Nelson's fleet on its way to Trafalgar, his boat was overhauled by pirates near Elba, and in Rome he met Madame de Staël, who almost overpowered him by her amazing volubility and the pertinacity of her questioning. On his return home Irving passed his examinations, November 1806, and was admitted to the bar with but slender legal outfit, as he frankly confessed. He was enrolled among the counsel for the defense at the trial of Aaron Burr at Richmond. There was no thought of taxing his untried legal skill. He was to be useful to the cause as a writer in case his services were needed. Law gave place to literature. Irving and J.K. Paulding projected a paper, Salmagundi, to be mainly characterized by a spirit of fun and sarcastic drollery. William T. Irving joined in the venture. The first number appeared on the 24th of January, 1807. The editors issued it when they were so minded, and after publishing 20 numbers, brought it to an almost unceremonious close. The following year Peter and Washington Irving began writing a burlesque account of their native town, a parody on Mitchell's A Picture of New York. Peter was called to Liverpool to take charge of the English interests of Irving and Smith, and it fell to Washington to recast the chapters already written and complete the narrative. The book outgrew the design, as is the tendency of parodies, and was published on the 6th of December, 1809. As a history of New York from the beginning of the world to the end of the Dutch dynasty, by Diedrich Knickerbocker. It was received by the New York Historical Society, to whom it was dedicated, with astonishment, and by the old Dutch families with mingled emotions, among which that of exuberant delight was not in every case the most prominent. For 2 years Irving conducted the Analectic magazine published in Philadelphia. During the exciting months which followed the British attack on Washington, August 1814, he was military secretary to the governor of New York. Being of adventurous spirit, he welcomed with joy the prospect of accompanying his friend Stephen Decatur on the expedition to Algiers. Disappointed in this and unable to get the fever of travel out of his blood, he sailed for England, May 1815, intending nothing more than a visit to his brother in Liverpool and to a married sister in Birmingham. Peter Irving had been ill, and in consequence his affairs had fallen into disorder. Washington undertook to disentangle them. He was unsuccessful. To the intense mortification of the brothers, they were compelled to go into bankruptcy, 1818, and Washington began casting about for a way to supplement his slender income. He refused an advantageous offer at home, and determined to remain in England. A literary project had taken shape in his mind, and he proceeded to carry it out. In May 1819, Irving published the first part of the sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon, containing 5 papers, one of which, Rip Van Winkle, is a little masterpiece. The attitude of the public towards this venture convinced Irving that he might live by the profession of letters. The sketchbook was followed by Bracebridge Hall, or The Humorists, 1822, and by The Tales of a Traveller, 1824. This last date marks a period in Irving's literary life. The years which Irving spent abroad had their anxieties, their depressions, their dull days, their long periods of drudgery. It is a temptation to dwell on their pleasures and their triumphs. Irving was fortunate in his friendships. He knew Scott, Campbell, Moore, and Jeffrey, and had the amusement on one occasion of seeing his visiting list revised by Rogers. He met Mrs. Siddons, marvelled at Beltone, was amused by the antics of Lady Caroline Lamb, breakfasted at Holland House, and visited Thomas Hope at his country seat. In Paris he was presented to Talma by John Howard Payne, the young American Roches of former days who had now outgrown all tragic symmetry. He became, in time, persona gratissima to John Murray, his English publisher, and to be dear to one's publisher must always be accounted among the great rewards of literature. At the instance of Alexander Everett, the American minister to Spain, Irving, in February 1826, went to Madrid to translate Navarrete's forthcoming collection of documents relating to Columbus. He presently abandoned the plan for a more grateful task, the writing of an independent account of the discovery of America, based on Navarrete, and on ample materials supplied by the Library of Rich, the American consul at Madrid. To this he devoted himself with immense energy. The work was published in 1828, and was soon followed by the conquest of Granada and voyages of the companions of Columbus. In 1829 Irving became secretary of the American legation in London. The Royal Society of Literature voted him one of their 50 guinea gold medals, in recognition of his services to the study of history. The honor, distinguished in itself, became doubly so to the recipient because the other of the two awards for that year was bestowed on Hallam. In June 1830, the University of Oxford conferred on Irving the degree of LL.D. In April 1832, he sailed for America. He had been absent 17 years. After travels in various parts of the United States, including a long journey to the far west with the Commissioner to the Indian tribes, Irving settled near Tarrytown. His home was a little Dutch cottage all made up of gable ends, and as full of angles and corners as an old cocked hat. Familiarly called the Roost by its inmates, this doughty and valorous little pile is known to the world as Sunnyside. With the exception of the 4 years, 1842–46, he passed in Spain as minister plenipotentiary, Sunnyside was Irving's abiding place until his death. His later writings are, the Alhambra, 1832, the Crayon Miscellany, comprising a tour on the prairies, Abbotsford and Newstead Abbey, and Legends of the Conquest of Spain, 1835, Astoria, with Pierre M. Irving, 1836, Adventures of Captain Bonneville, USA, edited, 1837, Life of Goldsmith, 1849, Mahomey and His Successors, 1849–50, The Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost, 1855, The Life of Washington, 1855–59. Attempts were made to draw Irving into political life. He was offered a nomination for Congress. Tammany Hall unanimously and vociferously declared him its candidate for mayor of New York, and President Van Buren would have made him Secretary of the Navy. All these honors he felt himself obliged to refuse. He accepted the Spanish mission, offered by President Tyler at the instance of his Secretary of State, Daniel Webster, because he believed himself not wholly unfitted for the charge, and because it honored in him the profession of letters. Irving's intellectual powers were at perfect command up to the beginning of the last year of his life. Then his health began to fail markedly, and the final volume of his Washington cost him effort he could ill afford. He died suddenly on the 28th of November, 1859, and was buried in the cemetery at Sleepy Hollow. To Irving's character, Irving was broad-minded, tolerant, amiable, incapable of envy, quick to forget an affront, and always willing to think the best of humanity. His tactfulness was due in part to his large experience of life, but more to the possession of a nature that was sweet, serene, frank, and unsophisticated. For Irving was no courtier, he could as little flatter as practice the more odious forms of deceit. His gifts of irony and ridicule, supplemented with an extraordinary power of humorous delineation, were never abused. It might be said of him, as of another great satirist, that he never inflicted a wound. His modesty was excessive. It is impossible to find in his writings or his correspondence any hint that he was inclined to put unusual value on his work. Grateful as he was for praise, it would never have occurred to him that he had a right to it. With all his knowledge of the world, he was singularly diffident. Moore hit off this trait when he said that Geoffrey Crayon was not strong as a lion, but delightful as a domestic animal. Not his least admirable virtue was a spirit of helpfulness where his brother authors were concerned. Irving was officious in the good old sense of the word, glad to be of service to his fellows, untiring in efforts to promote their welfare. He could praise their work, too, without disheartening qualifications. The good he enjoyed, the bad he put to one side. And he never forgot a kindness. A publisher who had once befriended him, though fallen on evil days, found himself still able to command some of Irving's best manuscripts. Criticism never angered Irving. Personal attacks, of which he had his share, were suffered with quiet dignity. He rarely defended himself, and then only when the attack was outrageous. He could speak pointedly if the need were. His reply to William Leggett, who accused him in The Plain Dealer of literary pusillanimity and double-dealing, is a model of effectiveness. One paragraph will show its quality. Imputing no malevolence to Leggett, who doubtless acted from honest feelings hastily excited by a misapprehension of the facts, Irving says, "You have been a little too eager to give an instance of that plain dealing which you have recently adopted as your war cry. Plain dealing, sir, is a great merit when accompanied by magnanimity, and exercised with a just and generous spirit. But if pushed too far, and made the excuse for indulging every impulse of passion or prejudice, it may render a man, especially in your situation, a very offensive, if not a very mischievous member of the community. Something may be known of a man by observing his attitude at the approach of old age." Irving's beautiful serenity was characteristic. People were kind to him, but he thought their kindness extraordinary. He wondered whether old gentlemen were becoming fashionable. 3. The writer Irving's prose is distinguished for grace and sweetness. It is unostentatious, natural, easy. At its best it comes near to being a model of good prose. The most striking effects are produced by the simplest means. Never does the writer appear to be searching for an out-of-the-way term. He accepts what lies at hand. The word in question is almost obvious and often conventional, but invariably apt. For a writer who produced so much, the style is remarkably homogeneous. It is an exaggeration to speak of it as overcharged with color. There are passages of much splendor, but Irving's taste was too refined to admit of his indulging in rhetorical excesses. Nor is the style quite so mellifluous as it seemed to J. W. Croker, who said, "I can no more go on all day with one of his, Irving's, books than I could go on all day sucking a sugar plum." The truth is that Irving is one of the most human and companionable of writers, and his English is just the sort to prompt one to go on all day with him. Yet there is a want of ruggedness, the style is almost too perfectly controlled. It lacks the strength and energy born of deep thought and passionate conviction, and it must be praised, as it may be without reserve, for urbanity and masculine grace. For early work: Knickerbocker's History, Sketchbook, Bracebridge Hall, Tales of a Traveller, the dignified appearance of Diedrich Knickerbocker's learned work, the quiet simplicity of the principal title, and the sober dedication gave no hint to the serious-minded that they were buying one of the most extraordinary books of humor in the English language. The deception could not last long, but it is to be hoped that on the day of publication some honest seeker after knowledge took a copy home with the intent to profit at once by its stores of erudition. On a basis of historical truth, Irving reared a delightfully grotesque historical edifice. The method is analogous to that children employ when they put a candle on the floor that they may laugh at the odd shadows of themselves cast on wall and ceiling. The figures are monstrous, distorted, yet always resembling. Nothing could be at once more lifelike and more unreal than Irving's account of New Amsterdam and its people under the 3 Dutch governors. Here is a world of amusement to be had for the asking. One reader will enjoy the ironical philosophy, another the sly thrusts at current politics, a third the boisterous fun of certain episodes, such as the fight between Stout Rising and Peter Stuyvesant, the hint of which may have been caught from Fielding's account of how Molly Seagrim valorously put her enemies to flight. But the book will always be most cherished for its quaint pictures of snug and drowsy comfort, for its world of broad-bottomed burghers, amphibious housewives, and demure Dutch damsels wooed by inarticulate lovers smoking long pipes, and for the rich Indian summer atmosphere with which the poet-humorist invested the scenes of a not wholly idyllic past. The sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon is in one respect well named. It has the heterogeneous character that we associate with an artist's portfolio. Notes of travel, stories, meditations, and portraits are thrown together in pleasant disorder. A paper on Roscoe is followed by the sketch entitled The Wife, and the history of Rip Van Winkle is succeeded by an essay on the attitude of English writers towards America. In another sense, the volume is not a mere sketchbook, for each sketch is a highly finished picture. Here is often a self-consciousness radically unlike the abandon of the history of New York. At times Irving falls quite into the keepsake manner. A faint aroma as of withered rose leaves steals from the pages, a languid atmosphere of sweet melancholy dear to the early 19th century. Other pages are breezy enough. The 5 chapters on Christmas at Bracebridge Hall, the essay on Little Britain on the mutability of literature, and that on John Bull are emphatically not in the keepsake vein. Of themselves they would have sufficed to redeem the sketchbook from the worst charge that can be brought against a piece of literature, the charge of being merely fashionable. But the extraordinary vitality which this book has enjoyed for 85 years it owes in the main to Rip Van Winkle and the legend of Sleepy Hollow. Written in small form, embodying simple incidents, saturated with humor, classic in their conciseness of style, these stories are faultless examples of Irving's art. Irving dearly loved a lovable vagabond, and Rip is his ideal. The story is told in a succession of pictures. The reader visualizes scenery, character, incident, the purple mountains, the village nestling at their feet, the ne'er-do-weel whom children love, the termagant wife, the junto before the inn door, the journey into the mountains, the strange little beings at their solemn game, the draught of the fatal liquor, the sleep, the awakening, the return home, the bewilderment, the recognition, do we not know it by heart? Have we not read the narrative 100 times, trying in vain to penetrate the secret of its perfection? Something of the logic of poetry went into the creation of this idyll. We are left with the feeling that Irving himself could not have changed a word for the better. The legend of Sleepy Hollow is etched with a deeper stroke, is broader, more farcical. There is no pathos, but downright fun and frolic from the first line to the last. The audacious exaggeration of every feature in the portrait of Ichabod Crane is inimitably clever. The schoolmaster gets no pity and needs none. And the reader is justified in his unsympathetic attitude when later he learns that Ichabod, instead of having been carried off by the headless Hessian, merely changed his quarters, and when last heard of had studied law, written for the newspapers, and gone into politics. In Bracebridge Hall, Geoffrey Crayon returns to the English country house where he had spent a Christmas, to enjoy at leisure old manners, old customs, old world ideas and people. Never were simpler materials used in the making of a book, never was a more entertaining book compounded of such simple materials. The incidents are of the most quiet sort, a walk, a dinner, a visit to a neighboring grange or to a camp of gypsies, a reading in the library or the telling of a story after dinner. The philosophy is naive, but the humor is exquisite and unflagging. The reader meets his old friends, the squire, Master Simon, old Christy, and the Oxonian. New characters are introduced, Lady Lillycroft and General Harbottle, Ready-Money Jack, Slingsby the schoolmaster, and the radical who reads Cobbett, and goes armed with pamphlets and arguments. Among them all none is more attractive than the squire. With his scorn of commercialism, his love of ancient customs, his good-humored tolerance of gypsies and poachers, with his body of maxims from Peacham and other old writers, and his amusing contempt for Lord Chesterfield, these and other delightful traits make Mr. Bracebridge one of the most ingratiating characters in fiction. Bracebridge Hall contains interpolated stories, The Stout Gentleman, the Student of Salamanca, and the finely finished tale of Annette Delabar. The papers of Diedrich Knickerbocker are not yet exhausted. Having furnished Rip and Ichabod to the sketchbook, they now contribute to Bracebridge Hall the story of Dolph Heeliger. The Tales of a Traveller, a medley of episodes and sketches, is divided into 4 parts. In the first part, the nervous gentleman of Bracebridge Hall continues his narrations. These adventures, supposed to have been told at a hunt dinner, or at breakfast the following morning, are intertwined, Arabian Nights fashion, story within story. They are grotesque. The bold dragoon with the richly humorous account of the dance of the furniture, or weird and ghastly, the German student, or romantic, the young Italian. The second part, Buckthorne and his friends, displays the seamy side of English dramatic and literary life. Modern realism had not yet been invented, and it is easy to laugh over the sorrows of Flimsy, who, in his coat of Lord Townley cut and dingy white stockinette pantaloons, bears a closer relation to Mr. Vincent Crumnels than to any one of the characters of A Mummer's Wife. Part Third, The Italian banditti is in a style which no longer interests, though many worse written narratives do. But in the last part, the moneydigger's Irving comes back to his own. He is again wandering along the shores of the pleasant island of Mannahatta, fishing at Heligat, lying under the trees at Corlear Hook while a Cape Cod whaler tells the story of the devil and Tom Walker. Ram Rapelye fills his chair at the club and smokes and grunts, ever maintaining a mastiff-like gravity. Once more we see the little old city which had not entirely lost its picturesque Dutch features. Here stands Wolfert Webber's house, with its gable end of yellow brick turned toward the street. The gigantic sunflowers loll their broad jolly faces over the fences, seeming to ogle most affectionately the passers-by. Dirk Waldron, the son of 4 fathers, sits in Webber's kitchen, feasting his eyes on the opulent charms of Amy. He says nothing, but at intervals fills the old cabbage grower's pipe, strokes the tortoise-shell cat, or replenishes the teapot from the bright copper kettle singing before the fire. All these quiet little offices may seem of trifling import, but when true love is translated into Low Dutch, it is in this way it eloquently expresses itself. Had Irving's reputation depended on the 4 books just now characterized, it would have been a great reputation and the note of originality precisely what we now find it. But there was need of work in other fields to show the catholicity of his interests and the range of his powers. V. Historical writings: Columbus, Conquest of Granada, Mahomet. The life and voyages of Columbus is written in the spirit of tempered hero worship. It is free from the extravagance of partisans who make a god of Columbus, and from the skeptical cavillings of those who apparently are not unwilling to rob the great explorer of any claim he may possess to virtue or ability. As Irving conceives him, Columbus is a many-sided man, infinitely patient when patience is required, doggedly obstinate if the need be, crafty or open, daring in the highest degree, having that audacity which seems to quell the powers of nature, yet devout, with a touch of the superstition characteristic of his time and his belief. On many questions, fine points of ethnography, geography, navigation and the like, Irving neither could nor did he presume to speak finally. History has to be rewritten every few years wherever these questions are involved. But the letters of Columbus, the testimony of his contemporaries, the reports of friend and enemy, throw an unchanging light on character. The march of science can neither dim nor augment that light. Irving was emphatically a judge of human nature. He needed no help in making up his mind what sort of man Columbus was. Modern scholars with their magnificent scientific equipment sometimes forget that cartography, invaluable though it is after all a poor guide to character. And yet, by the testimony of one of those same modern scholars, Irving's Life of the Admiral, as a trustworthy and popular resume, is still the best. One often wishes Irving had been less temperate. The barbarous tyranny of the Spaniards over the Indians of Hispaniola stirs the reader to deepest indignation. He longs for such treatment of the theme as Carlyle might possibly have given. Here is need of thunderbolts of wrath like unto those wielded by the Jupiter Tonans of history. but taken as a whole, the book has extraordinary virtues. It is a clear, full, well-ordered, picturesque, and readable narrative of the great explorer's career. There is no better, nor is there likely to be a better. He who has time to read but one book on the discoverer of America will not go amiss in reading this one. He who proposes to read many books on the subject may well elect to read Irving's first. The Supplementary Voyages of the Companions of Columbus narrates the adventures of Ojeda, that daredevil of the high seas, of Nicuza, of Vasco Núñez, of Ponce de Leon. Though wanting the unity of the preceding volumes, these narratives are of high interest, and for vigor, animation, and picturesqueness must rank among the most attractive examples of Irving's work. While making collateral studies bearing on the life of Columbus, Irving became so captivated with the romantic and chivalrous story of the fall of Granada that he found himself unable to complete his more sober task until he had sketched a rough outline of the new book. When the Columbus was sent to the press, Irving made a tour of Andalusia, visited certain memorable scenes of the war, and on his return to Seville elaborated his sketch into the ornate and glowing picture known as A Chronicle of the Conquest of Granada, by Fray Antonio Agapida. The book is commonly described as romance rather than history. It was written with a view to rescuing the ancient chronicle of the conquest from the mass of amatory and sentimental tradition with which it was encrusted, and of presenting it in its legitimate brilliancy. Irving believed, too, that the world had forgotten or had failed to realize how stern the conflict was. In the 15th century it was regarded as a holy war. Christian bigot was arrayed against Muslim bigot. Atrocities of the blackest sort were perpetrated and justified in the name of religion. The title page says that the narrative is taken from the manuscript of one Fray Antonio Agapida. The brother is an imaginary character, a personification of monkish zeal and intolerance. When the slaughter of the infidels has been unusually great, Fray Antonio makes his appearance, like the chorus of a play, and thanks God with much unction. Through this mouthpiece Irving gives ironical voice to that sentiment it is impossible not to feel in contemplating the barbarities of a holy war. A few readers were disturbed by the fiction of the old monk. They ought to have liked him. He is an amusing personage and comes too seldom on the stage. The life of Mahomet and his successors has been spoken of as comparatively a failure. If a book which sums up the available knowledge of the time on the subject, which is written in clear, pure English, which is throughout of high interest, in other words, which has solidity, beauty, and a large measure of the literary quality, if such a book is comparatively a failure, one hardly knows what can be the critic's standard of measurement. Irving was not acquainted with Arabic. He drew his materials from Spanish and German sources. Yet it is not too much to say that no better general account of Mahomet and the early caliphs has been written. 6. Spanish romance. The Alhambra, Legends of the Conquest of Spain. For 3 or 4 months Irving lived in the ancient Moorish palace and fortress known as the Alhambra. In his own phrase he succeeded to the throne of Bobdil. The place charmed him beyond all others in the old world. His craving for antiquity, his love of the exotic, his passion for romance, his delight in daydreaming were here completely satisfied. He loved the huge pile, so rough and forbidding without, so graceful and attractive within. The splendor of its storied past intoxicated him. He roamed at will through its courts and halls, steeping himself in history and tradition. He was amused at the life of the petty human creatures, nesting bird-like in the crannies and nooks of the vast edifice. To observe their habits, record their superstitious fancies, listen to their tales, sympathize with their ambitions or their sorrows, was occupation enough. The history of the place could be studied in the parchment-clad folios of the Jesuit library. As for the legends, they abounded everywhere. The scattered leaves were then brought together in the volume called Tales of the Alhambra. It is a Spanish arabesque. No book displays to better advantage the wayward charm of Irving's literary genius. Whether recounting old stories of buried Moorish gold and Arabian necromancy, or describing the loves of Manuel and bright-eyed Dolores, or extolling the grace and intelligence of Carmen, he is equally happy. There was a needy and shiftless denizen of the place, one Mathieu Ximénez, who captured Irving's heart by describing himself as a son of the Alhambra. A ribbon weaver by trade and an idler by choice, he attached himself to the newcomer and refused to be shaken off. If it was impossible to be rid of him, it was equally impossible not to like him. Life was a prolonged holiday for Mathieu during Geoffrey Crane's residence. Whatever obligations he had, of a domestic or a business nature, were joyfully set aside that he might wait upon the visitor. He became Irving's prime minister and historiographer royal, doing his errands, aiding in his explorations, and between times unfolding his accumulated treasures of legend and tradition. He was flattered by the credence given his stories, and when the reign of El Rey Chico II came to an end, no one lamented more than Mathieu, left now to his old brown cloak, and his starveling mystery of ribbon weaving. Though not published until after Irving's return to America, the legends of the conquest of Spain is a part of the harvest of this same period. The book describes the decline of the Gothic power under Witiza and Roderick, the treason of Count Julian, the coming of the Arabians under Tariq and Musa, and the downfall of Christian supremacy in the Spanish peninsula. Irving was a magician in handling words, and this volume is rich in proof of it. Here may be found passages of the utmost brilliancy, such as the description of Roderick's assault upon the necromantic Tower of Hercules, and the opening of the golden casket. The legend serves a double purpose. As a book of entertainment pure and simple, it is unsurpassed. It is also a spur to the reader to make his way into wider fields, and to learn yet more of that people whose history could give rise to these beautiful illustrations of chivalry and courage. 7 American History and Travel: A Tour on the Prairies, Astoria, Life of Washington. The list of Irving's writings between 1835 and 1855 comprises 8 titles. 2 of these books have been commented on. The others may be dispatched in a paragraph, as the old reviewers used to say. Abbotsford and Newstead Abbey is an aftermath of the English harvest of impressions and experiences. The Life of Goldsmith, based originally on Prior's useful but heavy work, and rewritten when Forster's book appeared, is accounted one of the most graceful of literary biographies. Wolfert's Roost is a medley of delightful papers on birds, Indians, old Dutch villages, and modern American adventurers, together with a handful of Spanish stories and legends. There is a group of 3 books dealing with American frontier life and Western exploration. The first of these, A Tour on the Prairies, shows how readily the trained man of letters can turn his hand to any subject. Who would have thought that the prose poet of the Alhambra was also able to do justice to the trapper and the Pawnee? Astoria, the first draft of which was made by Pierre M. Irving, is an account of John Jacob Astor's commercial enterprise in the Northwest. Irving was amused when an English review pronounced the book his masterpiece. He had really taken a deeper interest in the work than he supposed possible when Astor urged it upon him. Bonneville in a manner supplements Astoria, and was written from notes and journals furnished by the hardy explorer whose name the book bears. It was fitting that Irving should crown the literary labors of 40 years with a life of Washington. He had a deep veneration for the memory of the great American. The theme was peculiarly grateful to him. He seems to have regarded the work as something more than a self-imposed and pleasant literary task. It was a duty to which he was in the highest degree committed, a duty at once pious and patriotic. Though he had begun early to ponder his subject, Irving was nearly 70 when he commenced the actual writing, and notwithstanding the book far outgrew the original plan, he was able to bring it to a successful conclusion. 3/4 of the first volume are devoted to Washington's history up to his 32nd year. It is a graphic account of the young student, the surveyor, the envoy to the Indians, the captain of militia. Irving shows how it is possible to present the real Washington without recourse to exaggerated realism. The remainder of the volume is given to an outline of the causes leading to the Revolution, to the affair of Lexington and Concord, the Battle of Bunker Hill, Washington's election to the post of Commander-in-Chief, and the beginning of military operations around Boston. The next 3 volumes are a history of the Revolutionary War, with Washington always the central figure. The 5th volume covers Washington's political life, and his last years at Mount Vernon. Of 2 notable characteristics of this book, the first is its extraordinary readableness. To be sure, the Revolution was a great event, and Irving was a gifted writer. Nevertheless, for a historian who delights in movement, color, variety, the Revolutionary War must often seem no better than a desert of tedious fact relieved now and then by an oasis of brilliant exploit. Irving complained of the dullness of many parts of the theme. Notwithstanding this, he brought to the work so much of his peculiar winsomeness that the Washington is a book always to be taken up with pleasure and laid down with regret. The second notable characteristic is the freedom from extravagance either of praise or of blame. The crime and the disgrace of Arnold do not color adversely the historian's view of what Arnold was and did in 1776. No indignant partisan has told with greater pathos the story of André. Nothing could be more temperate than Irving's attitude towards the Tories, or, as it is now fashionable to call them, the Loyalists of the American Revolution. He could not deny sympathy to these unfortunates who found themselves caught between the upper and lower millstones, a people who in many cases were unable to go over heart and soul to the cause of the king, and who found it even more difficult to espouse the cause of their own countrymen. Even the enemies of Washington, that is to say, the enemies of his own political and military household, are treated with utmost fairness. For Washington himself, Irving has only admiration, which, however, he is able to express without fulsome panegyric. He dwells on the great leader's magnanimity, on his evenness of temper, his infinite patience, his freedom from trace of vanity, self-interest, or sectional prejudice, his confidence in the justness of the cause, and his trust in Providence, a trust which faltered least when circumstances were most adverse. Irving admired unstintedly the warrior who could hold in check trained and seasoned European soldiers with an apparently undisciplined rabble, the American Fabius who, when the time was ripe, was found to possess enterprise as well as circumspection, energy as well as endurance. The personal side of the biography is not neglected, but no emphasis is laid on particulars of costume, manners, speech, what Washington ate and drank, and said about his neighbors. Irving could have had little sympathy with the modern rage for knowing the size of a great man's collar and the number of his footgear. The passion for such details is legitimate, but it is a passion which needs to be firmly controlled. In brief, throughout the work emphasis is laid where emphasis belongs, on the character of Washington, who was the soul of the Revolutionary War, and then on the moral grandeur of that great struggle for human rights. A historian of American literature says, Irving had no message. He was not indeed enslaved by a theory literary or political, neither was he passionate for some reform and convinced that his particular reform was paramount. But he who gave to the world a series of writings which, in addition to being exquisite examples of literary art, are instinct with humor, brotherly kindness, and patriotism, can hardly be said not to have had a message. Irving rendered an immense service to the biographical study of history. Columbus, Mahomet, the princes and warriors of the Holy War, are made real to us. Nor is this all. His books help to counteract that tendency of the times to make history a recondite science. History cannot be confined to the historians and erudite readers alone. Said Freeman to his Oxford audience one day, "Has anybody read the essay on race and language in the third series of my historical essays? It is very stiff reading, so perhaps nobody has." And one suspects that Freeman rejoiced a little to think it was stiff reading. Nevertheless, the public insists on its right to know the main facts. And as Leslie Stephen says, the main facts are pretty well ascertained. Darnley was blown up, whoever supplied the powder, and the Spanish Armada certainly came somehow to grief. That man of letters is a benefactor who, like Irving, can give his audience the main facts, expressed in terms which make history more readable even than romance. Irving perfected the short story. His genius was fecundative. Many a writer of gift and taste, and at least one writer of genius, owes Irving a debt which can be acknowledged but which cannot be paid. Deriving much from his literary predecessors, and gladly acknowledging the measure of his obligation, Irving by the originality of his work placed fresh obligations on those who came after him. With his stories of Dutch life he conquered a new domain. That these stories remain in their first and untarnished beauty is due to Irving's rich humor and golden style and to that indescribable quality of genius by which it lifts its creations out of the local and provincial, and endows them with a charm which all can understand and enjoy. 2 William Cullen Bryant references, G. W. Curtis, The Life, Character, and Writings of William Cullen Bryant, Commemorative Address before the New York Historical Society, 1878. Park Godwin, A Biography of William Cullen Bryant, 1883. John Bigelow, William Cullen Bryant, American Men of Letters 1890. W. A. Bradley, William Cullen Bryant, English Men of Letters 1905. His life. The author of the Natopsis was born at Cummington, a village among the hills of western Massachusetts, on 3 November, 1794. Through his father, Dr. Peter Bryant, a physician, he traced his ancestry to Stephen Bryant, an early settler at Duxbury. Through his mother, Sarah Snell, he had a triple claim to Mayflower origin. Dr. Bryant was a many-sided man. He collected books, read poetry, Horace was his favorite, wrote satirical verse, was a musician and something of a mechanic. He was an ardent Federalist, a member of the Massachusetts legislature for several terms, and then of the Senate. He possessed in high degree the art of imparting knowledge. Medical students thought themselves fortunate in being allowed to study under his direction. Dr. Bryant's father and grandfather were both physicians, and he hoped that his second-born, who was named in honor of the Scottish practitioner, William Cullen, would follow in the ancestral footsteps. Bryant began to make verses in his 8th year. At 10 he wrote an address in heroic couplets, which got into newspaper print. The boy used to pray that he might write verses which would endure. A political satire, the embargo or sketches of the times, by a youth of 13, if not in the nature of evidence that the prayer had been answered, so delighted Dr. Bryant that he printed it in a pamphlet, 1808. A second issue containing additional poems was brought out the next year. To this the author put his name. Bryant was taught Greek by his uncle, the Reverend Thomas Snell of Brookfield, and mathematics by the Reverend Moses Hallock of Plainfield. He entered the sophomore class at Williams College in October, 1810. And left the following May. He was to have spent the 2 succeeding years at Yale, but the plan had to be abandoned for want of money. Sometime during the summer of 1811 Thanatopsis was written in its first form and laid aside. The poet began reading law with Judge Samuel Howe of Worthington, who once reproached his pupil for giving to Wordsworth's lyrical ballads time that belonged to Blackstone and Chitty. He continued his studies under William Bayliss of Bridgewater, was admitted to the bar at Plymouth in August, 1815, practiced a while at Plainfield, and then removed to Great Barrington. The lines to a Waterfowl were written the night of the young lawyer's arrival in Plainfield. He made progress in his profession and was called to argue cases at New Haven and before the Supreme Court at Boston. The intervals of legal business were given to poetry. Bryant's father urged him to contribute to the New North American Review and Miscellaneous Journal, the editor of which was an old friend. The young lawyer-poet seeming indifferent to the suggestion, Dr. Bryant carried with him to Boston 2 pieces he had unearthed among his son's papers, namely, Thanatopsis in its first form, and a fragment now called Inscription at the Entrance of a Wood. Both were printed in the Review for September, 1817. Other poems followed, together with 3 prose essays, on American poetry, on the happy temperament, and on the use of trisyllabic feet in iambic verse. He also contributed poems to the idle man Richard Henry Dana's magazine, and the United States Literary Gazette. In June, 1821, Bryant married Miss Frances Fairchild of Great Barrington. In April of this year he had been invited to give the usual poetic address before the Phi Beta Kappa Society at Harvard. The Ages was written for this occasion and publicly read on the 30th of August. At the instance of his Boston friends, Bryant printed The Ages with 7 other pieces in a little pamphlet entitled Poems. Never in love with the law, the poet began to regard it with aversion. He was intellectually restless and took to playwriting. A farce, The Heroes in Ridicule of Dueling, was sent to his friends, the Sedgwicks, in New York, who admitted its merits but doubted its chances of success on the stage. Bryant, at the suggestion of Henry Sedgwick, made 2 or 3 visits to the city in search of congenial work. He thought he had found it when he undertook to edit the New York Review and Athenaeum magazine, a periodical made by amalgamating the Atlantic magazine with the older Literary Review. Bryant wrote to a friend that it was a livelihood, and a livelihood is all I got from the law. The editor of the Review was active in various ways. He studied the Romance languages, gave a course of lectures on poetry before the Athenaeum Society, 1825, and annual courses on mythology before the National Academy of the Arts of Design, 1826–31. He was amused with New York life. Great Barrington had not been amusing. He published verse and prose in his own review and helped Sands and Verplanck edit their annual, The Talisman. Somewhat later he edited Tales of the Glauber Spa, 1832, the joint work of Sands, Leggett, Paulding, Miss Sedgwick, and himself. 1 The Review suffered from changes in the business management, and Bryant's prospects became gloomy. At this juncture, 1826, he was invited to act as assistant to William Coleman, editor of the New York Evening Post. In 1828 he became a small proprietor in the establishment, and when Coleman died, July 1829, Bryant assumed the post of editor-in-chief and engaged as his assistant William Leggett, a young New Yorker who had shown a marked ability in conducting a weekly journal called The Critic. "I like politics no better than you do," Bryant had written to Dana, "but politics and a bellyful are better than poetry and starvation." His theory of the journalist's function is well known. He regarded himself as a trustee for the public. Two-party was much, and Bryant was a strong Democrat, but the people were greater than party. Bryant's handling of public questions belongs to political history. His lifelong fight against a protective tariff, his defense of Jackson's policy respecting nullification and the United States Bank, his maintenance of the right to discuss slavery as freely as any other subject about which there is a difference of opinion, his insistence that the question of giving the franchise to Negroes in the state of New York be settled on its merits and as a local matter with which neither abolitionist nor slaveholder had anything to do, his determined stand against the annexation of Texas and enlargement of the area of slavery, his position on a multitude of questions which in his life as a public censor he found it necessary to defend or to attack, are fully set forth in the two biographies by his coadjutors. From 1856 Bryant acted with the Republican Party, giving his cordial support to Fremont and to Lincoln. He was a presidential elector in 1861. He advocated the election of Grant in 1868, and again in 1872, the latter time reluctantly as the best thing attainable in the circumstances. To secure the independence and detachment that would enable him to judge measures fairly, Bryant avoided intercourse with public men, kept away from Washington, took no office, and was otherwise singular. In this way he at least secured a free pen. As to the tone of the comments on men in public life, Bryant approved the theory of a brother editor who maintained that nothing should be said which would make it impossible for him who wrote and him who was written about to meet at the same dinner table the next day. It is not pretended, however, that he was uniformly controlled by this theory. What was the prevailing idea of his journalistic manner may be known from Felton's review of The Fountain, in which he marvels that these beautiful poems can be the work of one who deals with wrath, and dips his pen daily in bitterness and hate. Since 1821 no collection of Bryant's verse had been made. Then after 10 years he gathered together 89 pieces, including the 8 which had appeared in the pamphlet of 1821, and issued them as poems, 1832. Through the friendly offices of Irving the book was reprinted in England with a dedicatory letter to Samuel Rogers. Notwithstanding favourable notices, both English and American, Bryant was despondent. "Poetic wares," he said, "are not for the market of the present day. Mankind are occupied with politics, railroads, and steamboats." But he found it necessary to reprint the volume in 1834, with additional poems, and again in 1836. His work in prose and verse after 1839 includes The Fountain and other poems, 1842, The White-Footed Deer and Other Poems, 1844, Poems, 1847, Letters of a Traveller, 1850, Poems, 1854, Letters from Spain, 1859, 30 Poems, 1864, Letters from the East, 1869, The Iliad of Homer, translated into English blank verse, 1870, The Odyssey, 1871–72, Orations and Addresses, 1873, The Flood of Tears, 1878. The introduction to the Library of Poetry and Song is from Bryant's pen, as is also the preface to Eadwekink's, still unpublished, edition of Shakespeare. His name appears as one of the authors of A Popular History of the United States, 1876, together with that of Sidney Howard Gay, on whom fell the burden of the actual writing. It is unfortunate that no adequate reprint of Bryant's political leaders has been made. As much ought to be done for him as Sedgwick did for Leggett. Bryant found relief from the strain of editorial work in foreign travel. He was abroad with his family in 1834–36, visiting France, Italy, and Germany. He did his sightseeing deliberately, spending a month in Rome, 2 months at Florence, 3 months in Munich, and so on. He had been 4 months at Heidelberg, when, says one of his biographers, in phrases which he never learned from Bryant, his studious sojourn at this renowned seat of learning was interrupted by intelligence of the dangerous illness of his editorial colleague, and he returned home. During a visit to England in 1845, Bryant met Rogers, Moore, Herschel, Hallam, and Spedding, heard one of his own poems quoted at a Corn Law meeting, where among the speakers were Cobden and Bright, and carried a letter of introduction to Wordsworth from Henry Crabb Robinson. He made yet other journeys to Europe and to the East. Notable among Bryant's public addresses were the orations on Cooper, 1852, and Irving, 1860, delivered before the New York Historical Society. He was a founder and the 3rd president of the Century Association, 1st president of the New York Homeopathic Society, president of the American Free Trade League, and member of literary and historical societies innumerable. He held no public office, but as time went on it might almost be said that an office was created for him, that of representative American. He seemed the incarnation of virtues popularly supposed to have survived from an older and simpler time. He was a great public character. The word venerable acquired a new meaning as one reflected on the career of this eminent citizen who was born when Washington was president, who as a boy had written satires on Jefferson, and who as a man had discussed political questions from the administration of John Quincy Adams to that of Hayes. Other men were as old as he. Bryant seemed to have lived longer. And when at last he fell as the granite column falls, smitten from without, but sound within. His death was the result of an accident. He gave the address at the unveiling of the statue of Mazzini in Central Park. Though wearied with the exertion and almost overcome by the heat, he was able to walk to the house of a friend. As he was about entering the door he fell backward, striking his head violently against the stone step. He never recovered from the effects of this fall, and died on the 12th of June, 1878. To Bryant's character, we seldom think of Bryant other than as he appears in the Saroni photograph of 1873. With the snowy beard, the furrowed brow, the sunken but keen eyes, a cloak thrown about the shoulders, he is the ideal poet of popular imagination. Thus must he have looked when he wrote The Flood of Years, and it is difficult to realize that he did not look thus when he wrote Thanatopsis. We do not readily picture Bryant as young or even middle-aged. Park Godwin saw him first about 1837. He had a wearied, almost saturnine expression of countenance. He was spare in figure, of medium height, clean-shaven, and had an unusually large head. He spoke with decision, but could not be called a copious talker. His voice was noticeably sweet, his choice of words and accuracy of pronunciation remarkable. When anything was said to awaken mirth, his eyes gleamed with a singular radiance, and a short, quick, staccato but hearty laugh followed. He was more sociable when his wife and daughters were present than at other times. Bryant's reserve was always a conspicuous trait. Under that prim exterior lurked fire and passion. In court he often lost his self-control. It was thought that Bryant might keep a promise he once made of thrashing a legal opponent within an inch of his life, if he ever says that again, though the man was twice his size. Not long after he became editor-in-chief of the Post, Bryant cowhided a journalistic adversary who had bestowed upon him by name the most insulting epithet that can be applied to a human being, for it was the only time his well-schooled temper outwitted him. His friendships were strong and abiding. He had an inflexible will and a keen sense of justice, so keen that it drove him out of the law. No thought of personal ease or advantage could turn him from a course he had mapped out as right. He was generous. His benefactions were many and judicious, and the manner of their bestowal as unpretending as possible. Bryant's unassailable dignity was a marked trait of character. He refused an invitation to a dinner given Charles Dickens by a prominent citizen of New York. "That man," said Bryant, "has known me for years without asking me to his house, and I am not going to be made a stool pigeon to attract birds of passage that may be flying about." He was perfectly simple-minded, incapable of assuming the air of famous poet or successful man of the world. Doubtless he relished praise, but he had an adroit way of putting compliments to one side, tempering the gratitude he really felt with an ironical humor. 3. The literary craftsman. Bryant was a deliberate and fastidious writer. His literary executors could never have said of him that they found neither blot nor erasure among his papers. His copy, written on the backs of old letters or rejected manuscripts, was a wilderness of interlineations and corrections, and often hard to decipher. Famous as he was for correctness, it seems a mere debauch of eulogy to affirm that all of Bryant's contributions to the Evening Post do not contain as many erroneous or defective forms of expression as can be found in the first 10 numbers of The Spectator. but there is little danger of overestimating his influence on the English of journalism during the 40 years and more that he set the example of a high standard of daily writing. He was sparing of advice, though in earlier days he could not always conquer the temptation to amuse himself over the English of his brother editors. 5 It has been denied that he had any part in compiling the famous Index Expurgatorius, but it is not unreasonable to suppose that this list, embodying traditions of the editorial office, had his approval. Bryant was for directness and precision in writing. Ideas must stand on their merits, if they have them, for such phrasing will define them perfectly. His prose style may be studied in his books of travel and his addresses. The literary characteristic of Letters of a Traveller and its companion volumes is excessive plainness, a homely quality like that of a village pedagogue careful not to make mistakes. One is often reminded of the honest homespun prose of Henry Wansley's excursion to the United States. Turning to the volume of orations and addresses, the reader finds himself in another world. Bryant's memorial orations are among the best of their kind, stately, uplifting, and at times even majestic. They belong to a type of composition which lies midway between oratory and literature and unites certain characteristics of each. Written primarily to be heard, and adapted to public utterance, they are also meant to be read. They must stand the test of the ear and then that of the eye. The listener must find his account in them as they come from the lips of the orator, and he who afterward turns at leisure the pages of the printed report must be satisfied. Bryant's speeches are markedly literary, and though oratorical they are wholly free from bombast. Poet though he was, he built no cloud-capped towers of rhetoric. Coming now to his verse, we find that his poetic flights, though lofty, were neither frequent nor long continued. Apparently he was incapable of writing much or often. This seems true even after allowance is made for his busy and exacting life as a journalist. For years together he composed but a few lines in each year. His theory fitted his own limitations. Bryant maintained that there is no such thing as a long poem, that what are commonly called long poems are in reality a succession of short poems united by poetical links. The paradox grows out of the vagueness attaching to the words length and poem. Exactly what a poem is, we shall never know. That is a shadowy line which divides poetry from verse. And there is no term so unmeaning as length. When does a poem begin to be long? Is it when the poet has achieved 100 verses or 1,000? When he has written 6 cantos or 12. To say, as Bryant is reported to have said, that a long poem is no more conceivable than a long ecstasy is to make all poetry dependent on an ecstatic condition. And it reduces all poetic temperaments to the same level. Why may not poetry be an outcome of the true enthusiasm that burns long? Bryant showed skill in handling a variety of metrical forms. It is unsafe to say that he excelled only in blank verse. With declared partisanship for the short poem, he nevertheless did not cultivate the sonnet. Up to the time he was 58 years of age he had written but 12, and for some of these he apologized, saying, "They are rather poems in 14 lines than sonnets." Comparing the length of his life with the slenderness of his poetical product, we are tempted to bring against this eminent man the charge of willful unproductiveness. This reluctance, or inertia, or whatever it may be called, has helped to give the impression of a lack of spontaneity. We are aware of the effort through the very exactness with which the thing has been done. Bryant resembled certain pianists who plead as excuse for not playing, a lack of recent practice. When after repeated urgings one of the reluctant brotherhood consents to favor us, he plays with precision enough but rarely with abandon. The conscious and over-solicitous artist shows in every note. If much writing has its drawbacks, it also has its value. And the poet who sings frequently cannot offer as a reason for not performing the excuse that his lyre has not been out of the case for weeks, and that in all probability a string is broken. For the poet, the fine stanzas entitled "The Poet" contain Bryant's theory of his art. The framing of a deathless poem is not the pastime of a drowsy summer's day. No smooth array of phrase, artfully sought and ordered though it be, which the cold rhymer lays upon his page with languid industry, can wake the listless pulse to livelier speed, or fill with sudden tears the eyes that read. The secret wouldst thou know to touch the heart or fire the blood at will. Let thine own eyes o'erflow, let thy lips quiver with the passionate thrill, seize the great thought, ere yet its power be past, and bind, in words, the fleet emotion fast. Asterisk 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 Yet let no empty gust of passion find an utterance in thy lay, a blast that whirls the dust along the howling street and dies away, but feelings of calm power and mighty sweep, like currents journeying through the windless deep. This is flat contradiction of the idea that entirely self-conscious and self-controlled art can avail to move the reader. Bryant pleads for deepest feeling in exercise of the poetic function. It is more than important, it is indispensable. Of that striking poem "The Tides" he said, "It was written with a certain awe upon me which made me hope that there might be something in it." The poem proved to be one of Bryant's noblest conceptions. Yet a lady of judgment told one of Bryant's friends, who of course told him, that she did not think there was much in it. Nature appeals to Bryant in her broad and massive aspects. The Prairies is an illustration. Gazing on the encircling vastness for the first time, the heart swells and the eye dilates in an effort to comprehend it. Lo, they stretch, in airy undulations, far away, as if the ocean, in his gentlest swell, stood still, with all his rounded billows fixed, and motionless forever. As the poet looks abroad over the vast and glowing fields, there sweeps by him a vision of the races that have peopled these solitudes and perished to make room for races to come. It is magnificent even if it is not scientific. In the sense it gives of the spaciousness of the prairies with the myriad sounds of life projected on the great elemental silence, it is a true American poem. A Hymn of the Sea is another illustration of that largeness of view characteristic of Bryant. Each thought is lofty and far-reaching. The cloud that rises from the realm of rain shadows whole countries. The tornado wrecks a fleet, whirling the vast hulks like chaff upon the waves. These restless surges eat away the shores of Earth's old continents. The fertile plain welters in shallows, headlands crumble down, and the tide drifts the sea sand in the streets of the drowned city. He conveys the idea not only of spaciousness but of endless duration in the lines describing the coral worm laying his mighty reefs, toiling from age to age until his bulwarks overtop the brine, and check the long wave rolling from the southern pole to break upon Japan. Certain lines in a forest hymn are also remarkable for the sense they give of vast reaches of time, stretching not forward but backward into eternity. These lofty trees wave not less proudly that their ancestors moulder beneath them. Oh, there is not lost one of earth's charms upon her bosom yet, after the flight of untold centuries. The freshness of her far beginning lies and yet shall lie. The Song of the Stars, though not one of Bryant's happiest poems, the hypercritical reader feeling that the orbs of beauty and spheres of flame might have made a more appropriate metrical choice for their song, shows none the less the poet's strength in dealing with nature in the large. The lines to a waterfowl are magical in part by virtue of the impression they make of immense distance. With the poet's penetrating vision we can see the solitary way through the rosy depths, the pathless coast, and the one bit of life in the desert and illimitable air. Bryant's mind readily lifts itself from the minute to the massive, as in the poem Summer Wind, a fine example of the crescendo effects he knew so well how to produce. In a few lines he gives the sensation of heat, closeness, exhaustion, and pictures the plants drooping in a stillness broken only by the faint and interrupted murmur of the bee. His thought then sweeps upward to the wooded hills towering in scorching heat and dazzling light, and then still higher to the bright clouds, motionless pillars of the brazen heaven, their bases on the mountains, their white tops shining in the far ether. The poet never wearies of this majestic pageantry of the natural world. In the firmament, in the hurricane, imitated from Heredia, in Monument Mountain, his chief thought is to translate the reader to his own lofty vantage ground. But nature is not merely a spectacle, it has a power to heal and invigorate. Life loses its pettiness when one leaves the city and seeks the forest. The holy men who hid themselves deep in the woody wilderness perhaps did not well, but let me often to these solitudes retire, and in thy presence reassure my feeble virtue. Here its enemies, the passions, at thy plainer footsteps shrink and tremble and are still. The poet finds inspiration not alone in the terror of the storm, the majesty of the forest, the grey waste of ocean, the mystery of the night of stars, but in the humbler things, the rivulet by which he played as a child, the violet growing on its bank, the hum of bees, the notes of hangbird and wren, the gossip of swallows, and the gay chirp of the ground squirrel. The yellow violet and the lines to the fringed gentian spring from this love of the unobtrusive charms of nature. Less familiar than these, but a faultless example of Bryant's art, is the painted cup. Tell me not that these bright chalices were tinted thus to hold the dew for fairies, when they meet on moonlight evenings in the hazel bowers, and dance till they are thirsty. The poet will not call up faded fancies of an elder world. If the fresh savannas must be peopled with creatures of imagination, it may be done without borrowing European elves. Let then the gentle Manitou of flowers, lingering among the bloomy waste he loves, though all his swarthy worshippers are gone, slender and small, his rounded cheek all brown and ruddy with the sunshine, let him come on summer mornings, when the blossoms wake, and part with little hands the spiky grass, and touching, with his cherry lips, the edge of these bright beakers, drain the gathered dew. Bryant wrote poems of freedom. The earlier of these, the Song of the Greek Amazon, the Massacre at Scio, the Greek Partisan, and Italy voice his sympathy with the oppressed nations of the Old World, the struggling multitude of states that writhe in shackles. Among his later poems on the same theme, Earth, the Winds, the Antiquity of Freedom, and the Battlefield are representative. The first three with their many stately lines show how spontaneously his thought, even when nature is not the subject, grows out of the contemplation of nature and then returns to such contemplation as to a resting place. The battlefield, the expression of a noble faith in the outcome of a friendless warfare, contains the most inspiring of his quatrains, as it is one of the best contributions made by an American poet to the stock of quotable English verse. Truth, crushed to earth, shall rise again, the eternal years of God are hers, but error, wounded, writhes with pain, and dies among his worshippers. His patriotic poems are few in number, but Bryant's reticence must be taken into account. Coming from him, the verses mean more than if they came from another. Two of the best are O Mother of a Mighty Race and Not Yet. The second of these, written in July 1861, has a finely imaginative stanza in which are pictured the dead monarchies of the past eager to welcome another broken and ruined land among their number. Not yet the hour is nigh when they who deep in ELD's dim twilight sit, earth's ancient kings, shall rise and say, proud country, welcome to the pit. So soon art thou like us brought low. No, sullen group of shadows, no. To the same year belong the spirited verses our country's call, strike to defend the gentlest sway that time in all his course has seen. Asterisk 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 few, few were they whose swords of old won the fair land in which we dwell, but we are many, we who hold the grim resolve to guard it well. Strike, for that broad and goodly land, blow after blow, till men shall see that might and right move hand in hand, and glorious must their triumph be. Such was the temper of men who had looked with philosophic composure and curiosity on the movements of the sometimes well-nigh frenzied abolitionists. The blow at the integrity of the nation fired their cool patriotism to white heat. What lightness of touch Bryant had is shown in that exquisite lyric The Stream of Life. He could be conventional, as in the love poem where he celebrates the gentle season when nymphs relent and very sensibly advises the young lady ere her bloom is past, to secure her lover. He was not strong in wit or humor. The verses to a mosquito might have been read with good effect to a party of well-fed clubmen after dinner, but finding them in the same volume with a forest hymn gives one an uncomfortable surprise, like finding a pun in Lowell's Cathedral. That Bryant could write agreeable narrative verse, the children of the snow and cellar bear witness. That he is at his best in meditative poems, lofty characterizations of nature, grand visions of life and death, is proved by hundreds of felicitous verses which have become an inalienable part of our young literature. He never really excelled the work of his youth. Bryant will always be known as the author of the Natopsis. This great vision of death is his stateliest poem and his best, the most felicitous of phrase and the loftiest in imagery. Written by a Stoic, magnificently stoical in tone, it offers but a Stoic's comfort after all. Perhaps this is a secret of its popularity, on the theory that while professed pagans are few, the instinct towards paganism still exists, and most among those who say least about it. The latest poetical work, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the collected edition of Bryant's poems of 1854, contains a handful of translations, 12 from the Spanish, 4 from the German, 1 each from the French, the Provençal, the Portuguese, and the Greek. In 1864 a translation of the fifth book of the Odyssey was printed in the volume entitled 30 Poems. The praise which it called out gave Bryant the impulse to further experiments of the same sort, and after the death of his wife, in 1866, when the necessity was upon him of forgetting his grief so far as possible in some engrossing work, he undertook a version of the Iliad and the Odyssey entire. He gave himself methodically to the task, translating about 40 lines a day. Later he increased the daily stint to 75 lines. He chose blank verse because the use of rhyme in a translation is a constant temptation to petty infidelities. Bryant retained the misleading Latin forms of proper names. Worsley says, "Not even Mr. Gladstone's example can now make Juno, Mercury, and Venus admissible in Homeric story." But Worsley confessed his own inability to write Phoebos, Apollon, and Kirk. Bryant's argument for his course looks specious: "I was translating from Greek into English, and I therefore translated the names of the gods, as well as the other parts of the poem." Probably he had an affection for the old nomenclature, a sentiment like Macaulay's, who never could reconcile himself to seeing the friends of his boyhood figure as Cleon, and Alcibiades, and Poseidon, and Odysseus. 6 An enthusiastic admirer of Bryant declares that in the opinion of competent critics his versions of Homer will hold their own with the translations of Pope, Chapman, Newman, or the late Earl Derby. Much depends on the question of what a competent critic is, and which one of several competent critics is to be taken as final authority. Competent critics, who, by the way, seldom agree, have a habit of agreeing on anything sooner than the merits of a version of Homer. And when one remembers the fearful attack made by Matthew Arnold on Newman, any vivacities of expression which may have given him pain I sincerely regret, he may well hesitate to take as a compliment the statement that Bryant will hold his own with Newman. The question of the higher merit of the poem rests with the experts at last. Pessimists all, they are discouragingly hostile to metrical versions of the Iliad. Yet the most uncompromising of them would hardly deny a lay reader the privilege of enjoying Homer, insofar as possible, through the medium of Bryant's blank verse. They might even be persuaded to admit that this version has a peculiar adaptability to the needs of the public, that the clarity and beauty of the English, the dignified ease of the measure, the sustained energy and vigor of the performance as a whole, fit Bryant's Homer in a high degree to the use for which it was intended. The argument from popularity, that always unsafe and often vicious argument, has a measure of force here. Granting that Homer in any honest translation is better than no Homer at all, may not the uncompromising scholars be called on to rejoice that this more than honest, nay, this admirable translation of the Iliad has sold to the extent of many thousands of copies? Where there are so many buyers, there must be readers not a few. Bryant was one of those unusual men who have two distinct callings. Much surprise has been expressed at his apparent ability to carry on his functions of journalist and poet without clash. But is it true, or more than superficially true, that he did so carry them on? To be sure, he wrote his editorial articles at the newspaper office and his verses elsewhere, but this is a mere mechanical distinction. A man of Bryant's depth of conviction and passionate temperament does not throw off care when he boards a suburban train for his country home. The history of Bryant's inner life has not been written, perhaps cannot be. This is not to imply that his character was enigmatic and mysterious, but merely to emphasize the fact of his extraordinary reserve. More than most self-contained men, he kept his own counsel. Such a history would show how deep his experience of the world had plowed into him, and it might explain in a degree the remote and stoical character of his verse. Bryant's poetical work as a whole has an impassive quality often described as coldness. Partly due to his genius and accentuated by the excessive retouching to which he subjected his verse, it grew in still larger measure out of his determination not to impart to his verse any of the feverishness of spirit consequent upon a life of political warfare. The poet held himself wonderfully in check, as a man of iron will allows no mark of the strong passion under which he labors to show in his face. Bryant was rarely betrayed into so much of personal feeling as flashed out in that bitter stanza of the future life. For me the sordid cares in which I dwell, shrink and consume my heart, as heat the scroll, and wrath has left its scar, that fire of hell has left its scar upon my soul. While the detachment was not complete, Bryant undoubtedly kept his poetic apart from his secular life in a way to command admiration. This he accomplished by extraordinary self-restraint. As a part of the varied and long-continued discipline to which he subjected himself, the self-restraint made for character. The question, however, arises whether the poetry did not, in certain ways, suffer under the very discipline by which the character developed. Footnotes: 1. Bryant's contributions were the stories entitled Meadfield and The Skeleton's Cave. As originally planned, the book was to have been called The Sextard, but Verplanck, who would have made the sixth author, withdrew. 2. John Bigelow. 3. Watts C. Brinson. 4. Bryant's apology to the public for his course, together with Leggett's statement as an eyewitness, will be found in the Evening Post of Thursday, the 21st of April, 1831. Neither the guarded account of the episode in Godwin's Bryant, nor the brief notice in Haswell's Reminiscences of an Octogenarian is quite accurate. 5. As in an ironical leader commending journalists who refuse to say that a man was drowned, a dangerous innovation, and, to preserve the purity of their mother tongue, stick to time-honored metaphors and say that the man found a watery grave. Evening Post, the 17th of August, 1831. 6. Geo. Trevelyan. 3. James Fenimore Cooper. References: W. C. Bryant, A Discourse on the Life, Character, and Genius of James Fenimore Cooper, 1852. T. R. Lounsbury, James Fenimore Cooper, American Men of Letters, 4th edition, 1884. W. B. Shubrick-Clemmer, James Fenimore Cooper, Beacon Biographers, 1900. His life. James Cooper was the 11th of the 12 children of William and Elizabeth Fenimore Cooper, of Burlington, New Jersey. He was born in that picturesque town by the Delaware on the 15th of September, 1789. The name James, given him in honor of his grandfather, had also been borne by his first American ancestor, who is said to have come from Stratford-on-Avon, in 1679. In fulfillment of a promise to his mother, whose family had become extinct in the male line, the novelist, in 1826, changed his name to Fenimore Cooper. At the close of the Revolutionary War, William Cooper acquired large tracts of land on Otsego Lake in New York, settled there in 1790, founded the village still known as Cooperstown, and built for himself a stately home to which he gave the name of Otsego Hall. He was the first judge of the county and a member of Congress, a man of strong character and agreeable address. 7. Cooper's boyhood was passed amid picturesque natural surroundings, on the edge of civilization, the scene of the Deerslayer and the pioneers. He attended the village school, prepared for college with the rector of St. Peter's Church, Albany, entered Yale in the second term of the freshman year, class of 1806, and was dismissed in the junior year for some boyish escapade the nature of which is unexplained. It was decided that he should enter the Navy. There was then no training school, and boys took the first lessons in seamanship in the merchant marine. Cooper spent a year before the mast in the Sterling, sailing from New York to London, thence to Gibraltar, back to London, and from London to Philadelphia. His experiences are set forth in the early chapters of Ned Myers. The Sterling lost 2 of her best hands by impressment as soon as she reached English waters. Cooper's indignation at these outrages afterwards found voice through the lips of Ithiel Bolt in the story entitled Wing and Wing. He was commissioned midshipman on the 1st of January, 1808, and served a while on the Vesuvius. In the following winter he was one of the party sent to Oswego to build a brig for the defense of the lake, and became acquainted with the regions described in the Pathfinder. In the summer of 1809 he had charge of the gunboats on Lake Champlain, and in the autumn was ordered to the sloop of war Wasp. He left the service on his betrothal with Miss Susan Delancey of Mamaroneck, New York, whom he married on the 1st of January, 1811. For a few years he lived the life of a landed proprietor, dividing his time between Cooperstown, Scarsdale, and Mamaroneck. The dullness of a novel he was reading aloud to his wife provoked him to say that he could write a better one himself. Challenged to prove it, he produced Precaution, 1820, a story of English life, following conventional lines. It was apprentice work. The effort of composition taught Cooper that he could write, but not that he could write well. He had no conceit of the book, and refused it a place in his collected writings. In 1821 The Spy, A Tale of the Neutral Ground, was published. Its unqualified good fortune made Cooper a professed man of letters. From that time on until his death, 29 years later, he produced books with uninterrupted regularity. The Spy was followed by The Pioneers, or The Sources of the Susquehanna, 1823, The Pilot, A Tale of the Sea, 1824, Lionel Lincoln, or The Leaguer of Boston, 1825, The Last of the Mohicans, a narrative of 1757, 1826. But one of this group of four can be pronounced a failure and two have had a success almost phenomenal in the history of letters. Cooper shared the American passion for seeing foreign lands. The proceeds of authorship enabled him to carry out a plan he had formed of spending some time abroad. With his family and servants, a party of 10 in all, he set sail from New York on the 1st of June, 1826. He proposed to be gone 5 years. He overstayed that time by 2 years and 5 months. From May, 1826, to about January, 1829, he held the nominal position of American consul at Lyons. His journeyings were made in a leisurely way after the fashion of the time. 18 months were spent in Paris and the vicinity, 4 months in London, and a few weeks in Holland, Belgium, and Switzerland. The winter of 1828–29 was passed in Florence, and was followed by a voyage to Naples. After spending some months at Sorrento and Naples, he settled in Rome for the winter of 1829–30. Thence to Venice, Munich, Dresden, and finally back to Paris. He published while abroad The Prairie, 1827, The Red Rover, 1828, Notions of the Americans, picked up by a traveling bachelor, 1828, The Wept of Wish–Tunwish, 1829, The Water Witch, or The Skimmer of the Seas, 1830, The Bravo, 1831, The Heidenmauer, or The Benedictines, 1832, The Headsman, or The Abbé des Vignerons, 1833. In November, 1833, Cooper returned to America. That and several ensuing winters were passed in New York, the summers in Cooperstown. Later he made Otsego Hall his permanent home. He soon became embroiled in quarrels with the press. While in Paris his defense of Lafayette's position in what is known as the Expenses controversy had provoked from his native land criticism which Cooper resented. He angered a part of the inhabitants of Cooperstown by making clear to them that 3 Mile Point, a wooded tract on the lake, long used by the villagers as a picnic ground, was not theirs, as they maintained, but a part of the Cooper estate. With no thought of robbing them of their pleasure park, he insisted on their understanding that they enjoyed its use by favor and not by right. For this the country papers assailed him. Combative by nature, Cooper brought suits for libel and recovered damages. The novel spectacle of an author baiting the newspapers caused remark. The city press joined in the attack. The Courier and Enquirer, the New York Tribune, the Albany Evening Journal edited by Thurlow Weed, who once said apropos of his skill in stirring up litigation, "There is something in my manner of writing that makes the galled jades wince." Verdicts were given in Cooper's favor. More libels followed, more suits were brought, more damages recovered. A cry arose that the liberty of the press was endangered. Cooper did not think so. He was a bulldog. When he had once fastened his teeth in a Whig editor, nothing could make him let go. He continued his prosecutions until he made his detractors respect him. It took about 6 years to do it. Bryant has described with grim humor the novelist's warfare with that leviathan, the press. "He put a hook into the nose of this huge monster," said Bryant admiringly. This warfare disturbed Cooper's peace of mind, but in no wise interrupted his literary activity. The following list records by no means all that he wrote after 1834. But will suffice to show his right copious and often happy industry. Besides 10 volumes of travels, Cooper published A Letter to His Countrymen, 1834, The Monarchins, 1835, The American Democrat, 1838, Homeward Bound, or The Chase, 1838, Home as Found, 1838, The History of the Navy of the United States of America, 1839, The Pathfinder, or The Inland Sea, 1840, Mercedes of Castile, or The Voyage to Cathay, 1840, The Deerslayer, or The First War Path, 1841, The Two Admirals, 1842, The Wing and Wing, or Le Feu Follet, 1842, Wyandotte, or The Hut Knoll, 1843, Ned Mayer's, or A Life Before the Mast, 1843, Afloat and Ashore, or The Adventures of Miles Wallingford, 1844, Miles Wallingford, the second part of Afloat and Ashore, 1844, Satanstow, or The Little Page Manuscripts, 1845, The Chain Bearer, or The Little Page Manuscripts, 1846, Lives of Distinguished American Naval Officers, 1846, The Redskins, or Indian and Injun, 1846, The Crater, or Vulcan's Peak, 1847, Jack Tier, or The Florida Reefs, 1848, The Oak Openings, or The Bee Hunter, 1848, The Sea Lions, or The Lost Sealers, 1849, The Ways of the Hour, 1850. The Spy was dramatized and played successfully. 9 dramatizations were also made of the pilot, The Red Rover, The Water Witch, The Pioneers, The Wigwam, or Templeton Manor, and The Wept of Wish-Ton-Wish, Miantonoma and Naramata. An original comedy, Upside Down, or Philosophy in Petticoats 10 was withdrawn after 4 performances. No satisfactory account exists of Cooper's earnings by literature. It is believed that in the later years he was obliged to write, if not for the necessities of life, at least for the comforts and luxuries. The hostility provoked by his energetic criticisms subsided in time. There was even a project on foot in New York to pay him the compliment of a public dinner as a proof of returning confidence. His untimely illness put to one side the question of honors of this poor sort. Cooper died at Ottsgo Hall on 14 September 1851. To his character, Cooper was a Democrat in theory but not in practice. The rude feudalism in which his boyhood was passed fostered the aristocratic sentiment. A residence abroad, in the obsequious atmosphere with which the serving classes invest anyone who has the appearance of wealth, aggravated it. No one could have been more heartily American than Cooper, but he made distinctions and his countrymen abhorred the distinctions. Pride of this not unreasonable sort may go hand in hand with genuine modesty. Cooper was more unpretentious than his enemies were willing to allow. With a reputation that would have opened many doors, he made no capital of it. He had no mind to thrust himself on all societies. He was never slow to make use of the inalienable American privilege of speaking one's mind. In 1835, the theory of the entire perfection of the American character was seldom challenged, at least by a native writer. That Cooper should entertain doubts on the subject was thought monstrous. It was resented in him the more because of his manner. Opinions quite as radical might have been uttered wittily and the end accomplished. Cooper had little wit. His touch was heavy and he was in dead earnest. He lacked neither courage, nor honesty, nor high-mindedness, nor generosity, nor yet judgment, if his temper was unruffled, but he was entirely wanting in tact, and largely wanting in geniality of the useful, if superficial, sort, which lessens the wear and tear of human intercourse. A philosopher divides famous men into 2 classes, those who are admired in their own homes, as well as in the world, and those who are admired anywhere but at home. Cooper belonged to the first class rather than the second. This proud, irascible, contentious, dogmatic man of letters enjoyed the unswerving loyalty and deep affection of every member of his family. And from this his biographer argues an essential sweetness of nature. Cooper somewhere says, "Men are as much indebted to a fortuitous concurrence of circumstances for the characters they sustain in this world, as to their personal qualities." It was his ill luck to have the accidents of his character often mistaken for the character itself. 3. The writer Cooper's English at best, though fluent and spirited, is without grace, at worst it is clumsy and intractable. This writer of worldwide fame is singularly wanting in literary finish. He is not careless but colorless, not slovenly but neutral. He succeeds almost without the aid of what is commonly called style. He is read for what he has to say, not for the way in which he says it. There are surprises in store for the reader, but they are not to be found in the perfect word, the happy phrase, or the balance of a sentence, but always in the unexpected turn of an adventure, in a well-planned episode abounding in incident, in the release of mental tension following the happy issue out of danger. As was said of another copious writer, he weaves a loose web. One might add that it is often of coarse fiber. In few writers of eminence is form so subservient to contents. The defect was due to haste, to the natural and lordly contempt of a spontaneous storyteller for the niceties of rhetoric. For romances of the American Revolution, The Spy, Lionel Lincoln, life in that unhappy strip of country known during the Revolution as the neutral ground Westchester County, New York, is the subject of The Spy. Here frequent and bloody encounters took place between skirmishers from the opposing armies. Marauding bands, ostensibly loyal or patriotic though often composed of banditti, made life a misery and a terror to peaceably inclined householders. Cooper wrote from first-hand traditions. The family of his wife had been Loyalists, and the most famous of Westchester County raiders was a Delancey. The chief character is Harvey Birch, the spy. Professing to be in the employ of the British, he is the most trusted of Washington's secret agents. His devotion to his chief is a passion, almost a religion. Mean of appearance, niggardly in his mode of life, he is capable of the last degree of personal sacrifice. His patriotism is of the most exalted kind, since it can have no proportionate reward. He must live, perchance die, detested by the people for whom he risks his life daily. Cooper makes us deeply interested in this uncouth being, who, persecuted to the point of despair, and even brought to the gallows, finds always a way of escape. Birch gambled with his life in stake. It was a desperate throw when he destroyed the bit of paper signed by Washington. The romantic hero of the story is Peyton Dunwoody, a youth whose dark and sparkling glance played havoc with the hearts of impressionable ladies. But Peyton was true, and loved but one. More to the modern taste are the humours of Lawton and Sitgreaves, of Sergeant Hollister and Betty Flanagan. Mr. Harper is impressive, and the mystery of his character well sustained. The ladies of the Locusts have the quaint charm inseparable from other-day manners and costume. To be sure, one of them, who seems likely to die of love, is mercifully killed by a random bullet, and another becomes a maniac. Novel readers wanted a deal for their money in 1821. But Frances Wharton is a likable little creature, though her talk does not in the least resemble that of Miss Clara Middleton. As an Irish bishop said of Gulliver's Travels, the book contains improbabilities. The device of a mask which converts young Henry Wharton into the counterfeit presentment of an old grey-headed Negro is far-fetched. The Spy was not intended to be a realistic novel. Cooper projected another story on the background of the Revolution. Lionel Lincoln, for all the work put on it, was not a success. It had merits among which the merit of spontaneity is not conspicuous. Had the failure been less apparent, the novelist might have been tempted to continue the legends of the 13 Republics. v. The Leatherstocking Tales and Other Indian Stories. A French critic once remarked that nothing was so like a chanson de geste as another chanson de geste. Readers have deplored the fact that nothing was so like a Leatherstocking Tale as another Leatherstocking Tale. But The Pioneers, the first of the series in order of composition, bears little resemblance to the others, and as a picture of life in a New York village at the end of the 18th century has a historical value. The narrative is firm in texture. The characters are 30 in number, and every man in his humor. The judge, Cousin Richard, Mr. Grant the clergyman, all the town oddities, Monsieur Lacroix, Major Hartman, Doolittle, Kirby, and Benjamin are real and humanly interesting. The dialogue is fresh, racy, and appropriate. There is no effort at compression. Winter evenings were long in 1824. The book holds one by the scenes and characters rather than by the fable. The mystery of Edwards and the coming to life of old Major Effingham are well enough, but the strength of the story is in the episodes, such as that where Hiram Doolittle, supported by Jotham and Kirby, tries to serve the warrant on Natty Bumppo, in the trial of the old hunter, or the capital scene where Natty is put into the stocks, and the chivalrous majordomo, Benjamin, insists on sharing his punishment, and cheering the heartbroken old man with comfortable and picturesque words. Presently Doolittle came to enjoy the fruit of his victory. Venturing too near, he found himself in the tenacious grasp of the irate majordomo. Benjamin's legs were stationary, but his fists were free, and he proceeded to work away with great industry on Mr. Doolittle's face, using one hand to raise up his antagonist, while he knocked him over with the other. He scorned to strike a fallen adversary. The Pioneers would merit a high place in American fiction were it only on account of that original character, Natty Bumppo, or Leatherstocking. He is natural, easy, attractive. In the other books, always excepting The Prairie, there is more of invention. Putting it in another way, the first Natty Bumppo is like a study from life, while the others often leave the impression of being studies from the first study. By changing the background, the costume, the accessories, and making his hero younger or older, Cooper found him available for more exciting dramas than that played in Templeton. Leatherstocking next appears as Hawkeye the Scout, in The Last of the Mohicans, a narrative based on the massacre of Fort William Henry in 1757, and, all things considered, the most famous of Cooper's novels. It is an out-and-out Indian story, good for boys and not bad for men, being vigorous, brilliant, and packed with adventure. The capture, by a band of Montcalm's marauding Iroquois, of the two daughters of the old Scottish general, their rescue by Hawkeye, Chingachgook, and Uncas, their recapture, the pursuit and the thrilling events in the Indian villages, form the staple of a book which without exaggeration may be called world-renowned. If The Last of the Mohicans suffers from one fault more than another, it is from a superabundance of hairbreadth escapes. The novelist heaps difficulties on difficulties, all of which appear insurmountable, and are presently surmounted with an ease that makes the reader half angry with himself for having worried. As might have been expected, in growing younger Natty has grown theatrical. He appears too exactly at the critical moment to perform the deed of cool bravery expected of him. It could hardly be otherwise. The Last of the Mohicans is a romance, and in romances such things must be. Chingachgook, that engaging savage, has for so many years met the romantic ideal of the American Indian that it is unlikely he will ever be disturbed in his place in the reader's esteem. His role of white man's friend was played in the Prairie by Hard Heart, the young Pawnee chief. The Prairie has an originality all its own. This strange and somber tale brings together an oddly assorted group of people, some of whom, the squatter and his family in particular, are drawn with rude strength. There are weak points in the plot. The carefully guarded tent with its hidden occupant is a poor device for compelling attention. Dr. Battius, endlessly talkative about genus and species, is a tiresome personage. The justification of the story as a work of art is to be sought in the descriptions of the desert, in the impressions given of immeasurable distance and illimitable space, the abode of mystery and terror. The passages describing the stampede of a herd of buffalo, the night surprise of the trapper and his friends by the Sioux, the escape of Hard Heart from the torture stake, are all done with a masterly stroke. Natty Bumppo figures in the Prairie as an old man of 87. His eye has lost its keenness of vision and his hand its steadiness. But the heart is undaunted. Lord, what a strange thing is fear, and the mind fertile in expedients. At times the trapper appears in almost superhuman proportions. He is mythical, like a hero of antiquity. The attachment between the ancient hunter and his dog is exquisitely described. In the beautiful account of Leatherstocking's last hour, no touch is more poetic than that where the dying man discovers that the faithful Hector is dead. He will not say that a Christian can hope to meet his hound again, but he asks that Hector be buried beside him. No harm, he thinks, can come of that. 13 years after the publication of The Prairie appeared The Pathfinder, and 1 year after that The Deerslayer. The series was now complete, forming something like a drama in 5 acts. The Pathfinder shows Natty in mature manhood, and, for the comfort of all who require this test of their heroes of fiction, a victim of unrequited love. Exposed to the wiles of the most treacherous of all Mingos, Cupid, the quondam hunter, hunted in turn, takes defeat like the man he is. In The Deerslayer the chronicle is completed with a group of scenes from Natty's youth. On the shores of Otsego Lake, while defending Old Hutter's aquatic home, the young man learns the first lessons in the art of war. Cooper wrote yet other Indian stories. 2 may be taken note of in this section: The Wept of Wish-ton-Wish, a narrative of the Connecticut settlements in King Philip's time, and Wyandotte, an episode of frontier life in 1775. The latter is realistic. Cooper was on his own ground and knew the Willoughby patent and the Hutt Knoll much as he knew Templeton and Otsego Lake. The Wept of Wish-ton-Wish is pure romance. In spite of the lay-bought speech of the Puritan settlers and the metaphorical flights of Metacom and Conan Shea, the story is enthralling. That is a genuinely pathetic scene where Ruth Heathcote seeks to awaken in the mind of Naramata, her lost daughter, now the wife of the Narragansett chief, some faint memory of her childhood, and the account of Conan Shay's death at the hands of the Mohicans is a strong and dramatic piece of writing. 6. The Sea Stories from the Pilot to Miles Wallingford. The Pilot is an imaginary episode in the life of John Paul Jones. Cooper has given his hero a poetic character. Mr. Gray applies science to the problem before him up to the critical moment, and then trusts to intuition, to his genius, and finds wind and wave owning him their master. The new note is in the vivid descriptive passages, couched in terms of practical seamanship, but so graphically put that the most ignorant of lubbers can be depended on to read with a quickened pulse. Notable among these are the rescue of the frigate from the shoals, and the fight between the Alacrity and Ariel. There is much human nature in the speech of the men if not of the women. The dialogue between Borufcliffe and Manuel would not shame books more celebrated for humour than The Pilot. Vast refreshment can be found in the racy and picturesque talk of Long Tom Coffin, the most original character in Cooper's gallery of seamen, also in that of Boltrope, who from an early prejudice against knee breeches, he somehow always imagined Satan as wearing them, never became fully reconciled to the ship's chaplain until that worthy left off scudding under bare poles and garbed himself like other men. Dillon, the lawyer, is too obviously the scoundrel. As the cacique of Paddy, however, he serves a good end. His kinsman, Colonel Howard, walks the stage with dignity, a worthy specimen of the loyalist of the American Revolution, and typical of the class for whom Cooper had much sympathy. The young women are far from being lay figures. They have beauty, intelligence, courage, even audacity. That they are too perfect in feature, form, manner, was a defect common to all fiction of the time. The art of making a heroine of a plain woman was in its infancy. Cooper, who could describe a girl, had always a deal of trouble to make her talk. Did he never listen to the conversation of those interesting creatures known, in the parlance of his day, as females? Would Alice Dunscombe, meeting her lover after a separation of 6 years, have used the phrases Cooper put into her lips? All these young women might with justice have complained that the speaking parts assigned them were not representative. But they were at the author's mercy and did as they were told. Cooper's principal biographer, to whom we are all vastly indebted, says that the female characters of his earlier novels are never able to do anything successfully but faint. This is unfair. Catherine Plowden, a brunette beauty, whom Professor Lounsbury has allowed himself to forget, goes habit d'engarcon to seek her lover, and does not faint when she finds him, only laughs like the gay Rosalind she is. The story of Mr. Gray the Pilot is good, but the Red Rover is better. Cooper gave the public something new in Pirates. The old-fashioned corsair, in theatrical phrase, looked his part. He swore horribly, was awful to behold, black-whiskered, visibly blood-stained, a walking stand of arms, like the monsters described in Esquemling's Buccaneers of America. Unlike Elolanois, of evil memory. The captain of the Dolphin is almost a Brummel, his cabin is a boudoir, and he has the wit to eschew the old-fashioned device of skull and crossbones. One is inclined, however, to laugh when the pirate throws his form on a divan and bids music discourse. The rover was somewhat given to posing, and in moments of deep thought wore a look of faded marble. There is nothing fantastic in Wilder, the young captain, and nothing to be desired in his handling of the Royal Caroline. The description of the flight before the strange cruiser is a splendidly nervous piece of writing. From the moment when the Bristol trader disentangles herself from the slaver's side in the harbour of Newport until she becomes a wreck on the high seas and the diabolical pursuer passes like a hurricane, the interest is cumulative. The book has its quota of garrulous old salts, some of whom talk too much, others not enough. Mr. Nightingale promises well, but has little of value to say after his discourse anent the quantity of sail a ship may carry in a white squall off the coast of Guinea. The reader will find amusement in the other characters, notably Fit and that strange being, Scipio Africanus. The Water Witch concerns a mysterious and beautiful smuggling brigantine with a wonderful gift for eluding Her Majesty's revenue cruiser under command of Captain Ludlow. The time is the close of Lord Cornbury's administration, the scene, New York Harbor and the adjacent estuaries. The story is fantastic and melodramatic, and the dialogue stilted, even for Cooper. Compared with The Red Rover, a romance like The Water Witch is hard reading. With such characters as Alderman Van Beveroodt, Alida de Barberry, and Seadrift with her epicene beauty, it is not surprising that The Water Witch should have been dramatized. The Two Admirals is an engaging picture of manly affection. He who has made the acquaintance of Sir Gervase Oakes and his friend Richard Bluewater is to be congratulated, for a more sterling-hearted pair of worthies is seldom to be found. Other pleasant company may be had for the asking. The aged Baronet Sir Wycherley Wychecombe, hospitable to excess, bemoaning the inconvenience of not having a satisfactory heir, and wondering why his brother never married, though he had never given himself the trouble to undergo the discipline of wedlock. Agreeable in their several ways are Mildred Dutton, Wycherley Wychecombe the young Virginian, and Gallego the top man turned steward, he of the picturesque language. The story has a conventional plot, and one is supposed to be eager to know the validity of the Virginian's claim to the ancient estate of the Wychecombes. The plot is in danger of being forgotten when Cooper carries his people to sea, and describes the action between French and English fleets off Cape La Hogue. Wing and Wing relates the adventures of a French privateer in the Mediterranean in 1798. One has not to read far before becoming enamored of the diabolical little lugger and her audacious captain. As creatures of romance go, the good-humoured and handsome Raoul Eva, alias Sir Smees, is real and attractive. His arguments with guitar, they talk theology not at all after the manner of Mrs. Humphrey Ward's characters, move one to turn the pages hurriedly. Raoul may be forgiven, guitar drove him to it, being orthodox and fond of proselyting. One can always take refuge with the vice-governor and the podesta. These worthies are long-winded, but it were unfair to call them dull. Ithiel Bolt, that long-legged, loose-jointed son of the Granite State, is new in Cooper's gallery of seamen. He makes an interesting figure in the wine shop at Porto Ferrajo, his chair, creaking under his weight, tipped back on two legs against the wall, the uprights digging into the plaster, his knees apart, you fancy how, and his long arms over the backs of neighboring chairs, giving him a resemblance to a spread eagle. Next to the wine of the country, which he abuses while succumbing to its influence, he detests the saints. Filippo, the Genoese sailor, undertakes a feeble defense. Says the Yankee, a saint is but a human, a man like you and me, after all the fuss you make about 'em. Saints abound in my country, if you'd believe people's account of themselves. Cooper says that Bolt, after his return to America, became a deacon. This is no more incredible than the statement that he also became a teetotaler. The pages of old reviews would probably show how Cooper's delineation of Englishmen affected English readers. Our cousins over the water must have been difficult if they quarrelled with the spirit in which the portraits of Cuff, Griffin, Winchester, and Clinch were painted, all being good men and true in their various capacities. In describing Nelson and the Lady Admiralis, the novelist undertook a difficult task. He was adroit enough to avoid bringing the famous beauty too often on the stage. Afloat and Ashore and Miles Wallingford form a continuous story of almost 1,000 pages. There is a mixture of love and adventure, the love being depicted as Cooper usually does it, neither better nor worse, and the sea episodes as only Cooper could do them. A capital passage in Afloat and Ashore is that describing the encounter with the savages off the coast of South America. Even more spirited are those chapters of Miles Wallingford in which the young captain of the Dawn relates how he was overhauled successively by a British man of war, a French privateer, and a piratical lugger, and how he escaped them all only to be wrecked at last in the Irish Sea. Among a dozen or so of characters, Marble is a typical Cooper seaman, a man of many resources, as witness how he outwitted Senate. He was patriotic too, and on his first visit to London was chagrined at being obliged to admit that St. Paul's was better than anything they had in Kennebunk. 7 Old World romance and New World satire. The Bravo, the Hyden-Mora, the Headsman, Homeward Bound. Homer's Found. The Bravo was the first of a group of stories on themes suggested to their author during his stay on the continent. It deals with Venetian life during the decline of the Republic. Jacopo Frontini, the reputed Bravo, becomes party to the iniquitous system which conceals crimes committed in the interest of the oligarchy, by throwing the suspicion on himself, all to the end that he may save his aged father, unjustly imprisoned by the state. Under this odium Jacopo lives until life becomes unendurable. At the moment he is meditating flight, he is himself enmeshed in the toils and dies by the hand of the public executioner. A power which holds that it can do no wrong has a short way with servants who might betray its tortuous policy. Jacopo comes too near to being a saint. He would have been more lifelike had he been guilty of one at least of the 25 murders laid at his door. Even a hired assassin of the 15th century might show filial piety. His fate more or less involves that of the old fisherman of the lagoons, Antonio, a representative of that helpless, oppressed class which is without rights save the right of being punished if it does not obey. Antonio is a nobly pathetic character, one of the finest to which Cooper's imagination has given being. His patience, his love for the grandchild taken from him by the state to serve in the galleys, his courage in pleading before the Doge and even in the dread presence of the Council of Three that the boy may be given back to him until he has been formed in habits of virtue, are strong and beautiful traits. Violetta and Don Camillo furnish the love motive, without which a romance of Venice were barren. We sympathize with them and rejoice in their escape. More than this the author could not ask. That the story contains anachronisms admits of no doubt. It may be that the arraignment of the oligarchy is too unrelieved. On the other hand, the virtues of the narrative are many. The movement is rapid, the sentence is clear, the various strands of interest artfully woven, and the conclusion inevitable and dramatic. The Heidenmauer deals with the manners and the antagonisms of the time when the schism of Luther was undermining the Church. Far less engrossing than its predecessor and weighted with a cumbrous style, the book has its right valiant warriors and militant churchmen, its burghers, peasants, and other dramatis personae of German romance. There are characters like Gottlob and Oldils whose speech is always fresh and agreeable. The French abbé is voluble and might have been wittier. That one does not sit down to a table spread with an intellectual feast like that served in the monastery or the abbot, is no reason for disdaining the fare served in the Heidenmauer. In the Headsman we follow the story of a high-born girl who has given her heart to a young soldier of fortune only to discover in him the son of that most loathed of beings, the official executioner of Bern. The office is hereditary, and were the youth's real condition known the odious duties would in time fall on him. It is a foregone conclusion that Sigismund shall be found to be of noble birth, and Adele hates reward proportioned to the greatness of her soul. This is but one thread of a fairly complicated and romantic plot. The interest of the narrative is well sustained and the denouement unanticipated. None of these three romances is, strictly speaking, a novel of purpose, and the least attractive deserves friendlier critical treatment than is commonly accorded it. In the same group may be placed Mercedes of Castile, which, if it cannot hold the attention by reason of the loves of Don Luis de Bobadilla and Mercedes, and the fate of the unfortunate Osmar, may be read, by whoever can take history well diluted with fiction, for the story of Columbus's first voyage. The Monachins contrasts the ways of men with the ways of monkeys, much to the disadvantage of men. Really it is no duller than some of the professed satire of the present day, it is merely longer and more desperately serious. Homeward Bound and Home as Found form two parts of a single novel. The satire of the first part is forgotten in the movement of the narrative, the sea chase, the wreck off the African coast, the fight with the Arabs. The second part is a diatribe on New York and Cooperstown in particular, and America in general. The chief characters, the Effinghams, mean well, but they have an unfortunate manner and their disagreeable traits are not so piquant as to be entertaining. Steadfast Dodge, the editor, is almost as unreal as the Effinghams. Captain Truck is a genuine brother man, resourceful as master of the Montauk and not helpless when figuring, without his connivance, as a great English author, at Mrs. Legend's literary soiree. Horatio Greenough had the Effingham books in mind when he wrote to Cooper, "I think you lose hold on the American public by rubbing down their shins with brickbats as you do." 8 travels, history, political writings and latest novels. Cooper was a giant of productivity. Some brief comment has been made on 23 of his novels. It is impossible in the limits of this study to do much beyond giving the titles of his remaining books. The history of the Navy of the United States of America begins with the earliest American sea fight, May 1636, when John Gallup in a sloop of 20 tons captured a pinnace manned by thieving Indians, and closes with the War of 1812. The noteworthy features of the book are accuracy, independence, severity of style, and freedom from spread-eagleism. The brief chronicles of Cooperstown, written in a plain way, has the natural interest attaching to the subject and the author. A letter to his countrymen, partly autobiographical, is absorbing in its bitter earnestness. The Traveling Bachelor purports to be the letters of a cosmopolite, a man of 50, to various members of his club, recounting his travels in the United States. The book is historical, statistical, argumentative. It treats of government, manners, art, literature, of fashions in dress and of peculiarities of speech. As an attempt on the part of a man of strong prejudices to take an objective view of his own country, it is singularly interesting. Were its 700 closely printed pages lightened with humor or relieved by any grace of expression, The Traveling Bachelor would be a vastly entertaining work. The American Democrat is a collection of short essays, 45 in number, on the American Republic, liberty, parties, public opinion, property, the press, demagogues, the decay of manners, individuality, aristocrat and democrat, pronunciation, slavery, etc., etc. The tone of the comments is intentionally censorious, and often proves exasperating. Having been long absent from America, Cooper found himself to a certain degree in the situation of a foreigner in his own country. On this account he was prepared to note peculiarities. Praise and blame are mingled. The American Democrat sets forth high ideals, as may be seen, for example, in the suggestive essay on party. The book is courageous but wanting in suavity. Sketches of Switzerland and Gleanings in Europe, comprising 10 volumes in the original editions, are studies of continental and English life. They contain a multitude of spirited, pungent, and true observations. Lacking the antiseptic of style, the books are no longer read. Between 1845 and 1850 Cooper published 8 novels. 3 of the 8, Satanstow, the Chain-Bearer, and the Redskins, are narratives supposed to be drawn from the Little Page manuscripts. The first is not only the best, but is also one of the most genial of all Cooper's novels. Corny Little Page had attractive friends, such as the mettlesome youth Gert Tennick, a splendid specimen of the free-handed, royally generous Dutch American. Jason Newcomb, on the other hand, embodies Cooper's never-latent hostility to New England. The pictures of old days in New York and Albany are brilliant and highly finished, and the encounter with the Indians in Cooper's most spirited vein. The Crater is a history of the adventures of Mark Woolston of Bristol, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, who was shipwrecked on a volcanic island in the Pacific, and with the able seaman Bob Betts set himself to solve the problem of existence. What with gardening, poultry raising, boat building, tempests, earthquakes, exploration of neighboring islands, colonization, savages, and pirates, the book resolves itself into one of the infinite variations of Robinson Crusoe. After 29 chapters of this sort of thing comes an absurd and irrelevant conclusion. All the later novels, Jack Tear, The Sea Lions, Oak Openings, and The Ways of the Hour, are hard reading, yet the least happy of them has passages betraying the master's hand. The Sea Lions stands out by virtue of the powerful descriptions of an Antarctic winter, but neither Captain Spike's mission to the Gulf, nor the revelation of fat, profane Jack's true station and sex, nor yet the malapropisms of Mrs. Budd, she would say it blew what they call a hyson in the Chinese seas, can make Jack Tear more than tolerable. Cooper's greatest achievements were his stories of the sea and the forest. His real creations are sailors, backwoodsmen, old soldiers, and Indians. Whether his red men are conceived in the spirit of modern ethnological science can matter but little now. They are neither so close to Chateaubriand's idealized savage, nor so far from the real Indian as is generally believed. That Cooper had no skill in representing contemporary society is plain enough, but the failure of Homer's Found need not have been as complete as it was. Haste and anger must bear the blame of that literary disaster. Where he deals with manners of the past, as in Satanstow, he is often most felicitous. With his novel of the Bravo he was in line with the Romantic movement. How far he comprehended that movement, or was influenced by it, is a more intricate problem. Modern literature can show but few authors more popular than Cooper. He has been praised extravagantly, but the fact that Miss Mitford thought him as good as Scott ought not to prejudice us against him. And he has been damned without measure, but over against Mark Twain's unchivalrous attack on his great fellow countrymen may be set the royally generous tributes of Balzac and of Dumas. Footnotes: 7 Judge Cooper's A Guide in the Wilderness, Dublin, 1810, was reprinted in 1897 with an introduction by J. F. Cooper, the Younger, throwing much light on the manners of the times and the character of his ancestor. 8 One of the most extraordinary of the suits arose from criticism of the naval history. Cooper had refused to take the popular side of a heated controversy and to join in assailing Elliott, Perry's second-in-command at the Battle of Lake Erie. The suit against Stone of the Commercial Advertiser was settled by arbitration, and in Cooper's favor. Lounsbury's Cooper, pp. 200–230. 9 Park Theatre, New York, March, 1822. 10 Burton's Theatre, New York, June, 1850. 4 George Bancroft References, W. M. Sloane, George Bancroft in Society, in Politics, in Letters The Century Magazine January, 1887. S. S. Green, George Bancroft Proceedings of the American Antiquarian Society, the 29th of April, 1891. A. M. C. F. Davis, George Bancroft Proceedings of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, Volume XXV, 1891. His life. The Bancrofts have been settled in America since 1632. Among the historian's ancestors were men of marked traits of character. Bancroft's grandfather, a farmer of Essex County, Massachusetts, had such a reputation for piety and judgment that he was called on to act as an umpire in the bitter dispute between Jonathan Edwards and his church at Northampton. The father of the historian, Aaron Bancroft, a pioneer of American Unitarianism, was for 50 years pastor of the Second Church of Worcester. His distinguishing trait was a deep-seated abhorrence of anything like mental slavery. He was an ardent student of American history and the author of an essay on the life of George Washington, 1807, a popular book in its own day and well worth the reading in ours. George Bancroft thought that his own inclination toward history was due very much to the influence of his father. There is a story, probably apocryphal, that in his youth Aaron Bancroft fought at Lexington and Bunker Hill. During Shays's rebellion, when the insurgent officers proposed to quarter themselves in private houses at Worcester, the minister guarded his own door and told a group of officers who approached that they were rebels, and that they would obtain no entrance to his house but by violence. The officers immediately rode away. George Bancroft was born at Worcester on the 3rd of October, 1800. He prepared for college at Phillips Academy, Exeter, New Hampshire, and was graduated at Harvard in 1817. Edward Everett, the newly appointed professor of Greek, who was then studying at Göttingen, urged President Kirkland to send some graduate of marked powers to Germany with a view to his preparing himself to teach at Harvard. The choice fell on Bancroft. He spent 2 years at Göttingen and obtained his doctorate. Among his professors were Heeren, Dyson, Eichhorn, and Blumenbach. Heeren's influence was the most profound and the most lasting. His range of studies was wide, including, as it did, history, German literature, Greek philosophy, natural history, scripture interpretation, Arabic, Syriac, and Persian. From Göttingen, Bancroft went to Berlin, where he heard the lectures of Savigny, Schleiermacher, and Hegel, and made the acquaintance of Voss, W. von Humboldt, and F. A. Wolf. He had the fortune to meet Goethe once at Jena, and again at Weimar. After leaving Berlin he studied for a time at Heidelberg under von Schlosser. In Paris he met cousin, Constant, and a von Humboldt. He traveled in Switzerland and Italy, and spent the winter of 1821–22 at Rome, where he made the acquaintance of Niebuhr and Bunsen. At Leghorn the following spring he was one of a party of Americans who gathered to meet Byron when the poet visited the Constitution, the flagship of the American squadron. Bancroft afterwards called on Byron at Montenero, and was presented to the Countess Guiccioli. In the fall of 1822 Bancroft became a tutor of Greek at Harvard. The following year he resigned his position, not to enter the ministry in accordance with his father's wishes, but to become a schoolmaster. He joined his friend, Joseph G. Cogswell, the directing spirit in the enterprise, in founding a school for boys at Round Hill, Northampton. Emerson, then a youth of 20, heard Bancroft preach at the New South in Boston soon after his return from Germany, and was delighted with his eloquence. He needs a great deal of cutting and pruning, but we think him an infant Hercules. Emerson deplored Bancroft's new departure, because good schoolmasters are as plenty as whortleberries, but good ministers assuredly are not, and Bancroft might be one of the best. On the eve of leaving Cambridge, Bancroft published, under the title of Poems, a volume of correct if not inspired verse. At Northampton his literary activity found more sober expression in textbooks, in papers for the North American Review and Walsh's American Quarterly, and in a careful translation of Heron's Politics of Ancient Greece, 1824. At the celebration of Independence Day at Northampton in 1826, Bancroft was the orator. He chanted the present glory of America, predicted a golden future, and declared his faith in a determined uncompromising democracy. These notes were to be heard again and often in his great history. Round Hill, though prosperous in many ways, was not a success financially, nor were the partners wholly congenial. After 7 years Bancroft withdrew from the school and began writing the book on which his fame rests. In 1834 appeared the first volume of A History of the United States from the discovery of the American continent to the present time. The second volume was published in 1837, the third in 1840. The historian removed to Springfield and became prominent in state politics. He was an ardent Democrat and a strong opponent of slavery. Elected without his knowledge to the legislature, he refused to take his seat. He also declined a nomination to the Senate. It is said that he took this attitude with respect to office holding out of deference to the feelings of his wife, Sarah Dwight Bancroft, who came of a prominent Whig family. Mrs. Bancroft died in 1837. Appointed collector of the port of Boston by President Van Buren, Bancroft held the office from 1838 to 1841, and administered its affairs with a thoroughness theretofore unknown, and in a way incidentally to reflect great credit on the profession of letters. In 1844 Bancroft was the Democratic candidate for governor of Massachusetts and polled a large vote, but was defeated by George N. Briggs. A year later he became Secretary of the Navy under President Polk. In the exercise of his duties he gave the order to take possession of California, and as acting Secretary of War the order to General Taylor to occupy Texas. During his secretaryship Bancroft founded the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis. This he brought about not by asking Congress to authorize its establishment, but by so interpreting the powers granted him under the law that he was able to set in operation a school for the training of midshipmen and offer it to Congress for approval. Once the school was established and its usefulness proved, there was no difficulty in securing funds for adequate equipment. The Academy was formally opened on 10 October 1845. From 1846 to 1849 Bancroft was minister to England. There were important diplomatic problems to be solved, but his triumphs were chiefly literary and social. He accumulated a rich store of documents, and on his return to America made his home in New York and devoted himself anew to the history. 12 The fourth volume appeared in 1852, the fifth in 1853, the sixth in 1854, the seventh in 1858, the eighth in 1860, the ninth in 1866, the 10th and concluding volume in 1874. His literary and historical miscellanies appeared in 1855. When the New York Historical Society celebrated the close of the first half-century of its existence, 1854, Bancroft was the orator. His address on that occasion, "The Necessity, the Reality, and the Promise of the Progress of the Human Race," has been pronounced the best exposition of his historical creed. 13 Bancroft was a strong Union man and during the Civil War acted with the Republican Party. He declined a nomination to Congress from the 8th District of New York, October 1862. On the ground that a multiplication of candidates would leave the result very much to chance. There should be a union, he urged, of all those who feel deeply for their country in this her hour of peril. At the close of the war he was chosen to pronounce the eulogy on Lincoln before Congress, February 1866. President Johnson, in 1867, appointed Bancroft minister to Prussia. Later he was accredited to the North German Confederation, and in 1872, following current political changes, to the German Empire. He brought about that notable treaty whereby Germans who had become citizens of the United States were freed from allegiance to the land of their birth. Never before by a formal act had the principle of renunciation of citizenship at the will of the individual been recognized. England followed Germany's example and gave over her claim of indefeasible allegiance. Another diplomatic triumph was the settlement of the northwestern boundary dispute. While in Germany Bancroft celebrated the 50th anniversary of his graduation at Göttingen. The university gave him an honorary degree, and congratulations were showered on him from scholars, statesmen, princes, and men of letters. After nearly 8 years of service Bancroft was recalled from the German mission at his own request. He lived in Washington during the winter months and spent the summers at Newport as had long been his habit. The work of his later years included two revisions of the history, 1876 and 1884, A History of the Formation of the Constitution of the United States, 1882, A Plea for the Constitution of the United States of America, Wounded in the House of its Guardians, 1886, and A Sketch of the Public Life of Martin Van Buren, 1889. Bancroft died in Washington on the 17th of January, 1891. To his character, Bancroft's character was fashioned on a large scale. His mental horizon was broad, his power to plan and carry out a vast undertaking was commensurate with the reach of his vision. There was little in his habit of thought to suggest the narrowness so often associated with the name of scholar. Yet he had the infinitely laborious powers of the mere scholar. He could toil with unflagging energy day by day or year by year. The magisterial note in his historical writings is due not alone to the subject or to the literary manner, but also to the deliberate tenacity of purpose with which the historian wrought. Such a work is the product, not of feverish spasms of intellectual activity, but of even and steady effort. Bancroft has been accused of a want of enthusiasm in receiving critical observations on his work. It is a question whether historians, more than philosophers, are wont to receive with rapture proofs that they are possibly in the wrong. Bancroft's tone of controversy is perhaps less peculiar to himself than is commonly asserted. However, it must be kept in mind that he had a strong nervous personality. Emerson described the greeting he had from Bancroft in London. When he presented himself at the minister's door, it was opened by Mr. Bancroft himself in the midst of servants whom that man of eager manners thrust aside, saying that he would open his own door for me. He was full of goodness and talk. Other accounts of him give an impression of much stateliness of manner tempered by affability. Still others convey the idea that he was always artificial, and sometimes playful with a playfulness that bordered on frivolity. A friend 14 professed to detect in Bancroft's bearing marks of the man of letters, diplomat, politician, preacher and pedagogue, one trait superimposed on another. But the blend of characteristics was charming. 15.3 The writer The charge brought against Bancroft of having embellished his themes with cheap rhetoric is unjust. Rhetorical the historian undoubtedly was, but the rhetoric was not cheap. It had the merit of sincerity. It was the result of an honest effort to present important facts and comments in becoming garb. In 1834 the style thought appropriate to historical writing was markedly oratorical. Historians addressed their readers. A pomp of expression, something almost liturgical, was held seemly if not indeed of last importance. Reading their works, one involuntarily calls up a vision of grave gentlemen in much wrinkled frock coats, making stilted gestures, and looking even more unreal than their statues which now terrify posterity. Bancroft was affected by the prevailing drift towards oratorical forms. At times one is tempted to exclaim, "This was not meant to be read but to be heard." Take for example this passage on Sebastian Cabot. He lived to an extreme old age and loved his profession to the last, in the hour of death his wandering thoughts were upon the ocean. The discoverer of the territory of our country was one of the most extraordinary men of his age. There is deep cause for regret that time has spared so few memorials of his career. Himself incapable of jealousy, he did not escape detraction. He gave England a continent, and no one knows his burial place. Not to enter into the question whether this is good, or indifferent, or even bad writing, it is sufficient to note that the passage in question belongs to spoken discourse rather than to literature. It appeals to us, if at all, through the medium of the ear rather than the eye. Take for another example the comparison of Puritan and Cavalier. Historians have loved to eulogize the manners and virtues, the glory and the benefits of chivalry. Puritanism accomplished for mankind far more. If it had the sectarian crime of intolerance, chivalry had the vices of dissoluteness. The knights were brave from gallantry of spirit, the Puritans from the fear of God. The knights were proud of loyalty, the Puritans of liberty. The knights did homage to monarchs, in whose smile they beheld honor, whose rebuke was the wound of disgrace. The Puritans, disdaining ceremony, would not bend the knee to the King of Kings. The former valued courtesy, the latter justice. The former adorned society by graceful refinements, the latter founded national grandeur on universal education. The institutions of chivalry were subverted by the gradually increasing weight, and knowledge, and opulence, of the industrious classes. The Puritans, relying on those classes, planted in their hearts the undying principles of democratic liberty. Passages such as these are often employed as a rhetorical flourish at the end of a chapter. They are analogous to what actors call making a good exit. In Bancroft they constitute 4 pages together the prevailing rather than the exceptional form. The reader, whether conscious of it or not, is kept on a strain. At last he grows uncomfortable. He wishes the historian would cease to declaim, would come down from the rostrum, throw aside his academic robes, and be neighborly and familiar. This history was so long in the writing that Bancroft's style changed materially. The opinion prevails that his diction improved as the work proceeded, that the later volumes are uniformly less inflated, strained, and eloquent than the earlier ones. It is true that he made innumerable revisions of the text. The changes were not always improvements. Sometimes in rewriting a sentence he made it less energetic. Strong expressions were softened. A plain old-fashioned word would be taken out, often it carried the whole phrase with it. Whether the literary or the historical sense dictated the change in question cannot always be determined. Bancroft's diction is manly and forceful, but it lacks natural grace and suppleness. It is flexible as chain armor is flexible, but not as is the human body. It may be doubted whether he is ever read for literary pleasure. Nevertheless, scattered through these 12 volumes are hundreds of passages well worth the study of those who enjoy an exhibition of mastery in the use of words. For the history of the United States one does well to read Bancroft in the tall, wide-margined, and almost sumptuous volumes of the original editions. The page is open and inviting. Both text and notes have a personal flavor, very diverting at times. There is no question as to the usefulness of an attractive page in works of this sort. Political histories should be made easy, not by picture book methods, but by the legitimate arts of good printing. The work is generously planned. 12 octavo volumes are required to bring the narrative down to the ratification of the Constitution. 16 3 volumes, comprising nearly 1,500 pages, are given to the colonial period alone. Bancroft announced his theory of historical writing in the preface of 1834. He was to be controlled always by the principles of historical skepticism, and his narrative was to be drawn from writings and sources which were contemporaries of the events that are described. Nothing commonly supposed to belong to American history was to be retained merely because it had been unchallenged by former historians. The treatment, as shown in these volumes on the colonial period, is in perfect accord with the author's conception of the dignity of the subject. The matter is as stately as the manner. Bancroft writes history as a Lord High Chamberlain conducts a court function. He feels that during the ceremony of discovering a world and planting a nation there should be no unseemliness, certainly no laughter or disturbance. The characters go through their evolutions like well-drilled courtiers. So stately are they as to appear scarce human. Homely and familiar traits are almost completely suppressed. The founders of America, as we see them looming in the pages of Bancroft, are not men but incarnate ideas. They are the embodiment of principles and virtues. Winthrop is enlightened conservatism, Vane is generous impetuosity, Roger Williams is liberty of conscience. Strive how we will to bring these men nearer, to make them tangible, the effort is not wholly successful. These figures of the past, like the characters of a morality play, persist in remaining personified ideas. As a reaction against classical history comes history of the gossiping school. Thanks to you, said Brunetière, welcoming Masson to the French Academy, we now know the exact number of Napoleon's shirts. Bancroft was not interested in the spindles and shoe buckles of the Puritans. Many people are, but they must find elsewhere the gratification they seek. Whoever wishes at any time absolutely to escape anecdotage, homely detail, and piquant gossip, has it always in his power to do so. He can read Bancroft's 3 volumes on the colonial period and dwell among abstractions. Even if not at this stage of his career the most human of writers, Bancroft is a comforting historian to return to, after having dwelt for a while with those who instruct us how low and mercenary in motive, how impervious to liberal ideas, were the men who planted English civilization in America. Historical iconoclasts all, they are frightfully convincing. Some of their arguments lose a degree of force as it dawns on the reader that 17th century men are being judged by 19th century standards. When Bancroft wrote, the habit of abusing the ancestors had not become deep-seated. Turning from the colonial period, the historian takes up the period of the American Revolution. 7 volumes are required for telling the story. The logical arrangement is by epochs. They are 4 in number: overthrow of the European colonial system, how Great Britain estranged America, America declares itself independent, the independence of America is acknowledged, 17 general histories must treat of many things, the doings of authorized and representative assemblies and the doings of the mob, skirmishes, battles by land and sea, diplomatic intrigues, party combinations, political and military plots, the characters of the actors in the historic drama, and the setting of the stage on which they played. While doing all parts of his task with workman-like skill, a historian will be found to excel in this thing or in that. Bancroft's accounts of military operations are always clear, energetic, and often extremely readable. He could not, like Irving, render you a fearful battle in music, but he never made the mistake of supposing that he could. He had not the graphical power of Parkman, but he had enough for his purposes. His character sketches of the men who figured in the struggles for American independence are among the best parts of his writing. The patriots and their friends in England and on the continent are too uniformly creatures of light, but their opponents are not represented as necessarily creatures of darkness. If Bancroft could be more than fair to his own side, he was incapable of being wholly unfair to the other. His tendency is to regard human character as all of a piece, fixed rather than fluctuating. Men, politicians included, have been known to grow in virtue as they grow in years. Bancroft was over-complacent in his attitude towards frenzied impromptu revolutionary gatherings whose motives could not always have been so guiltlessly patriotic and disinterested as he represents them. 18 He was but little versed in the psychology of mobs. Forceful at all points, Bancroft was singularly impressive in dealing with history as it is made in parliaments and conventions, in council chambers, cabinets, and courts of law. He was born to grapple with whole state paper offices. He knew the secret of subordinating a vast amount of detail to his main purpose. An important part of the American Revolution took place in Europe. Bancroft's capital merit consists in his having brought the event into its largest relations. The story as he told it did not merely concern the uprising of a few petty quarrelsome colonies, it became an important chapter in the history of liberty. Not for an instant did he permit himself to lose sight of that idea of continuity which gives vitality to history. It is wonderful how through these 7 volumes everything bends to one idea, how it all becomes part of a demonstration, a detail in the history of that spirit which, acting through discontent, led first to local outbreak and resistance, then to concerted action and war, and finally to the birth of a new nation. The crown of Bancroft's work is the story of how the states parted with so much of their individuality as stood in the way of union, and then united. 2 volumes would seem to afford room for full and leisurely treatment. But in fact the historian only accomplished his task by enormous compression. Often the substance of a speech had to be given in a sentence, and the deliberations of days in a few paragraphs. The marshalling of facts, the grasp of the subject in detail and as a whole, are extraordinary. Bancroft notes what forces led to union and what opposed it. He marks the shifting of public sentiment, the trembling of the balance, but he grants himself few privileges of the sort called literary. Seldom dramatic or picturesque in this portion of his narrative, he is at all times logically exact and magisterial. There is a peculiar fitness in the word monumental applied to Bancroft's work. It has solidity, strength, durability, a massive and stately grandeur. It is a book which the modern reader finds it easy to neglect, but he puts it in his library and never fails to commend it to his friends, with a hypocritical expression of surprise at their not being better acquainted with it. The truth is, we are spoiled by more attractive historians. Macaulay, Froude, and Parkman have made us indolent, fond of verbal comforts and disinclined to effort. We demand not only to be instructed but to be vastly entertained at the same time. Bancroft certainly instructs, it would be difficult to prove that he also entertains. His tone of confident eulogy is often condemned. On the whole, this is a merit rather than a fault. Doubtless he admired too uniformly and too much. Many writers have taken pleasure in showing that his admiration was misplaced. And thus a balance is kept. It is a fortunate thing for American literature that Bancroft's vast work, destined to so wide an influence, and the fruit of such immense labor, should have been conceived and written in a generous and hopeful spirit. The English reviewer who on the appearance of the first volume praised the historian because he was so fearlessly honest and impartial might also have praised him because he was so fearlessly optimistic. This too requires courage. Footnotes: 11 Bancroft was twice married. His second wife was Mrs. Elizabeth Davis Bliss. 12 For an account of the privileges he enjoyed in making his collection, see Windsor's Narrative and Critical History of America, Volume 8, p. 477. 13 Watts M. Sloan. 14 T. W. Higginson in The Nation, January, 1891. 15 Bancroft's characteristics as a young man are admirably brought out in the recently printed selection from his letters and journals, edited by Emma de Wolf Howe. Scribner's Magazine, September and October, 1905. 16 Two volumes of the original edition correspond to one volume of the author's last revision 1883-85. 17 In the last revision Epoch 4 is divided into unequal parts and the titles are reworded. Epoch First. Britain overthrows the European colonial system 1748-63. Epoch Second. Britain estranges America 1763-74. Epoch Third. America takes up arms for self-defense and arrives at independence 1774-76. Epoch Fourth. America in alliance with France 1776-80. Epoch Fifth. the people of America take their equal station among the powers of the earth 1782 December, 1782 18 JF. Jameson speaks of Bancroft's tendency to conventionalize, to compose his American populations of highly virtuous Noah's Ark men. History of Historical Writing in America, 1891, p. 108. V. William Hickling Prescott References, George Ticknor, Life of William Hickling Prescott, 1864. Rollo Ogden, William Hickling Prescott, American Men of Letters 1904. H. T. Peck, William Hickling Prescott, English Men of Letters 1905. His life. The Prescotts are an ancient family as antiquity is reckoned in the United States. The first Anglo-American of that name, John Prescott, an old Cromwellian soldier, took up residence in this country about 1640, and after living a while at Watertown, Massachusetts, made a permanent home for himself at Lancaster, then a frontier settlement. When thieving Indians plundered him, it is said that he used to put on helmet, gorget, and cuirass, and start in pursuit. Being a powerful man and stern of countenance, his terrific appearance in his armor had a salutary effect on the red men. Jonas Prescott, a son of the old warrior, settled at Groton, Massachusetts, and there the family history centers for more than 100 years. They were a vigorous race, useful and conspicuous in the military and civil affairs of the colony. William Hickling Prescott, the historian, was born in Salem, Massachusetts, on the 4th of May, 1796. His father, Judge William Prescott, was a man of eminent abilities, esteemed for his great legal acquirements and beloved for his personal worth. His mother, Catherine Hickling, a daughter of Thomas Hickling of Boston, was distinguished for energy and benevolence, as well as for a certain gaiety of temperament, a trait which she transmitted to her famous son. The grandfather of the historian was Colonel William Prescott, founder of the town of Pepperell, who, on the night of the 16th of June, 1775, with his force of 1,000 men, threw up a redoubt on Bunker, Breed's Hill, and on the following day defended it until defense was no longer possible. Prescott was drilled in the classics by one of Old Parr's pupils, the Reverend Dr. John Gardner, rector of Trinity Church, Boston. He was an insatiable reader of books, but it were idle to assume that his interest in Spanish history and literature took its first impulse, as has been asserted, from the reading of Southey's translation of Amadis of Gaul. He entered Harvard College in the sophomore year and was graduated in 1814. A misfortune befell him early in his course which changed his whole life and made enormous demands on his philosophy and courage. In one of the frolics attending the breaking up of commons, when small missiles were flying about the room, Prescott was struck full in the left eye with a hard crust of bread. The sight was instantly destroyed, and he lived for years in apprehension of what, fortunately, never overtook him, total blindness. He began the study of law, but illness and consequent weakening of the power of vision put an end to it. In search of health and diversion he went abroad. After spending some months in the Azores, in the family of his maternal grandfather, Thomas Hickling, then United States Consul at St. Michael's, he visited Italy, France, and England. In London he consulted eminent occultists, who were able, however, to give him but little encouragement. Shortly after his return home he married Miss Susan Amory of Boston, whose maternal grandfather, Captain Lindsay, was in command of a British sloop of war at the outbreak of the Revolution, and had cannonaded the redoubt on Bunker Hill. In 1821 Prescott planned a course of literary study. Beginning oddly enough with grammars and rhetorics, he followed this preliminary reading with a wide survey first of English literature, then of French and Italian. German he tried and gave up. With his enfeebled sight he could do but little of the actual reading for himself, the bulk of it had to be done for him. Prescott's literary life was peculiar in that he prepared himself to become a man of letters with no definite conception of what he would write about. He was not, like the literary heroes of whom we read, so possessed of his subject from boyhood that all the ancient neighbors distinctly recall early evidences of his predilection. His first impulse towards the studies in which he won renown came from George Ticknor. To help Prescott pass away his time, Ticknor read to his friend the lectures he had been giving to advanced classes at Harvard, lectures which formed the basis of his history of Spanish literature. This was in 1824. Prescott became enthusiastic over the study of the Spanish language and history. A year later he was thinking what brilliant passages might be written on the Inquisition, the conquest of Granada, and the exploits of the great captain. After balancing Italian and Spanish subjects against each other, he decided, not without misgivings, on a history of Ferdinand and Isabella, and early in 1826 wrote to Alexander H. Everett, United States Minister at Madrid, asking his help in collecting materials. 3.5 years of study preceded the writing of the first chapter. 10.5 years in all were required to make the book. Its enthusiastic reception from scholars and public alike led Prescott to take up cognate subjects. The list of his writings is brief, but, taking into account the difficulties involved, one may say without exaggeration that Prescott's historical works represent a labor little short of titanic. The History of the Reign of Ferdinand and Isabella the Catholic appeared in 1837. It was followed by The Conquest of Mexico, 1843, Critical and Historical Essays, 1845, consisting chiefly of papers reprinted from the North American Review, The Conquest of Peru, 1847, The History of Philip II, 1855, left unfinished at the author's death. To this list of important works may be added a brief continuation of Robertson's Charles V, and a memoir of Abbot Lawrence. Prescott's life was without marked external incident. His surroundings were ideal. Having inherited a fortune, he could give himself to toilsome literary undertakings with no care for the financial result. He took satisfaction in the thought of having refuted Johnson's dictum that no man could write history unless he had good eyes. Early in 1858 Prescott was stricken with apoplexy, but so far recovered as to be able to resume work on the history of Philip II. A second attack, the 27th of January 1859, ended in his death. To Prescott's character, to those who knew him in varying degrees of intimacy, whether as friends, neighbors, or chance acquaintance, Prescott seemed the incarnation of urbanity, thoughtfulness, good humor. To us who know him only through the story of his life, he seems notable for his heroic qualities. He had enormous courage and force of will. That other men have performed great tasks under like difficulties cannot lessen the glory of his individual achievement. Handicapped by partial blindness, he wrote history, a type of literature which makes the most exacting demands on the physical powers. Had Prescott's genius inclined him towards poetry or fiction, the heroic element in his literary life would have been less noteworthy. In general, a novelist is not expected to read. What is chiefly required of him in the way of preparation is, that he shall observe, feel, and occasionally think, but not read. Much reading makes a dull storyteller. The novelist gleans material as he walks the street. For his purpose, an hour of talk with a set of wretched UNIDD girls, as Dr. Johnson half affectionately, half pettishly, called them, is worth 10 hours over a book. History is another matter. The historian must often read 1,000 pages in order to write one. And the work of preparation is indescribably exhausting. There is so much detail to set in order, so many documents to be consulted, such a wilderness of notes to be arranged, compared, and fitted into place. The task, difficult under the best conditions, must seem endless to anyone with an imperfect sense. A man with good eyesight is like a man with the free use of his legs. He goes where he pleases. But a scholar with defective vision is an invalid in a wheeled chair. Prescott, being denied one of the greatest conveniences of study, was forced to try expedients. With most writers, pen and ink are an indispensable aid to composition. Prescott used memory instead. Not only was the knowledge accumulated, arranged, and weighed, but it was put into literary form, the paragraphs measured and the sentences polished before the actual writing was begun. Prescott often carried in his head, for days at a time, the equivalent of 60 pages of printed text, and on occasion, 75 pages. Only by reflecting on the difficulties met and overcome can the amateur of literature arrive at a conception of Prescott's indomitable courage. Add to force and persistency of purpose another notable trait, a passion for nobility of character. Prescott, unwearied in self-examination, studied his own moral nature as he studied the pages of his manuscript, that he might weed out the faults. The methods he employed to this end were often whimsical, and even childlike, but in their touching simplicity lies the best proof of the genuineness of the motive that prompted them. 3. The writer Prescott gave unusual measure of time and thought to the problem of expression. With a view to grounding himself in the technical part of literature, he invoked the aid of those now forgotten worthies, Lindley Murray and Hugh Blair. How greatly to his advantage would be difficult to say. Books of this sort are so often disfigured by a vicious or, what is worse, a commonplace style that it is a question whether one does not lose by example all that he gains by precept. Escaping these influences, Prescott took up the chief English authors, beginning with Erskine, Sidney, Bacon, Browne, Raleigh, and Milton. His mind was constantly on the alert to discover by what means these masters produced their effects. His journals show how painstaking he was in these studies, with what intense interest he turned the problem of the art of expression over and over in his mind. When he came to print, it was observed first of all that he had a style. The self-conscious literary workman was plainly visible. Prescott had evidently aimed to produce certain effects through the balance of his periods, the choice of his words, the length and structure of his sentences. Everyone said, "He is an artist." Praise could not have been more aptly bestowed. Among many eminent artists in words, Prescott was one of the most conscientious. But the literary style of the Ferdinand and Isabella had the defect of being too apparent. One often found himself taking note of the manner of expression before he took note of the thought. The panoply of words glittered from afar. It was brilliant but metallic, magnificent but artificial. The criticism of his first book taught Prescott the futility of worrying about style, after one has worried sufficiently. He was no less anxious to improve. He noted the mannerisms into which he had fallen, resolved to correct them, and that was the conclusion of the whole matter. He stopped dwelling overmuch on the fashion of his writing, and at once gained in ease and naturalness. After 10 years of labor he had mastered the materials of his art. His workmanship improved to the last. The volumes of the History of Philip II have literary characteristics so gracious as to add sharpness to the regret that this noble work had to be left unfinished. For the histories, the Ferdinand and Isabella is not a formidable book for size. A timid reader, shrinking from 1,500 pages of any literature but fiction, need not fear mortgaging too much of his time in the perusal. Compared with a reading of Freeman's Norman Conquest or Carlyle's Frederick, his task is light. In an introductory section, Prescott traces the growth of Castile and Aragon, with their dependencies, up to the time when Ferdinand and Isabella come on the stage of history. Perhaps there is a lack of detail here and there. One would like to know the steps of the process by which the Spaniards regained the territory from which they had been driven by the Saracenic invasion of the 8th century. Bitter as were the jealousies and quarrels of the various petty states, they made common cause against the Mohammedans. They hated the hereditary enemy both as infidels and usurpers. Hatred fostered the national spirit. The history proper is divided into 2 parts. The first has chiefly to do with the internal policy of Ferdinand and Isabella. It was the period when law displaced anarchy. The law might be severe or even unjust, but it was at all events law. Here is shown how the power of the nobles was curbed, warring factions pacified, banditti of all sorts kept within bounds, and that too whether they lived in castles or lurked in dark corners, heresy suppressed in a truly rigorous fashion, above all the national ideal strengthened. To use a homely figure, Ferdinand and Isabella took up the problem of national housekeeping and handled it as it had never been handled before. A reign of order and economy was inaugurated. Thieving servants were put under restraint or discharged, poachers were apprehended, and the gypsies who had impudently camped on the best part of the estates were driven off. A government which for years had run at loose ends was now under masterful control. The second part illustrates the foreign policy of the two monarchs. Having made a nation out of an assemblage of turbulent states, Ferdinand and Isabella were enabled to take a conspicuous place among the sovereigns of Europe. By good fortune in war and in discovery, by diplomatic shrewdness and religious zeal, their influence was felt throughout Europe and over the seas. Spain was no longer isolated. Her name carried weight, her will was respected. Much of the narrative proceeds by divisions, each of which might have been printed as a monograph. A certain amount of space is given to the Inquisition, so much to the war in Granada, so many chapters to the history of Columbus, so many to the colonial policy, to the Italian wars, to the life of Gonsalvo of Cordova, to the career of Cardinal Ximenes. While in no sense neglecting the constitutional side of the problems before him, the historian's bent is to the biographical and pictorial phases of the reign. On these he dwells with satisfaction and often in detail. To him history is a pageant. The rich coloring of the period first attracted Prescott. He can hardly be blamed for painting his canvas in lively hues, for so he conceived the design. Neutral tints and dull tones are wholly wanting. The blackness of certain events only serves to bring out in stronger relief the resplendent brightness of virtuous acts and the goodness of noble characters. Torquemada offsets Isabella. The cruelty of war is forgotten in the splendor of chivalric deeds. It is not a history of the people of Spain. The people are not forgotten. The struggle of the commons for recognition, for justice, for the right to be themselves and express their individuality, these things are taken into account. But the work belongs rather to that older school of history which concerns itself for the most part with wars and royal progresses, with the intrigues of councillors, the machinations of prelates, the rivalries of great houses and powerful orders. The history of the conquest of Mexico is of about the same length as its predecessor. The narrative, simpler in some ways and more vivacious in others, is gorgeously colored throughout. Prescott was disturbed by the picturesqueness of his own treatment. Very like Miss Porter and rather boarding schoolish finery were his comments on certain chapters. The first of the 7 books into which the work is divided contains an account of Aztec civilization. 60 years have elapsed since these pages were written, during which time American archaeology has made great advances. That the value of Prescott's introduction is not wholly destroyed is due to the healthy skeptical spirit which controlled his work. The story has every element of romance. A young Spanish gentleman, handsome, witty, daring, an idler in college and a libertine, joins the army of adventurers in the New World. For 10 or 15 years he leads the life of men of his class. He becomes a planter in Haiti and varies the monotony of watching Indians till the soil by suppressing insurrections of their brother Indians. He goes to Cuba as secretary to the governor of that island, quarrels with his chief, makes his peace, and quarrels with him again. Thrown repeatedly into prison, he escapes with the ease of a barren trench. Reconciled to the governor, he is appointed to lead an expedition into the newly discovered Kingdom of Mexico. On this venture he stakes his every penny. With 500 soldiers he proposes to subdue the natives. 2 priests go along to convert the natives as fast as they are subdued. His sailors number 110. His pilot had served under Columbus. Arriving on the coast, he secretly scuttles his ships, all but one, that there may be no retreat, and then begins that wonderful march to the great city of the Aztecs. He fights by craft as well as by physical force. The jealousy of mutually hostile tribes helps to win his battles. Superstition comes to his aid, for the Spaniards are thought to be gods, and the horses they bestride carry terror into the hearts of the natives. At length he makes his entry into the City of Flowers, and takes up his abode there. Cortés and his little army of 450 Spaniards, with twice as many native allies, among 60,000 cannibals. Boldness marks every step of his course. He seizes the native king, suppresses plots with rigor, and proves his divinity by tearing down one of the sacrificial pyramids and planting the cross in its stead. Leaving a lieutenant in command, he hastens back to the seashore to transact military business there. The lieutenant precipitates a quarrel and slaughters Indians by the hundred. Cortés returns and finds his work must be done again. This time it is thoroughly done. Every step of his progress is marked with blood, and the story of La Noche Triste and the Siege of Mexico are among the most romantic passages in the history of the New World. In estimating men, Prescott aimed to employ the standard of their day. When Cortés lifts up his hands, red with the blood of the miserable natives, to return thanks to heaven for victory, the historian does not permit himself to forget that this savage Spaniard was a typical soldier of the cross. Whoever has read the correspondence of Cortés, or, still more, has attended to the circumstances of his career, will hardly doubt that he would have been among the first to lay down his life for the faith. According to Prescott, the charge of cruelty cannot be brought against Cortés. The path of the conqueror is necessarily marked with blood. He was not too scrupulous, indeed, in the execution of his plans. He swept away the obstacles which lay in his track, and his fame is darkened by the commission of more than one act which his boldest apologists will find it hard to vindicate. But he was not wantonly cruel. He allowed no outrage on his unresisting foes. The historian likens the Spaniard to Hannibal in his endurance, his courage, and his unpretentiousness. Later scholarship has assailed portions of the conquest of Mexico with needless asperity. Prescott could hardly be expected to avail himself prophetically of archaeological facts not known until 30 years after his time. Nor was his faith in the early Spanish accounts of the conquest quite as childlike and uncritical as it is sometimes represented. Historians are the most substantial of men of letters, but they now and then build card houses which topple down under the breath of a single new fact. And they take a very human delight in blowing over one another's structures. For which reason the reading of history is a fearful joy, like skating on thin ice. The pleasure is intense so long as nothing gives way. Perhaps the layman is unreasonable in his demand for knowledge that shall not require too frequent revision. He can at least read for pleasure, hoping that a part of what he reads is true, and holding himself prepared to relinquish the parts he likes best when the time comes. In the history of the conquest of Peru, the author brings fresh proof that whatever may be said of his morals, the Spanish soldier cannot be overpraised for his valor. Pizarro was a marvel of courage and endurance. Fanaticism, which explains much in his character, does not explain where such tremendous physical power came from. And he had the true theatrical bravado of the 16th-century adventurer. Add to the native histrionic gifts of the Latin race a special training, such as life in the New World gave, and men like Ojeda, Balbo, Cortés, and Pizarro come into existence quite naturally. They did wonders in the coolest possible way, and with a fine sense of the pictorial aspect of their undertakings. Pizarro, drawing a line from east to west on the sand with his sword and calling on his comrades to choose each man what best becomes a brave Castilian, "For my part I go to the south," is a figure for romantic drama. An Englishman equally daring would have been more or less awkward in a pose of this sort, but the Spaniard was perfectly at home. Of what clay were these men compounded that they could imagine such exploits and succeed in them too? The performance of Pizarro was less splendid than that of Cortés, and the man himself less interesting. The conqueror of Mexico was a gentleman, not so the hard soldier who subdued the kingdom of the Incas. His was a violent career, steeped in blood, and ending in assassination. Not only was Pizarro without fear, but of two courses he seized upon the more dangerous as the better suited to his genius. Too ignorant to sign his own name, he could control not alone the brutal soldier but as well the lawyer and the priest. Aside from his masterfulness, there was little to admire in his character. Brute force excites wonder, but the exhibition of it becomes wearisome at last. To Prescott the hazard assumed by Pizarro was far greater than that of the conqueror of Mexico. Otherwise the man was a mere bungler upon whom fortune, with characteristic levity, chanced for a time to smile. Prescott describes him in a sentence: Pizarro was eminently perfidious. Furthermore, the conqueror of Peru was not original, he repeated what he had learned from Balbo and Cortés. Had he chanced upon a country less rich and civilized, it may well be doubted whether he would have made any considerable figure in history. The argument from gold was entirely conclusive in those days, just as at the present time an undertaking is said to succeed if it pays financially. Manners have improved, but ideals of success are pretty much what they were 400 years ago. When Pizarro extorted from the wretched Atahualpa a promise to fill a room 22 feet by 17 to the height of 9 feet with gold, his place in history was assured. The swineherd had become immortal. Strange is it that the name of Francisco Pizarro should be a household word while that of his brother Gonzalo is but little known and seldom repeated. Yet there are few episodes in the history of Spanish colonization more striking than the story of Gonzalo Pizarro's march across the Andes and the discovery of the river Amazon. It is a tale of horror and suffering to which only the pen of a Defoe could do justice. Gonzalo not only survived the fearful journey, but had strength enough left to head a party for revolt against the viceroy, Blasco Núñez, and the execution of the ordinances. Like a true Pizarro, this conqueror died a violent death. He was beheaded. It seemed the only fitting way for one of that family to take his departure from life. The Pizarros used to behead their victims and then show themselves conspicuously at the funeral. When it came their turn to die, they were treated with scantier courtesy. Philip II was Prescott's most ambitious work. Though but a fragment, the fragment is of noble dimensions, being longer by many pages than the Ferdinand and Isabella. The narrative is extraordinarily vivid. Few pages can match for interest those in which are described Philip's coming to Flanders and his assumption of power at the hands of his father Charles V. Here are exhibited at their best the much praised qualities of Prescott's style. His prose grew better as he grew older. The characters stand out like the figures of a play, the great princes, Charles V, Philip, Mary of England, and Elizabeth, the great warriors and statesmen, Guise, Montmorency, Alva, Egmont, and William of Orange, noble ladies like Margaret of Parma and the beautiful Elizabeth of France. The events were of high and tragic importance, for during this reign was to be settled the great question of freedom of thought and the right to worship God as the conscience and the reason dictated. The very contrasts of costume came to the aid of the historian in dealing with this romantic age. It would seem as if the writer must be picturesque in spite of himself. The modern reader, whatever be his natural bent, finds himself impelled by the critical spirit of the times into distrusting all history which is not technical and hard to grasp. Prescott's books are incorrigibly literary and therefore more or less under suspicion. Because they are attractive, it is taken for granted that they are unsound. Certain unhappy beings have gone so far as to slander them outright by calling them romances. But this is mere impatience with the kind of historical writing which Prescott's work exemplifies. He was a master of the art of narrative, and history which stops with narrative is in the minds of severe students little better than the more vicious forms of literary idleness, such as poetry and fiction. Prescott gratifies his readers' curiosity about the past, but is not over-solicitous to modify his view of the present and his forecast of the future. In other words, he is well content to look at the surface of history, leaving it to others to look below the surface and philosophize on what they find there. Nevertheless, these brilliant volumes have a value which is something more than literary, even if it be a good deal less than scientific. It is perhaps not extravagant to pronounce them an indispensable propedeutic to the study of Spanish-American history. They cannot be displaced by works which go much deeper into the subject. Depth is not what is at all times most needed. We need stimulus and encouragement to face the discipline awaiting us in deep books. He who, having read Prescott, was content to read no farther would be an odd sort of student, but not so odd as he who lay bought under the impression that Prescott was a historian whom he could afford to do without. 6. Ralph Waldo Emerson references. G. W. Cook, Ralph Waldo Emerson, His Life, Writings, and Philosophy, 5th edition, 1882. O. W. Holmes, Ralph Waldo Emerson, American Men of Letters, 1885. J. E. Cabot, A Memoir of Ralph Waldo Emerson, 3rd edition, 1888. Richard Garnett, Life of Ralph Waldo Emerson, Great Writers, 1888. E. W. Emerson, Emerson in Concord, 1889. His life. The clerical profession was in a manner hereditary in the Emerson race. With a single exception, there was a minister in each of 6 generations descending from Thomas Emerson of Ipswich, Massachusetts. For this one lapse compensation was made. Another generation furnished the colony with 3 ministers. For nearly a century and a half the history of the family has centered in Concord, Massachusetts. The house known as the Old Manse was built in 1765 by William Emerson, the young minister of the First Church. Gentle in spirit, he was an ardent patriot and in revolutionary times won the name of the Fighting Parson. He came honestly by his militant temper, being a grandson of the famous Father Moody, who distinguished himself at the siege of Louisburg as a preacher, fighter, and iconoclast. Besides the gift of eloquence, William Emerson inherited from his father, the Reverend Joseph Emerson of Maiden, a love of literature. This he apparently bequeathed to his son, William, who in turn transmitted it to his son, the author of Conduct of Life and Representative Men. Ralph Waldo Emerson was born in Boston on the 25th of May, 1803. His father, minister of the First Church of that city, was a man of vigorous intellect, fond of society, and, judging from one of his letters, endowed with a caustic wit. His mother, Ruth Haskins Emerson, was distinguished for her high-bred manners and tender thoughtfulness. Severity on the part of parents was thought good for boys in that day. Ralph never forgot how his father twice or thrice put me in mortal terror by forcing me into the salt water, off some wharf or bathing house, and I still recall the fright with which, after some of these salt experiences, I heard his voice one day, as Adam that of the Lord God in the garden, summoning me to a new bath, and I vainly endeavoring to hide myself. Left a widow in 1811, with 5 boys to educate, Mrs. Emerson was forced to heroic exertions. Her sacrifices made a deep impress on the mind of the most famous of those boys. From the Boston Latin School, Emerson went to Harvard College and was graduated in 1821 with ambitions to be a professor of rhetoric and elocution. After a period of school teaching, a profession towards which his attitude was unequivocal, better saw wood, better sow hemp, better hang with it after it is sown, than sow the seeds of instruction. He began his theological studies at Harvard and in due time was approbated to preach. Ill health drove him south for a winter, 1826–27, where he saw novel sights, and made the acquaintance of Achille Murat, son of the quondam King of Naples. Emerson had Murat for a fellow traveller from St. Augustine to Charleston. I blessed my stars for my fine companion, and we talked incessantly. On the 11th of March, 1829, Emerson was ordained as colleague of Henry Ware in the Second Church of Boston and a little later became the sole incumbent. He resigned this advantageous post of labor, September, 1832, because of doubts about the rite of the Lord's Supper and the offering of public prayer. To many observers his career seemed willfully spoiled by himself. With impaired health and in despondency and grief, he had but recently lost his young wife. 19 Emerson tried the effect of a year abroad. He sailed from Boston and arrived at Malta on the 2nd of February, 1833. Thence he proceeded to Syracuse, Taormina, Messina, Palermo, and Naples. After visiting the other chief cities of Italy, he journeyed to Paris, which he admired none the less because he felt out of place there. "Pray, what brought you here, grave sir?" the moving boulevard seemed to say. But he had the opportunity of hearing Geoffroy at the Sorbonne, and of paying his respects to Lafayette. In London he saw Coleridge. At Edinburgh he learned Carlyle's whereabouts, visited him, and found him good and wise and pleasant. He was unfortunate in his trip to the Highlands. The scenery of a shower bath must be always much the same. He called on Wordsworth at Rydal Mount. In early October he was back at home. The future was uncertain. Emerson was reluctant to give up the ministry, and preached from time to time as the chance presented itself. For some weeks he supplied or filled Dewey's church in New Bedford, but when it was intimated that on Dewey's resignation he might be invited to succeed him, Emerson made the impossible conditions that he should neither administer the communion, nor offer prayer unless he felt moved to do so. He supplied the pulpit of the Unitarian Church in Concord during 3 months of the pastor's illness and for 3 years preached to the little congregation in East Lexington. Having cut himself off from the only regular mode of life that seemed open to him, Emerson took up the irregular vocation of lecturer. During the winter following his return from Europe, he had lectured before the Boston Society of Natural History. Beginning in January, 1835, he gave a course on biography consisting of 6 lectures, tests of great men Michelangelo, Luther, Milton, Fox and Burke. During succeeding winters he gave 10 lectures on English literature, 1835–36, 12 lectures on the philosophy of history, 1836–37, 10 Lectures on Human Culture, 1837–38, 10 Lectures on Human Life, 1838–39, 10 Lectures on the Present Age, 1839–40. He was now fairly engaged in his new calling. Meantime he had fixed on Concord for his permanent home, bought a house there, married Miss Lydia Jackson of Plymouth, and begun that career of which one of his biographers has humorously complained, a life devoid of incident, of nearly untroubled happiness, and of absolute conformity to the moral law. In 1836 there was published anonymously a little volume entitled Nature. It was Emerson's first book. His influence as a man of letters begins at this point. The succeeding volumes consisted in part of lectures which, having stood the test of public delivery, were now recast in essay form. Not every essay, however, had its first presentation as spoken discourse. On formal public occasions Emerson was often invited to give the address. There was authority in his utterances. That he was not unlikely to say something revolutionary seemed to make it the more important that he should be heard often. He gave the historical address at Concord at the second centennial anniversary, the Phi Beta Kappa oration at Harvard on the American Scholar, August, 1837, and the address before the senior class in Divinity College, the 15th of July, 1838. Which brought down on him the wrath of Andrews Norton and a shower of remonstrances from Unitarian ministers who, however, loved him too much to be angry with him. At the time of the Divinity Hall address the so-called Transcendental movement was in full progress. The movement grew in part out of informal meetings held by a group of liberal thinkers with a view to protesting against the unsatisfactory state of current opinion in theology and philosophy, and looking for something broader and deeper. 20 Transcendentalism was an intellectual ferment, having a philosophical and religious significance. It was also notable for its effect on social, educational, and literary matters. Emerson defined it as faith in intuitions. It has been called an outburst of romanticism on Puritan ground. Certain historians connect it with German transcendental philosophy. That it was indigenous to New England appears to be the sounder view. According to a high authority 21 Emerson's transcendentalism was native to his mind. It had been in the life and thought of his family for generations. He was certainly regarded as the heresiarch. Like most complex movements, transcendentalism had a grotesque side. The enthusiasts, in their anxiety to be emancipated from old formulas, fell victims to the vice of the age, the propensity to exaggerate the importance of visible and tangible facts. Emerson laughs at them a little. They promise the establishment of the kingdom of heaven and end with champing unleavened bread or dedicating themselves to the nourishment of a beard. The movement had an organ, a quarterly magazine called The Dial, the first number of which appeared in July, 1840. George Ripley was the business manager, Margaret Fuller the editor. It came under Emerson's care 2 years later, and in 1844 was abandoned. An audience large enough to support the organ could not be found. Transcendentalism coincided chronologically with several plans for bettering the condition of the world. We are a little wild here with numberless projects of social reform. Not a reading man but has his draft of a new community in his waistcoat pocket. I am gently mad myself. 22 Emerson was sympathetic with the community experiments at Brook Farm and Fruitlands but not to the extent of joining them. He approved every wild action of the experimenters, nevertheless he had a work of his own. The work consisted in bringing his thought to his public by means of lectures. He was not over fond of the medium of communication. Are not lectures a kind of Peter Parley's story of Uncle Plato, and a puppet show of the Eleusinian mysteries? He asks. It is not recorded what he thought of that kind of lecturing, which may best be described in Byron's phrase, to giggle and make giggle. He frankly, but unenviously, admired the speaker who could produce instantaneous effects, moving the audience to laughter or tears. His own gifts were of another sort. When the stout Illinoisian after a short trial walked out of the hall, Emerson's sympathies were with him. Shakespeare, or Franklin, or Aesop, coming to Illinois, would say, "I must give my wisdom a comic form," urged thereto by his generous friend Alexander Ireland of the Manchester Examiner, who took on himself all the business responsibilities. Emerson, in 1847, made a lecturing trip to England. He spoke in Manchester, Edinburgh, London, and elsewhere. The lectures were attacked by the clergymen, and the attacks met with pale though brave defenses by Emerson's friends. After a few weeks in Paris, then in the throes of the Revolution, the lecturer returned by way of England to America. The crisis in the anti-slavery conflict was approaching. Emerson, in spite of his philosophical attitude towards reformers, became more and more identified with the abolitionists. During a political speech at Cambridge, he was repeatedly hissed by students. According to an eyewitness, he seemed absolutely to enjoy it. As late as 1861 he was received with marked hostility by the audience which gathered at the annual meeting of the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society. The mob roared whenever I attempted to speak, and after several beginnings I withdrew. The breaking out of the war in a way relieved him. Now people knew where they stood. His chief source of income was cut off for a time. The public was not in the mood for lectures such as his. Later he found it possible to resume his courses, and he continued to lecture effectively until within a few years of his death. Emerson's principal books are Nature, 1836, Essays, 1841, Essays, Second Series 1844, Poems, 1847, Miscellanies, 1849, Lectures and Addresses, together with a reprint of Nature, Representative Men, 1850, English Trays, 1856, Conduct of Life, 1860, May Day and Other Pieces, 1867, Society and Solitude, 1870, Letters and Social Aims, 1876, Lectures and Biographical Sketches, 1884, and Natural History of Intellect, 1893. He edited a number of Carlyle's books, contributed several chapters to the memoirs of Margaret Fuller Ossoli, and compiled a poetic anthology, Parnassus, 1875. The Correspondence of Thomas Carlyle and Ralph Waldo Emerson, edited by C. E. Norton, 1883, contains 200 of Emerson's letters. In 1863 Emerson was one of the visitors to the military academy at West Point. In 1866 he was Phi Beta Kappa Orator at Harvard, and the following year received from his college the degree of LL.D. From 1867 to 1879 he was an overseer of Harvard. In 1870, before a little audience of students from the advanced classes, he gave a course on the natural history of intellect, the subject in the handling of which he had hoped to write his master work. One of the surprises of his later life was his nomination for the office of Lord Rector of Glasgow University by the Independent Party, 1874. There were two other candidates. Emerson polled 500 votes. Disraeli was victor with 700 votes. Emerson's memory failed gradually, but the defect was not much noticed until after the shock consequent on the burning of his house, 1872. A trip to Egypt did much to restore his health, and he never lost the royal trait of cheerfulness. He died, after a brief illness, on the 27th of April, 1882. To Emerson's character, the praise which Emerson gives to character at the expense of luxurious surroundings was sincere. His own tastes were very simple. Can anything be so elegant as to have few wants and to serve them oneself, so as to have something left to give, instead of being always prompt to grab? Acknowledging himself enmeshed in the conventionalities of civilized life and no more responsible than his fellow victims, he nevertheless did what he could to follow out his theory. He would at least not be one of the infirm people of society, who, if they miss any one of their comforts, represent themselves as the most wronged and most wretched persons on earth. Emerson did not live in the woods on 27 cents a week, but he had no objection to a friend's living that way if the friend found it profitable. For himself he would not be absurd and pedantic in reform. No characteristic is more marked than his spirit of tolerance. It was not of a smooth, purring sort, growing out of eagerness to please or unwillingness to offend, but rather an aggressive tolerance. Emerson would not merely grant to every man the allowance he takes, but would even force him to take it. He was patient with the most obnoxious of reformers. And he could be tolerant with those who could tolerate nothing. With pronounced and original views he had little solicitude to impose his views on others. He was without egotism. To state the truth as he apprehended it and to let the world come to his ideas if the world could and would, contented him. But he had no quarrel with the order of things. His good humor and smiling patience are manifest in everything he has written. Emerson held firmly to the doctrine of the brotherhood of man, yet with no touch of the unctuous fraternizer. He had the rebuffs that all must encounter who try to break down the partition wall between classes. In an attempt to solve, according to the Golden Rule, the problem of a servant's status in the household, he was thoroughly beaten and laughingly acknowledged it. He did his share, but the servant refused to fraternize. He was a good citizen, an excellent neighbor, prompt in the acknowledgement of all homely duties. His was a large-souled, benignant, and gracious nature. There was something healing in his mere presence, though no word was spoken. 3. The writer Emerson gave sound advice on the art of writing, like a professor of rhetoric. He commended the sentences that would stand the test of the voice. This is applying physiology to literature. He laughed at the habit of exaggeration, though he also said, "The superlative is as good as the positive if it be alive." His rules are excellent, and if followed must give distinction to whatever page of writing they are applied. But while they go no deeper than other suggestions, they point out the obvious characteristics of his style. For example, Emerson thought clarity all-important. He aimed at it, and attained it. He believed in the use of the right word, and was dissatisfied unless it could be found. The right word is always illuminating, and as a result Emerson's English is full of surprises. Even when the term employed shocks by its unexpectedness, we presently feel that after all the choice was not grotesque. In practice Emerson was no spendthrift of words, that currency which loses weight and value in the ratio of one's prodigality, but delighted in economy. No doubt his style is aphoristic, that is a natural result of writing aphorisms. But if no less aphoristic, it is far more logical than is commonly reported. The want of sequence in Emerson's work has been exaggerated, often to the point of absurdity. There are writers who have two distinct literary styles, as they have two faces, one to be photographed in, and one for natural wear. Emerson had one style, which was dual-toned, each tone taking the color of his prevailing thought, and each shading imperceptibly into the other. A dozen pages picked at random from his best essays will hardly fail to show how sublimated his diction could be at times. Then does it come near to the line dividing poetry from prose, from which it presently falls away to the level of everyday need. Poetic as Emerson's diction frequently is, it is always controlled. On the other hand, when it sinks to plain prose it never loses the air of distinction and breeding. For Nature, addresses, and lectures in the introduction of his first book, Nature, Emerson announces his favorite doctrine, the necessity of seeing the world through our own eyes, of being original, not imitative. He then proceeds with his interpretation. Nature not only exalts man, giving him a pleasure so tonic that it admonishes to temperance, but also renders him certain services. They may be classified under commodity, beauty, language, and discipline. The first, albeit the lowest, is perfect in its kind. Men everywhere comprehend the steady and prodigal provision that has been made for their comfort. Beauty is the second, and meets a nobler want. Nature satisfies by its loveliness and without any mixture of corporeal benefit. Give me health and a day, and I will make the pomp of emperors ridiculous. This is not enough, there must be a spiritual element. Such element is found in the will and virtue of man. An act of truth or heroism seems at once to draw to itself the sky as its temple. Beauty in nature also becomes an object of the intellect. It reforms itself in the mind, leads to a new creation, and hence art. Nature is the source of language, words being the signs of natural facts. But every natural fact is a symbol of some spiritual fact. In brief, the world is emblematic. Nature is a discipline of the understanding, devoting herself to forming the common sense. Nature is the discipline of the will, after which she becomes the ally of religion. In short, so great is the part played by nature in disciplining man that the noble doubt perpetually arises whether the end be not the final cause of the universe, and whether nature outwardly exists. What then? It makes no difference whether Orion is up there in heaven or some god paints the image in the firmament of the soul. Culture has the uniform effect of leading us to regard nature as a phenomenon, not a substance. Nature herself gives us the hint of idealism. The poet teaches the same lesson. The philosopher seeking, not beauty, but truth, dissolves the solid seeming block of matter by a thought. Intellectual science begets invariably a doubt of the existence of matter. Ethics and religion have the same effect of degrading nature and suggesting its dependence on spirit. Back of all nature, then, is spirit. The world proceeds from the same spirit as the body of man. It is a remoter and inferior incarnation of God. At present man has not come into his whole kingdom. He depends on his understanding alone. Let him apply all his powers, the reason as well as the understanding. Brief as it is, this little book shows to perfection the richness of Emerson's thought, his skill in the apothegm, his economy of phrase, the poetic cast of his mind, and the beauty of his diction. 9 addresses and lectures are printed along with Nature in the definitive edition of Emerson's writings. The first is the Phi Beta Kappa oration, the American scholar, in which Emerson sounds with resonant tone that note of independence so marked in all his teaching. It was time, he thought, for the sluggard intellect of America to look from under its iron lids and prove itself equal to something more than exertions of mechanical skill. We have been too long the bond slave of Europe. True emancipation consists in freedom from the idea that only a few gifted ones of the earth are privileged to learn truth at first hand. Let us not be cowed by great men. Emerson notes 3 influences acting upon the scholar. First, nature, always with us and taking the impress of our minds. Second, books, which, noble as they are in theory, have their danger. I had better never see a book than be warped by its attraction clean out of my own orbit. Third, life, everything which is the opposite of mere thinking. If it were only for a vocabulary, the scholar would be covetous of action. Life is our dictionary. Above all, he praises the obscure scholar who, without hope of visible reward, reckoning at true value the seesaw of public whim and fancy, patient of neglect, patient of reproach, is happy if he can satisfy himself alone that this day he has seen something truly. The Divinity Address, as it is called, was thought in its day nothing short of outrageous radicalism. The now well-known Emersonian plea for a noble individuality is made in terms the most inspiring. He bewails the helplessness of mankind. All men go in flocks to this saint or that poet, avoiding the God who seeth in secret. Emerson would drive out the spirit which prompts a man to content himself with being an easy secondary to some Christian scheme, or sectarian connection, or some eminent man. He would have men follow no one leader, however distinguished or gifted, but seek truth at first hand, know God face to face. And while he grants that nothing is of value in comparison with the soul of a good and great man, even a great man becomes a source of danger if we propose to rest in the shadow of his achievement rather than develop our own gift. The method of nature is a rhapsody in praise of the spontaneous and unreasoning as over against the logical and definite. Nature looks to great results, not to little ones, to the type rather than the individual. In man, the reformer Emerson preaches another favorite doctrine, the necessity of manual work. There is nothing fanciful in his view. He did not set himself against division of labor. He did not insist that every man should be a farmer any more than that every man should be a lexicographer. His doctrine of the farm is that every man ought to stand in primary relations with the work of the world. This address should be read in connection with the one on the times which supplements it. The ideal reformer is not he who has some cause at heart in comparison with which all other causes are naught. The reformer is the remaker of what man has made, a renouncer of lies, a restorer of truth and good, imitating that great nature which embosoms us all, and which sleeps no moment on an old past. A reading of this address ought to be followed by a reading of the one entitled The Conservative. As he had advised reformers of the danger to which they were exposed, he now warns conservatives not to forget that they are the retrograde party. By their theory of life, sickness is a necessity and the social frame a hospital. Yet in a planet peopled with conservatives, one reformer may yet be born. In the lecture on the Transcendentalist, Emerson comes to a tempered defense of his own. He defines the new movement: it is merely idealism as it shows itself in 1840, an old thing under a new name. He is very patient with the Transcendentalists, whose chief idiosyncrasy is that they have struck work. Now every one must do after his kind, be he asp or angel, and these must. American literature and spiritual history will profit by the turmoil. This heresy will leave its mark, as anyone will admit who knows these seething brains, these admirable radicals, these talkers who talk the sun and moon away. V. The Essays, Representative Men, English Trays, Conduct of Life. When the essays appeared, Emerson found a larger audience. He now spoke through the medium of a recognized literary form. If all readers do not read essays, they at least know what they are and stand in no fear of them. Some buyers may have been tempted by the table of contents. Titles such as self-reliance, compensation, friendship, heroism had an encouraging sound and promised useful advice. In the essay on history, Emerson reaffirms the doctrine of the unity of human nature. There is one mind, history is its record. What we possess in common with the men of the past enables us to comprehend and interpret the actions of the men of the past. The facts must square with our own experience. The theme is continued in self-reliance. As there is one mind common to all men, and as what belongs to greatness of the past belongs also to us, it is suicide to descend to imitation. Speak your latent conviction and it shall become the universal sense. The whole essay is a glowing exhortation to men to live largely and stand on their own feet, facing the world with the nonchalance begotten of health, good humor, and the sense of possession. In compensation, the essayist notes those inexorable forces by which a balance is kept in the world, the laws by virtue of which things refuse to be mismanaged long. In spiritual laws he shows the importance of living the life of nature. Let no man import into his mind difficulties which are none of his. The essay on love is a prose poem in honor of that passion which makes the clown gentle, and gives the coward heart. Following it is the essay on friendship with its austere definitions. I do not wish to treat friendships daintily, but with roughest courage. Friendship implies sincerity, and sincerity is the luxury allowed, like diadems and authority, only to the highest rank. Emerson writes on prudence in order to balance those fine lyric words of love and friendship with words of coarser sound. Prudence considered in itself is naught, but recognized as one of the conditions of existence, it deserves our utmost attention. It keeps a man from standing in false and bitter relations to other men. Emerson had no patience with people who, because they have genius or beauty, expect an exception of the laws of nature to be made in their case. Notwithstanding their gifts, they must toe the mark. Heroism, the eighth essay in this volume, contains a definition of the hero which does not coincide with the popular conception. We are so accustomed to seeing our heroes crowned with wreaths and overwhelmed with lecture engagements the day following the act of valor that we are surprised to read, "Heroism works in contradiction to the voice of mankind." Emerson gives a new turn to the old phrase, the heroic in everyday life. Life, he says, has its ragged and dangerous front. It is full of evils against which the man must be armed. Let him hear in season that he is born into a state of war. To this militant attitude of the soul Emerson gave the name of heroism. In its rudest form it is contempt for safety and ease. To some readers the essay on the Oversoul is at once the clearest and the most darkened, the plainest and the most enigmatic of the essays in this book. But there is no misapprehending the value of this effort to put, not in rigid scientific terms, but in glowing and lofty imagery, the dependence of man on the infinite, the marvel of that immensity which is the background of our being. From within or from behind, a light shines through us upon things, and makes us aware that we are nothing, but the light is all. It is the universal mind by which all being is enveloped and interpenetrated. The essay on circles contains this thought: outside every circle another may be drawn. Opinion seeks to crystallize at a certain limit, to insist that there is nothing beyond. The soul bursts these barriers to set new limits, which in turn are good only for a time. Man must therefore keep himself always open to the conception of a larger circle. Let him prefer truth to his past apprehension of truth. How to seek truth is the subject of the next essay. Intellect a tribute to the spontaneous action of the mind. We do not control our thoughts but are controlled by them. All we can do is to clear away obstructions and suffer the intellect to see. Pursue truth and it avoids you. Relax the energy of your pursuit and it comes to you. Yet the pursuit was as necessary as the subsequent relaxation. In the final essay, on art, the large, simple, and homely elements are praised, the qualities which appeal to universal human nature. In the paintings of the old world one thinks to be astonished by something new and strange, and he is struck by the familiar look. He is reminded of what he had always known. The second series of essays treats of the poet experience, character, manners, gifts, nature, politics of nominalist and realist. There is also a lecture on New England reformers. Emerson notes the shallow nature of a theory of poetry busied only with externals. Neither is that poetry which is written at a safe distance from our own experience. The poet is representative. He stands among common men for the complete man, and apprises us not of his wealth but of the commonwealth. Experience is in praise of a mode of life which consists in living without making a fuss about it, filling the time, taking hold where one can and exhausting the possibilities. Only fanatics say it is not worth while. Let us be poised, and wise, and our own, today. Let us treat the men and women well, treat them as if they were real, perhaps they are. Character and manners are related studies. There is a moral order in the world. Nothing can withstand it. Character is this moral order seen through the medium of an individual nature. Society has raised certain artificial distinctions, but they must be recognized. Society is real, and grows out of a genuine need. The painted phantasm fashion casts a species of derision on what we say. But I will neither be driven from some allowance to fashion as a symbolic institution, nor from the belief that love is the basis of courtesy. Gifts is a fine bit of paradox. The gift, to be true, must be the flowing of the giver unto me, correspondent to my flowing unto him. When the waters are at level, then my goods pass to him, and his to me. To give useful things denies the relation. Hence the fitness of beautiful things. There is bold imagery in the essay on nature. Plants are the young of the world, but they grope ever upward toward consciousness. The trees are imperfect men, and seem to bemoan their imprisonment, rooted to the ground. The animal is the novice and probationer of a more advanced order. The men, though young, having tasted the first drop from the cup of thought, are already dissipated. The maples and ferns are still uncorrupt, yet no doubt when they come to consciousness they too will curse and swear. Thus does Emerson describe that glimpse he had of a system in transition. A healthy optimism pervades the essay on politics. In spite of meddling and selfishness, the foundations of the state are very secure. Things have their laws, as well as men, and things refuse to be trifled with. By a higher law, property will be protected. The same necessity secures to each nation the form of governing best suited to it. Yet all forms are defective. Good men must not obey the laws too well. Perfect government rests on character at last. There are dreamers who do not despair of seeing the state renovated on the principle of right and love. Representative Men consists of lectures on Plato, Swedenborg, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Napoleon, and Goethe, together with an introduction on the uses of great men. Plato is the man who makes havoc with originalities, the philosopher whose writings have been for 2200 years the Bible of the learned, but who has his defects. Intellectual in aim, and therefore literary, he attempts a system of the universe and fails to complete it or make it intelligible. Swedenborg is the representative of mysticism, great with its power, weak with its defects. Out of the eternal conflict between abstractionist and materialist arises another type of mind, one that laughs at both philosophies for being out of their depth and pushing too far. He is the skeptic, Montaigne, for example. The type was peculiarly grateful to Emerson, admiring as he did a man who talked with shrewdness, was not literary, who knew the world, used the positive degree, never shrieked, and had no wish to annihilate time and space. Shakespeare meets our conception of the poet, a heart in unison with his time and country, whose production comes freighted with the weightiest convictions and pointed with the most determined aims which any man or class knows of in his times. He demonstrated the possibility of translating things into song. The ear is ravished by the beauty of his lines, yet the sentence is so loaded with meaning and so linked with its foregoers and followers, that the logician is satisfied. And he had the royal tray of cheerfulness. In Napoleon we have the strong and ready actor who in the universal imbecility, indecision, and indolence of men knows how to take occasion by the beard. His life is an answer to cowardly doubts. Emerson calls Napoleon the agent or attorney of the middle class of modern society. It was he who showed what could be done by the use of common virtues. His experiment failed because he had a selfish and sensual aim. In the last analysis, Napoleon was not a gentleman. Goethe is the other phase of the genius of the age. There is a provision for the writer in the scheme of things. Nature insists on being reported. To man the universe is something to be recorded. The instinct exists in different degrees. One has the power to see connection where the multitude sees fragments. Lift this faculty to a high degree and you have the great German poet who well nigh restored literature to its primal significance. There must be a man behind the book. The old eternal genius who built the world has confided himself more to this man than any other. Goethe is the type of culture. Here, too, is his defect. for his devotion is not to pure truth, but to truth for the sake of culture. Representative Men was succeeded by English Trays, a volume in which Emerson taught his countrymen more about England than they had hitherto known or fancied. Histories, statistical reports, treatises on British art and British manufactures, are useful and sometimes dreary reading. They give us facts heaped on facts. It is a relief to put them down and take up English Trays in order to learn what we have been reading about. Through Emerson's eyes we can see this little island a prize for the best race, its singular people, chained to their logic, willing to kiss the dust before a fact, strong in their sense of brotherhood, yet fond each of his own way, incommunicable. In short, every one of these islanders an island in himself. They have a superfluity of self-regard, which is a secret of their power. They are assertive, crotchety, wholly forgetful of a cardinal article in the Bill of Social Rights, that every man has a right to his own ears. Nevertheless, Emerson concludes, and an Englishman would assure him no other conclusion was possible, they are the best stock in the world. Here is the typical islander as Emerson paints him. He is a churl with a soft place in his heart, whose speech is a brash of bitter waters, but who loves to help you at a pinch. He says no, and serves you, and your thanks disgust him. There are paragraphs and chapters on the aristocracy, the universities, religion, literature, and the press, that is, the Times. Every page glitters with wit. Every apothegm contains the full proportion of truth and untruth which sayings of that sort are wont to contain. Says Emerson, the gospel the Anglican Church preaches is, by taste are ye saved. Yet the more one reflects on this monstrous statement, the more is he astonished at the amount of truth in it. The volume entitled Conduct of Life has a fine rough vigor. Here are displayed to advantage Emerson's robust habit of mind, searching analysis, vivacity and picturesqueness of expression, epigrammatic skill, homely plain sense, and lofty idealism. The first essay, Fate, is an energetic and striking performance. One needs the optimism of its last paragraphs to counteract the grim terror of the earlier ones. Seldom has the relentless ferocity of circumstance, fate, environment, been set forth in terms equally emphatic. The companion essay, Power, is a study of the influence of brute force, and its compensations, in life and history. Emerson shows the value of the bruiser in politics, trade, and in society. This leads to the third subject, wealth. Money must be had if only to buy bread. Nature insults the man who will not work. She starves, taunts, and torments him, takes away warmth, laughter, sleep, friends and daylight, until he has fought his way to his own loaf. But what men of sense want is power, mastery, not candy. They esteem wealth to be the assimilation of nature to themselves. To all this there must be a corrective. It is discussed in the essay on culture. Nature ruins a man to gain her ends, makes him strong in things she wants done, weak otherwise, and then robs him of his sense of proportion so that he becomes an egotist. Culture restores the balance. culture rescues a man from himself, kills his exaggeration. The simpler means to it are books, travel, society, solitude, and there are nobler ones, not the least of which is adversity. The discussion is continued in the practical essay on behavior and lifted to the highest plane in the essay on worship. The whole state of man is a state of culture, and its flowering and completion may be described as religion or worship. For all its beauty, this chapter will not please many people. They may take refuge in considerations by the way which shows the good of evil, or in the fine essay on beauty, or the ironical little closing piece called Illusions. 6. The poem's many paragraphs in nature and the essays struggle in their prose environment as if seeking a higher medium of expression. Emerson's command of poetic materials was extraordinary, though it fails to justify the claims sometimes made for him. He could be willfully careless in respect to technique. There are moments when no cacophonous combination terrifies him. Then will he say his say though the language creak. He had published freely in the Dial where he met his own little audience, but when the question arose of putting his verses in the pretentious form of a book, Emerson hesitated. Only after much deliberation, continued through 4 years, did he come finally to a decision. His capital theme is nature, the inscrutable and mute. Would not's monadnock May Day my garden seashore song of nature, nature the snowstorm Waldane Samkeet Musketarquit the Adirondacks are varied renderings of the subject. Among the lines which haunt the memory, take for example this description of the sea, the opaline, the plentiful and strong, yet beautiful as is the rose in June. Asterisk 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 purger of earth, and medicine of men, creating a sweet climate by my breath, washing out harms and griefs from memory, and, in my mathematic ebb and flow, giving a hint of that which changes not. Splendid imagery and rich coloring mark the fine passages in May Day describing the advance of summer, as poured the flood of the ancient sea spilling over mountain chains, bending forests as bends the sedge, faster flowing o'er the plains, a world-wide wave with a foaming edge that rims the running silver sheet, so pours the deluge of the heat broad northward o'er the land, painting artless paradises, drugging herbs with Syrian spices, fanning secret fires which glow in columbine and clover blow. Asterisk 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 the million-handed sculptor molds quaintest bud and blossom folds. The million-handed painter pours opal hues and purple dye, azaleas flush the island floors, and the tints of heaven reply. Leaving to one side the mere external shows of the world, and calling in science to aid imagination, the poet strikes out stanzas like these from the Song of Nature. I wrote the past in characters of rock and fire, the scroll, the building in the coral sea, the planting of the coal, and thefts from satellites and rings and broken stars I drew, and out of spent and aged things I formed the world anew. What time the gods kept carnival, tricked out in star and flower, and in cramp elf and saurian forms they swathed their too much power. Hamartia, the exquisite Rhodera, and the musical allegory Two Rivers are important as showing the part played by nature in Emerson's verse. Certain poems repeat, or anticipate, the ideas of the essays. Brahma, for example, is an incomparable setting of the doctrine of the universal soul or ground of all things. Far or forgot to me is near, shadow and sunlight are the same, the vanished gods to me appear, and one to me are shame and fame. The Sphinx announces, in a Sphinx-like manner it must be acknowledged, though with rare beauty in individual lines, the doctrine of man's relation to all existences, comprehending one phase of which man has the key to the whole. Uriel is a declaration of the poet's faith in good out of evil. The problem teaches the immanence of the infinite, the hand that rounded Peter's dome and groined the isles of Christian Rome wrought in a sad sincerity. Himself from God he could not free, he builded better than he knew, the conscious stone to beauty grew. Rich in thought and abounding in genuine poetic gold are the world soul, the visit destiny days, Emerson's perfect poem, forerunners Xenophane's The Day's Ration and the Ode to Beauty. Merlin and Sadi treat of the poet and his mission. The one is a protest against the tinkling rhyme, an art without substance, the other exalts the calling of the bard, but warns him that while he has need of men and they of him, the true poet dwells alone. Together with these suggestive verses should be read the posthumous fragment originally intended for a masque. 23 of his occasional and patriotic poems, the Concord hymn sung at the dedication of the Battle Monument in 1837, must be held an imperishable part of our young literature. The winged words of the first stanza are among the not-to-be-forgotten things, and there is rare beauty in the second stanza. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silent sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream which seaward creeps. For the Concord celebration of 1857 Emerson wrote the ode beginning, "O tenderly the haughty day fills his blue urn with fire," and for the Jubilee concert in Music Hall, on the day Emancipation went into effect, the Boston hymn with the bold stanzas, "God said, I am tired of kings, I suffer them no more. Up to my ear the morning brings the outrage of the poor. Think ye I made this ball a field of havoc and war, where tyrants great and tyrants small might harry the weak and poor?" The best of Emerson's patriotic poems is the Voluntaries, containing the often quoted and perfect lines, "So nigh is grandeur to our dust, so near is God to man. When duty whispers low, 'Thou must,' the youth replies, 'I can.'" The personal poems are Goodbye Terminus in Memoriam Dirge and Threnody. The last of the group is the poet's lament for his firstborn, the hyacinthine boy of 5 years, who died in 1842. It is hardly worth the while to compare these exquisite verses with some other poem born of intense sorrow with a view to determining whether they are greater, or less. Their wondrous beauty is as palpable as it is unresembling. Comparisons little befit Emerson the poet. His muse was wayward. Extreme eulogists do him injury by applying to him standards that were none of his. They forget how he said of himself that he was not a poet, but a lover of poetry and poets, and merely serving as a writer, etc., in this empty America before the arrival of poets. For the extravagances of the extremists the tempered admirers find themselves regularly lectured, as if they were children who must have it explained to them that Emerson was not a Keats or a Shelley, or a Hugo. Emerson as frequently gets less than he deserves as more. What niggardly praise is that from the pen of an eminent living English man of letters who can only suppose that Emerson knew what he was about when he wandered into the fairyland of verse, and that in such moments he found nothing better to his hand. But the Threnody Monadnock May Day voluntaries and the problem whatever else may be true of them, are not the work of a man who found nothing better to his hand. 7 latest books, 5 volumes remain to be commented on. The first, Society and Solitude, so called after the initial paper, is a group of 12 essays entitled Civilization, Art, Eloquence, Domestic Life, Farming, Works and Days, Books, Clubs, Courage, Success and Old Age. They have mostly a practical bent. That on books doubtless gives an account of Emerson's own reading, adequate as far as it expresses his literary preferences, inadequate respecting completeness. For example, Emerson must have read George Borrow, of an acquaintance with whom he repeatedly gives proof, but these lists contain no mention of Lavengro or Romany Rye. Here too will be found his famous heresy about the value of translations, but not so radically stated by Emerson as it is sometimes stated by those who propose to attack Emerson's position. Letters and Social Aims, a volume forced from him by the rumor that an English house proposed to reprint his early papers from the Dial, covers topics as diverse as, on the one hand, social aims, quotation and originality, the comic, and on the other, poetry and imagination, inspiration, greatness, immortality. There are also essays on eloquence, resources, progress of culture and Persian poetry. Lectures and biographical sketches consists of 19 pieces, among which will be found historic notes of life and letters in New England, the superlative and the brilliant sketches of Thoreau, of Ezra Ripley, and of Carlyle. Miscellanies, not to be confounded with the volume of 1849 bearing the same title, contains a number of papers and addresses on political topics, and is indispensable to the student of Emerson's life. Here will be found his speeches on John Brown, on the fugitive slave law, on emancipation in the West Indies, on American civilization, on Lincoln, and that inspiring lecture, The Fortune of the Republic. Natural History of Intellect and other papers is made up of lectures from the Harvard University course, 1870-71, and earlier courses, and a sheaf of papers from the Dial mostly on modern literature. He who deplores the curtness of the note on Tennyson in English Trays will be glad to seek comfort in this earlier tribute. Yet the comfort may prove to be less than he would like. Emerson's audience is large and varied. Let us consider a few among the varieties of those who are attracted by his genius and the charm of his personality. To certain hardy investigators, Emerson is not a mere man of letters whose thought, radiantly clothed, takes the philosophical form. He is a philosopher almost in the strict sense. They find a place for him in their classification. They know exactly what ideas, derived from what pundits, have come out with what new inflection in his writings. They have done for Emerson more than he could do, or perhaps cared to do, for himself. They have given him a system. All this is important and valuable. No little praise is due to results worked out with so much courage and critical acumen. Whether the conclusions are quite true is another question. Doubtless, too, there are readers who, taking their cue from the class just mentioned, find their self-love flattered as they turn the pages of the essays and the conduct of life. Not only, in spite of dark sayings here and there, does philosophy prove easier and more delightful than they were wont to think, but their estimate of their own mental powers is immensely enlarged. There are the critics of letters whose function is interpretative, and whose influence is restraining. Solicitous to do their author justice, they are above all solicitous that injustice shall not be done him by overpraise. They bring proof that Emerson was not a precursor of Darwin, that he was inferior to Carlyle, that he was not a poet, that he was never a great and not always a good writer, that he was apt to impose on his reader as a new truth an old error in a novel and fascinating dress, that he was even capable of writing words without ideas. But the motives which draw and bind to him the great majority of Emerson's readers are connected with literature rather than philosophy or criticism. A prerogative of the man of letters is to be read both for what he says and for the way he says it. In the case of Emerson, his thought may not be divided from the verbal setting. He can never get beyond the English language. No merely French, or German, or Italian reader will have the least notion of the magic of his diction. 24 Perhaps in the long run they get the most out of Emerson who read him not for stimulus, for his militant optimism, for the shock his fine-phrased audacities give their humdrum opinions, for his uplifting idealism, all of which they are sure to get and profit by, but who read him for literary pleasure, for downright good fellowship, and for the humor that is in him. That he attracts a large audience of this, seemingly, unimportant class is enough to show how little danger there is that Emerson will be handed over to the keeping of the merely erudite and bookish part of the public. It is well to remember that he had no intention of being so disposed of. When he said, "My own habitual view is to the well-being of students or scholars," he was careful immediately to explain that he used the word student in no restricted sense. The class of scholars or students is a class that comprises in some sort all mankind, comprises every man in the best hours of his life. He pictures the newsboy entering a train filled with men going to business. The morning papers are bought, and instantly the entire rectangular assembly, fresh from their breakfast, are bending as one man to their second breakfast. This was Emerson's student body. This was the audience he aimed to reach. Did he reach this body? It is believed that he did, if not always directly, then vicariously. He was compelled as a matter of course to speak in his own way. The impossible thing for him was to do violence to his genius. Emerson invented the phrase, "the man in the street." Now it is notorious that the man in the street cares little about the oversoul. The mere juxtaposition of the two expressions is comic. But Emerson did not talk of the oversoul all the time. He had a Franklin-like common sense and a pithiness of speech which are captivating. Perhaps in magnifying his idealism we have neglected to do justice to his mundane philosophy. Footnotes: 19 Ellen Tucker. Emerson was but 20 years of age at the time of her death. Emerson first saw her in December 1827. They were married about 2 years later. 20 Cabot, Emerson, I. 244. 21 G. W. Cook, An Historical and Biographical Introduction to accompany the dial as reprinted in numbers for the Rowfant Club, Cleveland, 1902. 22 Emerson to Carlyle, the 30th of October, 1840. 23 The poet printed in the appendix of the definitive edition of Emerson's poems. 24 Richard Garnett. 7 Edgar Allan Poe references, R. W. Greifswald, Memoir of the Author prefixed to the Works of Edgar Poe, Volume 3, 1850. E. C. Stidman, Edgar Allan Poe, 1881. J. H. Ingram, Edgar Allan Poe, His Life, Letters, and Opinions, 1880. G. E. Woodbury, Edgar Allan Poe, American Men of Letters 4th edition, 1888. J. A. Harrison, Life and Letters of Edgar Allan Poe, 1902-03. Émile Louvrier, Edgar Poe, Sa vie et son œuvre, Étude de psychologie pathologique, 1904. His Life. Poe was of Irish extraction. His great-grandfather, John Poe, came to America about 1745 and settled near Lancaster, Pennsylvania. John Poe's son David, known in the annals of Baltimore as Old General Poe, rendered notable services to his country during the Revolution. Lafayette remembered him well and during a visit to Baltimore in 1824 asked to be taken to the place where Poe was buried. I repose un que noble, said Lafayette as he knelt and kissed the old patriot's grave. Of General Poe's 6 children, the eldest, David, was to have been bred to the law, but his tastes led him first to the amateur and then to the professional stage. He married a young English actress, Mrs. Elizabeth Arnold Hopkins. They had 3 children, William, Edgar, and Rosalie. Edgar, afterwards known as Edgar Allan, was born in Boston, Massachusetts, on the 19th of January, 1809. The young family suffered the petty miseries incident to the life of strolling players, and became at one time very poor. The circumstances of David Poe's death and the place of his burial are unknown. When Mrs. Poe died at Richmond, Virginia, in December, 1811, Edgar was taken by Mrs. John Allan, the wife of a highly respected merchant of that city, and was brought up as a child of the house. The Allans were in England from 1815 to 1820. During this time Poe was placed at Manor House School, Stoke Newington. He afterwards attended the English and Classical School in Richmond and on 14 February 1826, matriculated at the University of Virginia. His connection with the university ceased in December of the same year. He left behind him a reputation for marked abilities, but he is said to have lost caste by his recklessness in card playing. Allen positively refused to pay the youth's gambling debts, which amounted to $2,500. Placed in Allen's counting house, Poe was unhappy and rebellious, and finally disappeared. He declared in after years that he went abroad to offer his services to the Greeks. What he really did was to enlist in the United States Army under the name of Edgar A. Perry. During the summer of 1827 he was with Battery H of the 1st Artillery at Fort Independence, Boston. In August of that year he published Tamerlane and Other Poems, by a Bostonian. The edition was small and the pamphlet has become one of the rarest of bibliographical curiosities. Battery H was sent to Fort Moultrie, South Carolina, in October 1827, and a year later to Fortress Monroe, Virginia. At some time during this period Poe must have made his whereabouts known to the Allens. Mrs. Allen, who was tenderly attached to Poe, may have succeeded in bringing about an understanding between the youth and his foster father. When she died, in February 1829, Poe lost his best friend. Allen, however, did what he could to forward the young man's newest ambition, which was to enter the military academy at West Point. He paid for a substitute in the army and wrote letters to men who were influential in such matters, with the result that Poe was enrolled at the academy on the 1st of July 1830. He gave his age as 19 years and 5 months. His prematurely old look led to the invention of the story that the appointment was really procured for Poe's son, but the son having died the father had taken his place. While the question of the appointment was pending, Poe spent some time in Baltimore and there published his second volume of verse, Al-Araf, Tamerlane, and Minor Poems, 1829. The accounts of his life at the Academy are not so divergent as to be contradictory. One classmate noted the youth's censorious manner. "I never heard him speak in terms of praise of any English writer, living or dead." Excelling in French and mathematics, Poe by intentional neglect of military duty brought about his own dismissal. He was court-martialed and left West Point on the 7th of March, 1831. He had previously taken subscriptions among his friends for a new book of verse. It was published in New York, 1831, under the title of Poems, second edition, and was dedicated to the U.S. Corps of Cadets, who are said to have been disappointed at finding in its pages none of the local squibs with which the author had been wont to amuse them. Poe is next heard of in Baltimore, where he seems to have made his home with his father's sister, Mrs. Maria Clem, a widow with one child, Virginia. In 1833 the Saturday Visitor of Baltimore offered 2 prizes, $100 for a story, $50 for a poem. Poe submitted a manuscript volume entitled Tales of the Folio Club and was given 1 award for his famous MS Found in a Bottle. Had not the conditions of the contest precluded giving both prizes to the same person, he would have received the other award for his poem The Colosseum. Through John P. Kennedy, one of the judges in the contest, Poe came into relations with T. W. White, the proprietor of the Southern Literary Messenger published at Richmond. His contributions were heartily welcomed. White then invited Poe to become his editorial associate. The offer was accepted and Poe went to Richmond. Mrs. Clem and Virginia followed, and in May 1836, Poe was married to his cousin. A private marriage is said to have taken place at Baltimore the preceding September. The arrangement entered into by White and Poe was most propitious. The proprietor of the Messenger had obtained the services of a young man with a positive genius for the work in hand, a young man who was able to contribute such tales as Berenice Morella Hans Pfeil Metzengerstein besides poems, miscellanies, and caustic book criticisms. On the other hand, Poe had, if a small, at least a regular income. He could not buy luxury with a salary of $520, but it was a beginning, and an increase was promised. Moreover, he was in the hands of a man who regarded him with affection no less than admiration. Unfortunately, the arrangement was not to last. Poe had become the victim of a hereditary vice. 25 Whether he drank much or little is of less consequence than the fact that after a period of indulgence he was wholly unfitted for work. Once when Poe was temporarily in Baltimore, White wrote him that if he returned to the office it must be with the understanding that all engagements were at an end the moment he got drunk. Kennedy explained Poe's leaving the Messenger thus: he was irregular, eccentric, and querulous, and soon gave up his place. From Richmond, Poe went to New York, attracted by some promise in connection with a magazine. He lived in Carmine Street and Mrs. Clem contributed to the family support by taking boarders. In July 1838, was published the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. A month later Poe removed to Philadelphia. He contributed to annuals and magazines and had a hand in a piece of hack work, The Conchologist's First Book, 1839. This same year he became assistant editor of Burton's Gentleman's Magazine and American Monthly, a periodical owned by the actor, William E. Burton, and held his position until June 1840. The irregularity and querulousness which Kennedy had remarked led to misunderstandings. How the two men differed in policy becomes plain from a letter to Poe in which Burton says, "You must, my dear sir, get rid of your avowed ill feelings towards your brother authors." There was a quarrel, and Poe, who had some command of the rhetoric of abuse, described Burton as a blackguard and a villain. The year 1840 was notable in the history of American letters, for then appeared the first collected edition of Poe's prose writings, Tales of the Grotesque and Arabesque. The edition, of 750 copies, was in 2 volumes and contained 25 stories. Among them Morella William Wilson, The Fall of the House of Usher, Ligeia Berenice, and The Conversation of Eros and Charmian. Poe, a born magazinist, cherished the ambition of editing a periodical of his own in which, as he phrased it, he could kick up a dust. He secured a partner and actually announced that the Penn magazine would begin publication on the 1st of January, 1841. Compelled to postpone his project, he undertook the editorship of Graham's magazine, a new monthly formed by uniting the Gentleman's which Graham had bought, and the Casket. From February 1841 to June 1842, Poe contributed to every number of the new magazine, printing, among other things, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, The Mystery of Marie Roget, and The Mask of the Red Death. Griswold succeeded him in the editorial chair. Poe gave as a reason for resigning his place disgust with the namby-pamby character of the magazine. In the hope of bettering his fortune, he sought a place in the Philadelphia Custom House, but was unsuccessful. Notwithstanding frequent setbacks, he had it in his power at any time to attract public notice. In 1843 he won a $100 prize for his story The Gold Bug, printed in the Dollar newspaper, and he lectured with success on the poets and poetry of America. But the field was barren and Poe determined on going to New York. Within a week after his arrival in that city, April 1844, he printed in the Sun his famous balloon hoax. In October he began work on the Evening Mirror, Willis's paper, and on the 29th of January 1845, The Raven appeared in its columns and was the poetical sensation of the day. The next month he lectured on American poetry in the library of the New York Historical Society. Dissatisfied with the Mirror, he accepted a proposition from C.F. Briggs to become one of the editors of the Broadway Journal. Later Poe became the sole editor, and for a brief time enjoyed the ambition of his life, the control of a paper of his own. He is said to have doubled the circulation in the 4 months during which he filled the editorial chair. Unfortunately he lacked capital and could by no means secure it. The Broadway Journal stopped publication. While editing the journal, Poe was invited to read an original poem before the Boston Lyceum. He gave a juvenile piece, and when criticized, defended himself with curious want of tact. That he might lose no opportunity to alienate his contemporaries, he began publishing in Godey's Lady's Book a series of papers entitled The Literati, in which he gave free rein to his propensity to kick up a dust. The irony of his situation might well excite pity. He who most loathed a combination of literature and fashion plates was driven for support to the journals which made such a combination their chief feature. At the close of 1845 was published The Raven and Other Poems, the first collected edition of Poe's verse. Occasionally the poet was seen at literary gatherings, where he left the most agreeable impression by his manner, appearance, and conversation. But his fortunes steadily declined, and in 1846, after he had moved to Fordham, a suburb of New York, he fell into desperate straits. His frail little wife, always an invalid, grew steadily worse. An appeal was made through the journals in behalf of the unfortunate family. Mrs. Poe died on the 30th of January, 1847. Her husband's grief was so poignant that it is with amazement one reads of the strange affairs of the heart following this event. Recovering from the severe illness which followed his wife's death, Poe resumed work. He lectured and he wrote. Eureka was published early in 1847. The consuming desire to own and edit a magazine was no less consuming, and he made some progress towards founding the Stylus. The summer of 1849 Poe spent in Richmond and was received with cordiality. He proposed marriage to Mrs. Shelton of that city, a wealthy widow, somewhat older than himself, and was accepted. On the last of September he started for New York to get Mrs. Clem and bring her to Richmond. He was found almost unconscious on October 3 at Baltimore, in a saloon used as a voting place, was taken to a hospital, and died at 5 o'clock on the morning of the 7th of October, 1849. To Poe's character, Poe's willfulness in marring his own fortunes bordered on fatuity. At an age when men give over youthful excesses merely because they are incongruous, he had not so much as begun to settle down. The appropriate period for sowing wild oats is brief at best. Nothing justifies an undue prolongation. It were absurd to take the lofty tone with a man of genius because at the age of 17 he carried to extreme the indulgences characteristic of the youth of his time, or because at 18 he ran away from a bookkeeper's desk to join the army. Impulsiveness and vacillation are not wholly bad things at 18, but at 30 they are ridiculous. Poe's abuse of liquor and opium has long been well understood, and the question of his responsibility handed over to the decision of the medical faculty. If many of his troubles sprang from this abuse, many more arose out of his unwillingness to recognize the fact that he was a part of society, not an isolated and self-sufficient being. As a genius he was entitled to his prerogative. He was also a man among men and under the same obligations to continued fair dealing, courtesy, patience, and forbearance as were his fellows. In these matters he was notoriously deficient. No one could have been more eager for praise and sympathy than Poe. He asked for both and received in the measure of his asking. Men of influence helped him ungrudgingly. They lent him money, commended his work, defended him at first from the criticism of those who thought they had suffered at his hands, but it was to no purpose. By his perversity and capriciousness, as also by an occasional display of that which in a less highly endowed man than he would have been called malevolence, Poe alienated those who were most inclined to befriend him. Nevertheless he wondered that friends fell away. With a powerful mind, a towering imagination, a natural command of the technical part of literature, which he improved by tireless exercise, and with no little spontaneity of productive energy, Poe remained a boy in character, self-willed, spoiled, ungrateful, petulant. The sharper the lash of fortune's whip on his shoulders, the more rebellious he became. The affair of the Boston Lyceum illustrates Poe's singular disregard of what is expected of men supposed to know the ways of the world. A Southern paper commenting on this affair said that Poe should not have gone to Boston. The implication was that as Poe had been attacking the New Englanders for years he could not expect fair treatment. Poe had indeed often attacked the Frogpondians as he enjoyed calling them, and they invited him to come and read an original poem on an occasion of some local importance. This may have been a mark of innocence on the part of the Frogpondians. It can hardly be construed as indicative of narrowness or prejudice. Poe accepted their hospitality apparently in the spirit in which it was offered, read one of his old poems, and declared afterward that he wrote it before completing his 10th year, and that he considered it would answer sufficiently well for an audience of transcendentalists. It was the best we had, for the price, and it did answer remarkably well. The episode is of no importance save as it illustrates Poe's attitude towards the game of life. Poe expected other men to play the game strictly according to the rules. For himself he would play the game in his own way. And he did. But he could not go on breaking the rules indefinitely. They who had his real interest at heart told him as much. Sims, the novelist, wrote Poe in July 1846, that he deeply deplored his misfortunes, the more so as I see no process for your relief but such as must result from your own decision and resolve. The letter should be read in its entirety. It does honor to the writer's manly nature, and it throws no little light on the enigmatic character of Poe. 3. The prose writer Poe's genius was essentially journalistic. In his prose writing he aimed at an immediate effect, and he knew exactly how to produce it. The journalist does not in general write with a view to the influence his paragraph will produce week after next. The paper will have disappeared week after next, if not day after tomorrow. Though his theme be the eternal verities, the journalist must write as if he had but the one chance to speak on that subject. He will therefore be direct, positive, clear, seeking to persuade, convince, irritate, amuse. The most obvious characteristics of Poe's style are found in his clarity, his vividness, his precision, in the dense shadows and the highlights, in the 100 unnamed but distinctly felt marks of the journalistic style. Whatever he proposes to do, that he does. There is no fumbling. Even his mysteries are as certain as the stage effects in a spectacular drama. They seem to come at the turning of an electric switch or the inserting of a blue glass before the limelight. In reality the process is much more complicated. Other magicians have essayed to produce like effects by turning the same switch, with disastrous result. Poe was a diligent seeker after literary finish. He was painstaking, and would polish and retouch a paragraph when to the eye of a good judge there was nothing left to do by way of improvement. He seemed never to regard a story as finished. 26. He was over-emphatic at times, and like De Quincey, many of whose irritating mannerisms he had caught, made a childish use of italics. But he had no need of these adventitious supports. It was enough for him to state a thing in his inimitable manner. While his vocabulary was for the most part simple, he was not without his verbal affectations. He loved words surcharged with poetic suggestion. A lamp never hangs from the ceiling, it depends. One of his favorite words is domain. The black tarn which mirrors the house of Usher he could have called by no other term. Lake or pond or pool would not have done. The word must be remote, suggestive, mysterious. His style often glows with prismatic colors, but the colors seem to be refracted from ice. There is no warmth, no sweetness, no lovable and human quality. All the pronounced characteristics of Poe's style are intensely and coldly intellectual. It is easier to admire his use of language than to like it. For tales of the grotesque and arabesque by virtue of his journalistic gift, Poe resembled the author of Robinson Crusoe. He could not, like Defoe, have become general literary purveyor to the people, but he was quite ready to profit by what was uppermost in the public mind. The narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym is an illustration, as it is also a good example of Poe's art in its most mundane form. It recounts the adventures of a runaway lad at sea. Mutiny, drunkenness, brawling, murder, shipwreck, cannibalism, madness, are the chief ingredients of the book. It is minute, circumstantial, prolix, matter of fact. The air of verisimilitude is increased by an alternation of episodes of thrilling interest with tedious accounts of how a cargo should be stowed, and the object and method of bringing a ship to. Only at rare intervals does Poe's peculiar genius flash out. As the longest of his writings, the narrative has a peculiar value. By it we are able to get some notion of his power for sustained effort, to use a phrase that always irritated him. That power was certainly not great, perhaps it was never fairly tested. The Journal of Julius Rodman is a second attempt at the same kind of fiction. Poe was less happy in descriptions of the prairie than of the sea. The interest of the journal is feeble. In these fictions the author holds fast to tangible things. Pym and Rodman might have had the adventures they recount. In another group of stories Poe leavens fact with imagination. Such are the balloon hoax, the unparalleled adventure of one Hans Pfeil, a descent into the maelstrom, and the MS found in a bottle. Real or alleged science is compounded with the elements of wonder and mystery. And with these elements comes an increase of power. Poe, who was never backward in giving himself the credit he thought his due, often failed to understand where his own most marvelous achievements lay. In Hans Pfeil he claimed originality in the use of scientific data. Had his stories only this to recommend them, they would long since have been forgotten. Nothing so quickly becomes old-fashioned as popular science. The display of knowledge about aerial navigation in Hans Pfeil perhaps made a brave show in 1836, but it is childish now. A Hans Pfeil of the 20th century would descend on Rotterdam in a dirigible balloon, and if questioned would be found to entertain enlightened views on storage batteries. Poe talked glibly about sines and cosines and brought noisy charges of astronomical ignorance against his brother writers, but it was not in these things that his genius displayed itself, it was rather in the way this wonder-worker makes one aware of the illimitable stretches of space, the appalling vastness, the silence, the mystery, terror, and majesty of nature. He is the clever craftsman in his account of how the Dutch bellows mender started on his aerial travels. But when in 2 or 3 paragraphs Poe conveys a sense of height so terrific that the plain fireside reader, indisposed to balloon ascensions, grasps the arms of his chair and clings to the floor with the toes of his slippers lest he fall, then does he display a power with which popular science has nothing to do. This is true of a descent into the maelstrom. What scientific fact went into the composition of the piece appears to have been taken from the Encyclopaedia Britannica, but the valuable part, the sense of life and movement, the crash of the storm, the roar of the waves, the shriek of the vortex, like the cry of lost souls, all this is not to be found in encyclopedias. The story can be read any number of times and its magical power felt afresh each time. But the first reading cannot be described by so tame a phrase as a literary pleasure, it is an experience. Another masterpiece is the MS found in a bottle. The din of the storm is not easily got out of one's ears. With the unnamed hero of the tale we stand aghast at the warring of wind and ocean and are chilled by the stupendous ramparts of ice, towering away, into the desolate sky. In another group of stories, the Goldbug, the gruesome murders in the Rue Morgue, the mystery of Marie Roget and the purloined letter, the author fabricates mysteries for the express purpose of unraveling them afterwards. Poe, who seldom attempts the creation of a character, actually created one in the person of his famous detective. Dupin is a living being in a world peopled for the most part with shadows. Poe professed not to think much of his detective stories. The ratiocinative tale is not a high order of literary achievement. Poe shares the honors accruing from the invention of such puzzles with Wilkie Collins, Gaboriau, and the great Bosco-Bay, and they in turn with the most sensational of sensation mongers. The Goldbug afforded the author a vehicle for giving expression to his delight in cryptography. At the same time he availed himself of the perennial human interest in the prospect of unearthing buried treasure. The mystery of Marie Roget was based on a contemporary murder case. It contains a minimum of that in which Poe often reveled, namely physical horror, and a maximum of the ratiocinative element. The purloined letter is in lighter vein, and illustrates the comedy side of Dupin's adventures. Chevalier and minister cross swords with admirable grace, but no blood is drawn. The masterpiece of the group is The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Genuinely original, blood-curdling, the story depends for its real force not on the ingenious unraveling of a frightful mystery, but on the sense of nameless horror which creeps over us as little by little the outer character of the tragedy is disclosed. We realize that in the dread event of being murdered one might have a choice as to how it was done. The predestined victim might even pray to die by the hands of a plain God-fearing assassin and not after the manner of Madame L'Espanaye. Of the stories classified as tales of conscience, William Wilson, The Man of the Crowd, The Imp of the Perverse, The Telltale Heart and The Black Cat, the first is not only the best, but is also one of the best of all stories in that genre. The image of bodily corruption is not present and the interest is held by perfectly legitimate means. The Black Cat is a fearful and repulsive piece, and at the same time characteristic. Poe hesitated at nothing when it came to working out his theme. He who had such absolute control of the materials of his art too seldom practiced reticence in exhibiting the gruesome details of a scene of cruelty. The Fall of the House of Usher is a representative story, if not absolutely the best illustration of Poe's genius. The motive of premature burial haunts him here as often elsewhere. But the emphasis of this tragedy of a race is laid where it belongs, in the terror of the thought of approaching madness. Poe wrote many stories which can be described each as the fifth act of a tragedy. It may be doubted whether he surpassed The Fall of the House of Usher. Berenice Ligeia and Morella are highly successful experiments in the realm of the morbidly imaginative, and might be grouped under Browning's discarded title of Madhouse Cells. The themes are monstrous, and are only saved from being absurd by the author's consummate ability to carry the reader with him. Poe could scale a fearful and slippery height, maintaining himself with the slenderest excuse for a foothold. A dozen times you would say he must fall, and a dozen times he passes the perilous point with masterly ease. In the hands of a lesser artist than he, how utterly absurd would be a scene like that in Ligeia where the opium eater watches by the bedside of his dead wife. Metzengerstein and A Tale of the Ragged Mountains are stories of metempsychosis. The Cask of Amontillado and Hop Frog turn on the motive of revenge. The Pit and the Pendulum, an episode of the Inquisition, is a study of the preternatural acuteness of the mind while the body undergoes torture. The Assignation is a Venetian tale of love and intrigue, and would have been conventional enough in the hands of anyone but Poe. The most powerful story in the group is the Red Death, a lurid drama of revelry in the midst of pestilence. Difficult as are the themes, and skillful as is the handling, these tales are in a way surpassed by the extraordinary group of romances in which Poe describes the meeting of disembodied spirits. The power of words, the colloquy of Monos and Una, and the conversation of Eros and Charmian are excursions into a world unknown to the rank and file of literary explorers, a world where the most adventurous might well question his ability to penetrate far. In these supermundane pieces, in the prose poems Silence and Shadow in Ligeia and in the domain of Unheim, Poe's art is indeed magical. Poe seems to have been fully persuaded in his own mind that he had the gift of humor. The extravaganzas and farcical pieces bulk rather large in his collected writings. In too many of them the author cuts extraordinary mental capers in the most mirthless way. The Literary Life of Thingumbob, Esquire, How to Write a Blackwood Article and its sequel, A Predicament, satires all on the ways of editors and men of letters, are examples of Poe's manner as a humorist. The rattling monologue and dry, hard, uncontagious laughter of a music hall comedian is the nearest parallel. The effect is wholly disproportionate to the bewildering activity of the performer. In farces like The Spectacle's loss of breath and The Man That Was Used Up, the motives would be revolting were not the characters manifestly constructed of wood or papier-mâché. The figures are neither more nor less than marionettes. If Madame Stéphanie Lalande, aged 81, dashes her wig on the ground with a yell and dances a fandango upon it, in an absolute ecstasy and agony of rage, it is what may be expected in a pantomime. Whoever wishes to laugh at the hero of the Bugaboo and Kickapoo campaign, when he is discovered song scalp, song palate, song arm, leg, and shoulders, is at liberty to do so, but he must laugh as do children when Punch beats his wife. There is no question of the vivacity displayed in these pieces. Bonbon the Duc de l'Omelette lionizing never bet the devil your head exing a paragraph diddling considered as one of the exact sciences the businessman and the angel of the odd are sprightly with an uncanny sprightliness. It must always be a matter for astonishment that Poe could have written them. The mystery of their being read is explained by the taste of the times. On the other hand, The Devil in the Belfry is genuinely amusing. The description of the peaceful estate of the pleasant Dutch toy village of Vondervoort, where the very pigs wore repeaters tied to their tails with ribbons, and the sad story of the destruction of all order and regularity by the advent of the foreign-looking young man in black kerseymere knee breeches, are most agreeably set forth. This extravaganza is not only the best of Poe's humorous sketches, but ranks with the work of men who were better equipped and more gifted in such work than was Poe. The critic Poe brought into American criticism a pungency which it had hitherto lacked. He was entirely independent, and had urbanity companioned independence, the value of his critical work would have been greatly augmented. He could praise with warmth and condemn with asperity, he could not maintain an even temper. Swayed by his likes and his dislikes, he was but too apt to grow extravagantly commendatory or else spiteful. He had the judicial mind but was rarely in the judicial state of mind. 27 He was not unwilling to give pain, and easily persuaded himself that he did so in a just cause. There was a pleasurable sense of power in the consciousness of being feared. Yet the pleasure thus derived can never be other than ignoble. A man of Poe's genius can ill afford to waste his time in attacking other men of genius whose conceptions of literary art differ from his own. Still less can he afford to assail the swarm of petty authors whose works will perish the sooner for being let alone. Of all harmless creatures, authors are the most harmless and should be allowed to live their innocent little lives. But Poe took literature hard, and authors had a disquieting effect on him. Accused of mangling by wholesale, Poe denied the charge, declaring that among the many critiques he had written during a given period of 10 years not one was wholly fault-finding or wholly in approbation. And he maintained that to every opinion expressed he had attempted to give weight by something that bore the semblance of a reason. Is there another writer in the land who can of his own criticisms conscientiously say the same? Poe prided himself on an honesty of motive such as animated Wilson and Macaulay. He denied that his course was unpopular, pointing to the fact that during his editorship of The Messenger and Graham's the circulation of the one had risen from 700 to 5,000, and of the other from 5 to 52,000 subscribers. Even the manifest injustice of a Gifford is, I grieve to say, an exceedingly popular thing. 28 Poe's critical writings take the form of reviews of books, Longfellow's ballads, Moore's Alciphron, Orion, Miss Barrett's A Drama of Exile, Hawthorne's Tales, etc., polemical writings, a reply to Otis, essays on the theory of literary art, the poetic principle, the rationale of verse, brief notes, marginalia, and short and snappy articles on contemporary writers. the literati. His theory of literary art may be studied in the lecture entitled The Poetic Principle, where he maintains that there is no such thing as a long poem, the very phrase being a contradiction of terms. A poem deserves its title only inasmuch as it excites by elevating the soul. This excitement is transient. When it ceases, that which is written ceases to be poetical. Poe even sets the precise limit of the excitement, half an hour at the very utmost. He then attacks the heresy of the didactic, protesting against the doctrine that every poem should contain a moral and the poetical merit estimated by the moral. The incitements of passion, or the precepts of duty, or even the lessons of truth, may be introduced into a poem with advantage, but the true artist will always contrive to tone them down in proper subjection to that beauty which is the atmosphere and the real essence of the poem. Poe then proceeds to his definition of the poetry of words, which is, he says, the rhythmical creation of beauty. Its sole arbiter is taste. With the intellect, or with the conscience, it has only collateral relations. Unless incidentally, it has no concern whatever either with duty or with truth. In his concrete criticism, Poe never hesitated to prophesy. I most heartily congratulate you upon having accomplished a work which will live, he wrote to Mrs. E. Lewis. Of some poem of Longfellow's he said that it would not live. Possibly he was right in both cases, but how could he know? Here is shown the weakness of Poe's critical temper. He affirmed positively that which cannot positively be affirmed. He was a monomaniac on plagiarism, forever raising the cry of "Stop thief!" Yet Poe, like Molière, whom he resembled in no other particular, took his own whenever it pleased him to do so, and he was not over-solicitous to advertise his sources. He was in the right. If poets advertised their sources, what would be left for the commentators to do? Poe hinted that Hawthorne appropriated his ideas, and he flatly accused Longfellow of so doing. He was punished grotesquely, for Chivers, the author of Eonchs of Ruby, accused Poe, after the latter's death, when it was quite safe to do so, of getting many of his best ideas from Chivers. 6. The poet Poe's claim to mastership in verse rests on a handful of lyrics distinguished for exquisite melody and a haunting beauty of phrase. That part of the public which estimates a poet by such pieces as find their way into anthologies regards Poe primarily as the author of The Bells and the Raven. If popularity were the final test of merit, these strikingly original performances would indeed crown his work. After 60 years, neither has lost in appreciable degree the magical charm it exerted when first the weird melody fell upon the ear. Each is hackneyed beyond description, each has been parodied unmercifully, murdered by raw elocutionists, and worse than murdered by generations of school children droning from their readers, about the midnight dreary and the runic rhyme. But it is yet possible to restore in a measure the feeling of astonished delight with which lovers of poetry greeted the advent of these studies in the musical power of words. The practical and earnest soul will find little to comfort him in the poetry of Poe. It teaches nothing, emphasizes no moral, never inspires to action. The strange unearthly melodies must be enjoyed for the reason that they are strange and unearthly and melodious. The genius of the poet has traveled by a route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon, named Night, on a black throne reigns upright, and we can well believe that it comes from an ultimate dim Thule, from a wild weird clim that lieth, sublime, out of space, out of time. Wholly out of space and time was he who wrote Dreamland, the city in the sea, the haunted palace, Israfel the sleeper, and Eulalium. It is idle to ask of these poems something they do not pretend to give, and it can hardly be other than uncritical to describe them as very superficial. They are strange exotic flowers blooming under conditions the most adverse, a fresh proof that genius is independent of place and time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In Poe's work as a whole there is unquestionably too much of brooding over death, the grave, mere physical horrors. Since his genius lay that way, he must be accepted as he was. But it is permitted to regret, if not the thing in itself, the domain of art being wide, at least the excess. Poe speaks of certain themes which are too entirely horrible for the purposes of legitimate fiction. These the mere romanticist must eschew, if he do not wish to offend or to disgust. And having laid down this doctrine, Poe goes on to relate the story of the premature burial. It turns out a vision. But the narrator affirms that he was cured by the experience, that he read no more bugaboo tales, such as this. In short, I became a new man and lived a man's life. Without assuming that Poe spoke wholly from the autobiographical point of view, we may believe the passage to contain a measure of his actual thought. We may claim for him a more important place in our literature than do his radical admirers, whose fervent eulogy too often takes the form of the contention that Poe was greater than this or that American man of letters. His strong, somber genius saved the literature from any danger of uniformity, relieved it at once and forever from the possible charge of colorlessness. That strangeness of flavor which a late distinguished critic notes as a mark of genius is imparted by Poe's work to our literary product as a whole. Here indeed was the blossoming of the aloe. Footnotes 25. There is one thing I am anxious to caution you against, and which has been a great enemy to our family. I hope, however, in our case, it may prove unnecessary, a too free use of the bottle. William Poe to Earpo, the 15th of June, 1843. Harrison's Poe, Volume 2, p. 143. 26 G. E. Woodbury. 27 E. C. Stedman. 28 Reply to Altis. 8 Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. References: Samuel Longfellow, Life of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, 2nd edition, 1886, and Final Memorials of Longfellow, 1887. W. D. Howells, Literary Friends and Acquaintance, 1900. G. R. Carpenter, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Beacon Biographers, 1901. T. W. Higginson, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, American Men of Letters, 1902. His life. The Longfellows are descendants of William Longfellow of Horsforth in Yorkshire, who came to New England about 1676, settled in Newbury, and married Anne Sewell, a sister of Samuel Sewell, the first Chief Justice of Massachusetts. Well-educated but a little wild is one of several illuminating phrases used to describe this young Yorkshireman. He joined the expedition against Quebec under Sir William Phips, 1690, and perished in a wreck on the coast of Anticosti. One of his sons, Stephen, a blacksmith, had a son who was graduated at Harvard, became a schoolmaster in Falmouth, Portland, and held important offices in the town government. His son, the third Stephen, grandfather of the poet, was judge of the Court of Common Pleas, and representative of his town in the legislature. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was born at Portland, in the District of Maine, on the 27th of February, 1807. He was the second son of Stephen Longfellow, a prominent lawyer, conspicuous in political life, a member of the Massachusetts legislature, and afterwards, when Maine acquired statehood, a representative for his state in Congress. The mother of the poet, Zilpah Wadsworth Longfellow, was a daughter of General Peleg Wadsworth, whose adventures during the Revolution bordered on the romantic. Through the Wadsworths, the poet was a descendant of John Alden and Priscilla Mullins. At the age of 13, Longfellow printed in the Portland Gazette his boyish rhymes on the Battle of Lovell's Pond. He studied at private schools and at the Portland Academy, entered Bowdoin College, Brunswick, Maine, in the sophomore year, and was graduated in 1825, the fourth in a class of 38. That he stood so high seemed to him rather a mystery. Before leaving college he had begun contributing to the United States Literary Gazette, a new bi-monthly, published in Boston and edited by Theophilus Parsons. In 1 year 17 of his poems appeared in the Gazette, for which payment was made at the rate of $2 a column. 5 of these early poems were reprinted in Voices of the Night. At the commencement of 1825, the trustees of Bowdoin had determined to establish a professorship of modern languages. The chair was promised Longfellow when he should have fitted himself for it by study abroad. He sailed from New York in May, 1826, provided by George Ticknor with letters of introduction to Irving, Eichhorn, and Southey. He traveled in France, Spain, Italy, and Germany, mastered the Romance languages, planned certain prose volumes, and announced to his sister Elizabeth that his poetic career was finished. In August, 1829, he was back in America. His appointment being confirmed and the stipend fixed at $800, together with another $100 for services as college librarian, Longfellow entered on his duties. During the next 5.5 years he corrected bad French and Italian exercises, heard worse viva voce translations, in brief, was a pedagogue in all homely and trying senses of the word. With anyone save a born drill master, the classroom soon loses novelty. In spite of the knowledge that he was useful in a chosen field of work, more than happy in his home life, he had married, In 1831, Miss Mary Storer Potter of Portland, Longfellow felt the narrowness of his surroundings. Bowdoin was a little college and Brunswick a village. The young professor was ambitious. In his own phrase, he wanted a stage on which he could take longer strides and speak to a larger audience. At one time he thought of buying the Round Hill School, and visited Northampton to look over the ground. Fortune had something better in store for him. Ticknor was about to resign the chair of modern languages at Harvard, and proposed as his successor Longfellow, whose translation of the Coplers of Manrique, 1833, had attracted his notice. The position was formally offered and accepted. It was understood that Longfellow was to spend a year and a half in Europe before taking up his work. Accompanied by his young wife, Longfellow crossed the ocean in April, 1835, and passed the summer in Stockholm and Copenhagen, studying the Scandinavian languages. In the autumn he was in Holland. Mrs. Longfellow died the last of November. Longfellow went to Heidelberg for the winter, and to Switzerland and the Tyrol for the spring and summer, and in December, 1836, was at Cambridge preparing his college lectures. He lodged at the famous colonial mansion in Brattle Street known as Craigie House, in a room that had once been Washington's. When Longfellow first applied, old Mrs. Craigie, deceived by his youthful appearance, told him that she had resolved to take no more students into the house. Craigie House passed into the possession of Worcester, the lexicographer. Worcester sold it to Nathan Appleton, whose daughter Longfellow married in 1843. It then became the property of Mrs. Longfellow. At Harvard the exactions of work were not like those in the smaller college, strictly pedagogical. Longfellow had time for literature and for society. The years were richly productive, as the following bibliographical lists show. Outama, A Pilgrimage Beyond the Sea, 1835, Hyperion, A Romance, 1839, Voices of the Night, 1839, Ballads and Other Poems, 1842, Poems on Slavery, 1842, The Spanish Student, 1843, The Waif, A Collection of Poems, 1845, edited, The Poets and Poetry of Europe, 1845, edited, The Belfry of Bruges and Other Poems, 1846, The Istray, A Collection of Poems, 1847, edited, Evangeline, A Tale of a Caddy, 1847, Kavanagh, A Tale, 1849, The Seaside and the Fireside, 1850, The Golden Legend, 1851, The Song of Hiawatha, 1855. After 18 years of service at Harvard, Longfellow, in 1855, resigned his professorship, handing over its responsibilities to a worthy successor, James Russell Lowell. Released from academic duties, he was able to give himself unreservedly to literary work. Even in these new conditions he enjoyed less freedom than would be supposed. Longfellow had become a world-famous poet and was compelled to pay in full measure the penalties of fame. The demands on his time were enormous. As his reputation increased, there was a proportionate increase in the army of visitors which besieged his door. The uniform kindness of their reception encouraged hundreds more to come. The beautiful serenity of Longfellow's domestic life was broken in upon by a frightful tragedy. One July morning in 1861, Mrs. Longfellow's dress caught fire from a lighted match. It was impossible to save her, and she died the following day. The poet never recovered from the shock of her death. How crushing the blow was may be faintly conceived from that poem, The Cross of Snow, found among his papers after his death. During the last quarter-century of his life, Longfellow published the following books: The Courtship of Miles Standish, 1858, Tales of a Wayside Inn, 1863, Flower de Luce, 1867, The New England Tragedies, 1868, Dante's Divine Comedy, a translation, 29, 1867-70, The Divine Tragedy, 1871, Christus, a Mystery, 1872, 33 Books of Song, 1872, Aftermath, 1873, The Mask of Pandora, and Other Poems, 1875, Poems of Places, 1876-79, edited, Keremos and Other Poems, 1878, Ultima Thule, 1880. The posthumous volumes were In the Harbour, 1882, and Michelangelo, 1884. All the customary honors with which literary achievement may be recognized were bestowed on Longfellow. Some were formal and academic, scholastic tributes to scholastic achievement. Others were spontaneous and popular, an expression of the heart. Two illustrations will suffice to show the range of the poet's influence. In 1869, during Longfellow's last journey in Europe, the degree of D.C.L. was conferred on him by the University of Oxford. In 1879, when the tree which overhung the village smithy was felled, an armchair was made of the wood, and given to the poet by the school children of Cambridge. Both these tributes were necessary. Each is the complement of the other. Taken together, they symbolize the characteristics of the man and the artist. Of all American poets, Longfellow reached the widest audience. And it was with a feeling of personal bereavement that every member of that vast audience heard the news of his death at Cambridge, on the 24th of March, 1882. To Longfellow's character as a young man, Longfellow was pretty much like other young men, fond of society and fond of dress. At Cambridge the sober-minded were a little disturbed by the brilliancy of his waistcoats. In the 30s it was permitted men, if they would, to array themselves like birds of paradise. Longfellow appears in some degree to have availed himself of the privilege. After a visit to Dickens in London in 1842, the novelist wrote Longfellow that bootmaker, hosier, trousers maker, and coat cutter had all been at the point of death. The medical gentleman agreed that it was exhaustion occasioned by early rising, to wait upon you at those unholy hours. An English visitor who saw Longfellow in 1850 thought him too fashionably dressed with his blue frock coat of Parisian cut, a handsome waistcoat, faultless pantaloons, and primrose-colored kids. In middle age his social instinct was as strong as ever, but he cared less for society. He restricted himself to the companionship of his friends, holding always in reserve time for his dependents, of whom he had more than a fair share. Longfellow was large-hearted. He liked people if they were likable and sympathized with them if they were unattractive or unfortunate. He was open-handed, a liberal giver. Adventurers preyed upon him. He endured them with patient strength. When their exactions became outrageous, he made an effort to be rid of them. If unsuccessful, he laughed at his own want of skill and resigned himself to be imposed on a little longer. A weaker man would have sent these bores and parasites about their business at once. Incapable of giving pain to any living creature, he could not understand the temper which prompts another to do so. Fortunately, the violence or malignity of criticism had little effect on him. He could even be amused by it. Of Margaret Fuller's furious onslaught on him in the New York Tribune, Longfellow said, "It is what might be called a bilious attack." He disliked publicity, whether in the form of newspaper chronicle of his doings or recognition in public places. He thought it absurd that because Fector had dined with him this unimportant item must be telegraphed to Chicago and printed in the morning journals. Fond as he was of the theater, he sometimes hesitated to go because of the interest his presence excited. It was thought extraordinary that he was willing to read his poem Mortuary Salutamus at the 50th anniversary of his class at Bowdoin. He was delighted when he found he was to stand behind the old-fashioned high pulpit. "Let me cover myself as much as possible. I wish it might be entirely." One trait of Longfellow's character has been overemphasized: his gentleness. He was indeed gentle, but continual harping on that string has created the impression that he was gentle rather than anything else. In consequence, we have a legendary Longfellow in whom all other traits of character are subordinated to the one. His amiability, his sense of justice, his entire freedom from selfishness and vanity, and his genuine modesty, which led him even when he was right and his neighbor wrong to avoid giving needless pain by intimating to the neighbor how wrong he was, all contributed to hide the more forceful and emphatic qualities. But the qualities were there. Nothing is easier than to multiply illustrations of this poet's gracious traits of character. Holmes epitomized all eulogy when he said of Longfellow, "His life was so exceptionally sweet and musical that any voice of praise sounds almost like a discord after it." 3. The poet Americans sometimes disturb themselves needlessly over the question whether Longfellow was a great poet. It is absolutely of no importance whether he was or was not. Of one thing they may be sure: he was a poet. Song was his natural vehicle of expression. He had a masterly command of technical difficulties of his art. Language became pliant under his touch. Taking into account the range of his meters, the uniform precision with which he handled words, and the purity of his style, Longfellow is eminent among American poetical masters. His sonnets are exquisite. His ballads, like the skeleton in armor, have no little of the fresh unstudied character which charms us in Old English ballad literature, a something not to be traced to the spirit alone but to the technique as well. The 22 poems of the saga of King Olaf show an almost extraordinary metrical power. It must also be remembered that Longfellow popularized for modern readers the so-called English hexameter. Evangeline was a metrical triumph, considering it wholly aside from the innate beauty of the story or the artistic handling of the incidents. The poet did not foresee his success. In fact, as early as 1841, in the preface to his translation of Tegner's Children of the Lord's Supper, Longfellow speaks of the inexorable hexameter, in which, it must be confessed, the motions of the English muse are not unlike those of a prisoner dancing to the music of his chains. But here he was hampered by his theory of translation, by his anxiety to render as literally as he could the text of the original. When he took the matter into his own hands and molded the verse according to his own artistic sense, it became another thing. Wholly aside from the pleasure Evangeline has given countless readers, it is something to have broken down prejudice against the hexameter to the extent of drawing out an indirect compliment from Matthew Arnold, whose self-restraint in the matter of giving praise was notorious. 31 Scholars have by no means withdrawn their opposition to the English hexameter. That a more liberal temper prevails is largely due to Longfellow. Evangeline had a stimulating effect on one English poet of rare genius, Arthur Hugh Clough. A reading of the tale of Acadie immediately after a reperusal of the Iliad led to the composition of the Bothy of Tobin of Uolich. 32 Another of Longfellow's triumphs was so great as to make it difficult for anyone to follow him. Hiawatha succeeded both because of the meter and in spite of it. Anyone can master this self-writing jingle. 'Tis as easy as lying. One hardly knows how facile newspaper parodists amused themselves before they got Hiawatha. Holmes explained the ease of the measure on physiological grounds. We do not lisp in numbers, but breathe in them. Did we but know it, we pass our lives in exhaling 4-foot rhymeless trochaics. 33 To write a poem in the meter of the Kalevala still remains, with all its specious fluency, an impossible performance for anyone not a poet. Thus Longfellow's success had a negative and restraining effect. He opened the field to whoever cared to experiment with the hexameter, but closed it, for the present at least, to any rhythmical inventions calculated however remotely to suggest the meter of his Indian Edda. For outer Mer, Hyperion, Kavanagh, the most popular of American poets, first challenged public attention as a writer of prose. Outmer is a group of pieces after the manner of Irving. Hyperion is a romance in the old style and shows the influence of Jean-Paul Richter. Kavanagh, published 10 years after Hyperion, is a novel. Neither of the first two books is marked by a buoyant Americanism. Outmer does not, for example, suggest a tramp abroad, and certainly Paul Fleming is no kinsman of Harris. In other words, Europe was as yet too remote to be made the subject of easy jest. Men did not run over to the continent. The trip cost them dear in time and money, and was not without the element of anticipated danger. Traveling America was unsophisticated and viewed the Old World with childlike curiosity. Foreign lands were transfigured in the romantic haze through which they were seen. The chapters of Outama were written by a man too intoxicated with the charm of European life to be annoyed by the petty irritations that worry hardened tourists. Rouen, Paris, Auteuil, Madrid, El Pardillo, Rome in midsummer, afford the pilgrim only delight. As in all books of the kind there are interpolated stones, and in this book interpolated literary essays. Every page betrays the student and the lover of literature, who quotes Jeremy Taylor and Sir Thomas Browne at Père-Lachaise, James Howell at Venice, and Shakespeare everywhere. Hyperion is steeped in sentiment, almost in sentimentality. Such a book could only have been written when the heart was young. It is a mistake, however, to read the volume as an autobiography. The author objected to its being so. Read. More important than the love story are the romantic descriptions of the Rhine and the Swiss Alps and the golden atmosphere enveloping it all. Both these books have a common object, namely, to interpret the Old World to the New. When Outama was published, an admirer said that the author of the sketchbook must look to his laurels. The praise implied was extravagant, but not groundless. Longfellow's prose has a measure of the sweetness and urbanity which we associate with Irving. Both writers are classic in their serenity, and if highly artificial at times never absurdly stilted. They often appear in old-fashioned dress, but they wear the costume easily and it becomes them. The modern reader, with a taste dulled by high seasoning, marvels how the grandparents could find pleasure in Hyperion. It would be to the modern reader's advantage to forswear sack for a while and get himself into a condition to enjoy what so greatly delighted the grandparents. Besides a group of literary essays, published in his collected works under the title of Driftwood, Longfellow wrote a novel of New England life, Kavanagh, which suffered by coming too soon after Evangeline. It seems colorless when placed beside the romantic tale of a caddy. Yet one can well afford to take time to learn of Mr. Pendexter's griefs, and incidentally to become acquainted with Billy Wilmerdings, who was turned out of school for playing truant, and promised his mother, if she would not whip him, he would experience religion. Hawthorne was enthusiastic over Kavanagh. He, however, disclosed the secret of its unpopularity when he said to Longfellow, "Nobody but yourself would dare to write so quiet a book." V. Voices of the Night, Ballads, Spanish Student, Belfry of Bruges, The Seaside and the Fireside. Longfellow served the cause of his art in two ways. First, he was an original poet, having a genius which, if not profound, or brilliant, or massive, or bewilderingly fresh and new, was eminently poetical and eminently attractive. Second, he was an enthusiastic interpreter of the poetry of other lands through the medium of trustworthy and graceful translations. In Voices of the Night, his earliest volume of verse, the translations, from Manrique, Lope de Vega, Dante, Charles D. Orleans, Klopstock, and Ulland, outnumber the original pieces almost 2-1. Their characteristic is fidelity in spirit and letter. They illustrate the genius of a poet who found pleasure in giving wider audience to the work of men he loved, and who did his utmost to preserve the singular qualities of these men. Longfellow's second volume, Ballads and Other Poems, contains only 4 translations, but one of them is Tegner's Children of the Lord's Supper, in 350 hexameter verses. The Belfry of Bruges contains a handful of translations from the German, including a lyric of Heine's done in a way to cause regret that Longfellow did not put more of the Butch der Lieder into English. In The Seaside and the Fireside is given entire The Blind Girl of Castell Quill by the barber poet Jasmin. The translations bulk so large and are so plainly a labor of love that it would seem as if Longfellow regarded such work an important part of his poetic mission. At the present time there is no need to urge the translator to aggrandize his office. He does so cheerfully. Sometimes it is done for him. Are we not told that Fitzgerald was a greater poet than Omar Khayyam? In 1840 the office had not grown so great. This interpretative work by no means ended when Longfellow's fame as a creative poet was at its height, and there was every incentive to build for himself. When compiling, with Felton's aid, the poets and poetry of Europe, he translated many pieces for the volume. He gave years to reproducing in English the majesty of Dante's verse, counting himself fortunate if his transcript, made in all reverence and love, approached its great original. This disinterestedness in the exercise of his art is so greatly to his honor that praise becomes impertinent. Catholic in his attitude toward workers in the field of poesy, Longfellow recognized the truth of the line "Many the songs, but song is one." Longfellow's early verse had all the requisites for popularity. It is clear, melodious, simple in its lessons, tinged with sentiment and melancholy, dashed with romantic color, and abounding in phrases which catch the ear and pulsate in the brain. The poet voices the longings, regrets, fears, aspirations, the restlessness, or the faith, which go to make up the warp and woof of everyday life. An allegory, a moralized legend, a song, a meditation, a ballad, these are what we find in Turning the Leaves of Voices of the Night or the ballads. Here is a certain popular quality not to be attained by taking thought. A psalm of life flowers the beleaguered city, the village blacksmith, the rainy day maidenhood, Excelsior, the bridge, the day is done, resignation. The builders are a few among many illustrations of the type of verse which carried Longfellow's name into every home where poetry is read. The range of emotions expressed is of the simplest. There is feeling, but no thinking. The robust reader who perchance has battened of late on sturdy diet, like Fifine at the fair, hardly knows what to make of these poems, so little resistance do they offer to the mind. The meaning lies on the surface. But it is no less true that their essence is poetical. The one thing never lacking is the note of distinction. The human quality to be found in such a poem as The Footsteps of Angels almost overpowers the poetic element. Nevertheless, the poetry is there, and by virtue of this Longfellow's early work lives. Other poems show his scholar's love for the past. They express the natural longing felt by an inhabitant of a crude new land for countries where romance lies thick because history is ancient. The Belfry of Bruges and Nuremberg are examples. Moreover, Longfellow's ballads have genuine quality. The Skeleton in Armor illustrates his study of Scandinavian literature. The Wreck of the Hesperus is based on an actual incident which came under his notice. The criticism reflecting on this ballad because the poet had never seen the Reef of Norman's Woe, is superfine. Longfellow was born and reared almost within a stone's throw of the Atlantic. His knowledge of the ocean began with his first lessons in life. His sea poems are distinctive. The Building of the Ship, The Fire of Driftwood, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, The Secret of the Sea, The Lighthouse, Chrysa and Seaweed, whether or not they deserve the praise Henley gives them, will always be accounted among Longfellow's characteristic pieces. Two other works may be noted in this section: the poems on slavery and a play, The Spanish Student. The first of these, though academic, shows how early Longfellow took his rank with the unpopular minority. The Spanish Student, a play based on La Gitanilla of Servants, was written con amore, and with a celerity of which I did not think myself capable. Longfellow had great hopes of its success, though he seems not to have been ambitious for a dramatic presentation. The success was to come through the reader. The Spanish Student shows that Longfellow could have written good acting plays had he chosen to submit to the irritations and rebuffs which are the inevitable preliminary to dramatic good fortune. 6. Evangeline, Hiawatha, Miles Standish, Tales of a Wayside in Evangeline and Hiawatha mark the climax of Longfellow's contemporary popularity and may be regarded as the principal bulwarks of his fame. There is an anecdote to the effect that Hawthorne, to whom the subject of Evangeline was proposed, was not attracted by it, while Longfellow seized on it eagerly. Such was the divergence of their genius. Longfellow's mind always sought the fair uplands of thought, checkered with alternate sunshine and shadow. It did not willingly traverse deep ravines, gloomy and mysterious, or haunted groves such as those about which Hawthorne's spirit loved to keep. The instinct which led the one poet to reject the narrative was as infallible as that which led the other to appropriate it. The tale of a caddy is engrossing in its very nature, and whether told in prose or verse must always invite, even chain, the attention. It is dramatic without being melodramatic. The characters are not mere persons of the drama, they are types. Evangeline will always stand for something more than the figure of an unhappy Acadian girl bereft of her lover. As Longfellow has painted her, she is the incarnation of beauty, devotion, maidenly pride, self-abnegation. So too of the other characters. Gabriel, Old Basil, Benedict, each has that added strength which a character conceived dramatically is bound to have if it shall prove typical as well. Longfellow gave himself little anxiety about the historic difficulties of the Acadian question. It was enough for him that these unhappy people were carried away from their homes and that much misery ensued. He painted the French neutrals as a romancer must. Father Felician was not sketched from the Abbé Lalauta, nor was life in the actual Grand Prix altogether idyllic. Evangeline aroused interest in French-American history. For example, Well wrote to Bancroft to say that he feared Longfellow had some historical basis for the story and to ask for information. In the Plymouth Idyll of the choleric little captain who believed that the way to get a thing well done was to do it oneself, and who exemplified his theory by having his secretary make a proposal of marriage for him, Longfellow made one of his most fortunate strokes. The courtship of Miles Standish showed the poetic possibilities in the harsh, dry annals of early colonial life. The wonder is that so few adventurers have cared to follow the path indicated. Bound up with the story of Priscilla and John Alden is a handful of poems to which Longfellow gave the collective title of Birds of Passage. Here are several fine examples of his art: The Warden of the Cinque Ports Haunted Houses, the Jewish Cemetery at Newport, Oliver Basselin, Victor Galbraith, My Lost Youth, The Discoverer of the North Cape, and Sandalphon. It is a question whether in these 8 poems we have not a small but well-nigh perfect Longfellow anthology. Certainly no selection of his writings can pretend to be characteristic which does not contain them. Hiawatha was not intended for a poetic commentary on the manners and customs of the North American Indians, though that impression sometimes obtains. It is a free handling of Ojibwe legends drawn from Schoolcraft's algic researches and supplemented by other accounts of Indian life. The grossness of the red man's character, his cruelty, his primitive views of cleanliness, are wisely kept in the background, and his noble and picturesque qualities brought to the front. The psychology is extremely simple. This Indian Edda must be enjoyed for its atmosphere of the forest, its childlike spirit, and its humor. Hiawatha was a friend of animals, when he was not their enemy, and understood them even better than writers of modern nature books. One does not need to be young again to enjoy the account of Hiawatha's fishing in company with his friend the squirrel. The sturgeon swallows them both, and the squirrel helps Hiawatha get the canoe crossways in the fish, a timely service in recognition of which, after both have been rescued, he receives the honorable name of Tailiner. In fact, the poem abounds in observations of animal life which as yet await the sanction of John Burroughs. Taking a series of poems on the half-real, half-mythical King Olaf, adding thereto a group of contrasting tales from Spanish, Italian, Jewish, and American sources, assigning each narrative to an appropriate character, binding the whole together with an introduction, interludes, and a conclusion, Longfellow produced the genial Tales of a Wayside Inn. The device of the poem is old, but it can always be given a new turn. Adapted to prose as well as verse, it may be used in little as Hardy has done in a few crusted characters, or in larger form, as in a group of noble dames. No secret was made of the fact that the Wayside Inn was the Red Horse Inn of Sudbury, Massachusetts, or that the characters, the Sicilian, the poet, the student, the Spanish Jew, the musician, and the theologian, were real people, Friends of Longfellow. 34 The reader who takes up Tales of a Wayside Inn knows by instinct that he may not look for the broad and leisurely treatment, the wealth of beauty and harmony, which characterize the earthly paradise of Morris. That need not, however, prevent him from enjoying the tales on quite sufficient grounds. The poems are often too brief, some are mere anecdotes finished just as they are fairly begun. We are prepared for a more generous treatment. Though not written for that complex and formidable entity the child mind, 2 poems in the collection, Paul Revere's Ride and King Robert of Sicily, are beloved of school children and dear to the amateur elocutionist. The most original of the tales is the saga of King Olaf, drawn from the Heimskringla, and appropriately put into the lips of the musician. It is a poem redolent of the sea and the forest. The theme was congenial to Longfellow, who loved the misty world of the North, weird and wonderful. Prompted by the good fortune of Tales of a Wayside Inn, the poet was led to make additions to it. A second part appeared in 3 books of song, a third part in Aftermath. With these 15 additional tales, the 3 parts were then collected into a single volume. 7 Christus, Judas Maccabeus, Padora, Michelangelo. As early as 1841 Longfellow had conceived the idea of an elaborate poem, the theme of which would be the various aspects of Christendom in the Apostolic, Middle, and Modern Ages. In 1851 the Golden Legend appeared, with no word to indicate that it was the second part of a trilogy. 17 years more elapsed and the New England Tragedies came from the press, to be followed 3 years later by the Divine Tragedy. The 3 parts were then arranged in chronological order and the completed work given the title of Christus, a mystery. One may guess why the first part of the trilogy was the last to be published. A bard the most indubitably inspired might question his power to meet the infinite requirements of so lofty a theme. Longfellow's Divine Tragedy has received less than due meed of praise. It has an austere beauty. If a reader can be moved by the scripture narrative, he can scarcely remain unmoved by this reverent handling of the story of the Christ. Through many lines the poet follows the scriptural version almost to the letter, bending the text only enough to throw it into metrical form. Often the dialogue seems bald and the transitions abrupt because the poet allows himself the least degree of liberty. This severity and repression in the treatment are one source of that power which the Divine Tragedy certainly has. Part 2, The Golden Legend, is a retelling of the story of Prince Henry of Hohenegg. Here, Longfellow reproduces with skill the light and color of medieval life, if not its darkness and diablerie. The street preaching, the miracle play in the church, the revel of the monks at Hirschow, and the lawless gaiety of the pilgrims are all painted with a clear and certain touch, but in colors almost too pale, too delicate. Longfellow had not the courage or the taste to handle these themes with the touch of almost brutal realism they seem to require. The third part of the trilogy, The New England Tragedies, consists of 2 plays, John Endicott and Giles Corey of the Salem Farms, one dealing with the persecution of the Quakers, the other with the witchcraft delusion. The first is the better. Edith Christison's arraignment of Norton in the church, her trial, punishment, her return to the colony at the risk of her life, and the release of the Quakers by the king's mandamus, followed by Endicott's death, are vigorously depicted. The character of the governor is finely drawn, and the last scene between Bellingham and Endicott is a strong and moving conception. As he bends over the dead man, Bellingham says, "How placid and how quiet is his face, now that the struggle and the strife are ended." Only the acrid spirit of the times corroded this true steel. Oh, rest in peace, courageous heart. Forever rest in peace. The companion play, Giles Corey, shows what has been already observed, how little adapted Longfellow's genius was for dealing with psychological mysteries. He could understand the mental conditions and sympathies with persecutors and victims, but he could not reproduce the uncanny atmosphere enveloping the witchcraft tragedies. Giles Corey is a finished study of a theme which might have been developed into a powerful play. It is profitable reading, yet if one would be carried back into the horrors of that time he must go to Hawthorne's young Goodman Brown and not to Giles Corey. Poets are notorious for taking liberties with the facts of history. But according to the late John Fiske, the poetical conception of Cotton Mather as set forth in the New England tragedies is much nearer truth than the popular conception of the great Puritan minister based on the teachings of historians. The little five-act play, Judas Maccabeus, is a piece of careful workmanship, like everything to which Longfellow put his hand, and the scene between Antiochus and Mahala rises into passionate energy. The Mask of Padora was more to Longfellow's taste, and if it does not satisfy the classical scholar, who is proverbially hard to please, it remains an attractive setting of one of the most attractive of mythological stories. The dramatic poem, Michelangelo, though not usually accounted Longfellow's masterpiece, better deserves that rank than certain more popular performances. Besides being a lovely example of his art, it is the expression of his maturest thought. He kept it by him for years, working on it with loving care, adding new scenes from time to time and weighing critically the value of those already written. Finally he put it to one side, and to show that he had not entirely carried out his idea, the words a fragment were subjoined to the title. It was published after his death. Michelangelo is not a play, but a series of dramatic incidents from the life of the great sculptor, illustrating his character, his thought, his work, his friendships. Many passages display a strength not commonly associated with Longfellow's poetic genius. Little is wanting to the delineation of Michelangelo to create the effect of massiveness. From the first monologue where he sits in his studio, musing over his picture of the Last Judgment, to the midnight scene where Vasari finds him working on the statue of the dead Christ, the effect is cumulative. The other characters are no less skillfully wrought. Vittoria Colonna is a beautiful conception, lofty yet human. Equally attractive with a more earthly loveliness is Julia Gonzaga, her friend, she to whom one today was worth 1,000 yesterdays. Titian, Cellini, the Pope and his cardinals, Vasari, Sebastiano, the old servant Urbino, and the aged monk at Monteluca effectively sustain the parts assigned them, and unite to bring into always stronger relief the character of the unique genius whom Longfellow has made his central figure. 8 last works. The translation of Dante was a difficult task to which Longfellow gave himself for years with something like consecration. It is satisfactory or it is not, according to the point of view. He who holds that verse can never be translated into verse, and that a poem suffers least by being rendered in prose, will make no exception in Longfellow's case. On the other hand, the reader who is not, and who has neither the opportunity nor the power to become a scholar in Italian, owes Longfellow an inestimable debt of gratitude. The unpoetic accuracy of which some complain counts for a virtue. The translation remains, with all that can be said against it, the work of a poet. As age came on, Longfellow's own verse, instead of losing in charm, the rather increased. Keremos, Ultima Thule, and In the Harbour contain many of his loveliest and most gracious poems. Not to be tuneless in old age was his happy fortune. Asterisk 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 his skill in the sentimental, homely, and obviously moral has blinded not a few readers to the larger aspects of Longfellow's work. One wearies, no doubt, of the ethical lesson that comes with the inevitableness of fate. But there is no need of impatience. Longfellow does not invariably preach. Besides, all tastes must be taken into account. Many prefer the ethical lesson, unmistakably put. Had Longfellow been more rugged, and had he been content to end his poems now and then with a question mark, figuratively speaking, instead of a full stop, there would have been much talk about the depth of his meaning, and had he been frankly suggestive on taboo topics, we should have heard a world of chatter about the largeness of his view and the surprising degree in which he was in advance of his time. Doubtless he lacked brute strength. Whitman could have spared him a little of his own surplus, and neither poet would have been the worse for the transfer. Nevertheless, Longfellow had abundance of power exerted in his own way, which was not the way of the world. What preposterous criticism is that of Frederick Harrison, who characterizes Evangeline as goody-goody dribble? Perhaps Longfellow should be most praised for his exquisite taste. He was refined to the fingertips, a gentleman not alone in every fiber of his being but in every line of his work. The poet of the fireside and the people was an aristocrat after all. Generations of culture seem to be packed into his verses. In a country where so much is flamboyant, boastful, restless, and crude, the influence of such a man is of the loftiest and most benignant sort. Footnotes 29. The first volume was printed in 1865 and sent to Italy in commemoration of the 600th anniversary of Dante's birth. 30. The Divine Tragedy, The Golden Legend, and the New England Tragedies reprinted in order as parts of a trilogy. 31. Lectures on translating Homer. 32. Prose Remains of Arthur Hugh Clough, p. 40. 33. Holmes, Pages from an Old Volume of Life. 34. Luigi Monti, T. W. Parsons, H. W. Wales, Israel Edry High, Ole Bull, Daniel Treadwell. 9. John Greenleaf Whittier. References: W. S. Kennedy, John Greenleaf Whittier, His Life, Genius, and Writings, 1882. S. T. Pickard, Life and Letters of John Greenleaf Whittier, 1894. Richard Burton, John Greenleaf Whittier, Beacon Biographers, 1901. T. W. Higginson, John Greenleaf Whittier, English Men of Letters, 1902. G. R. Carpenter, John Greenleaf Whittier, American Men of Letters, 1903. His Life. John Greenleaf Whittier was born at East Haverhill, Massachusetts, on 17 December 1807. His father, John Whittier, a farmer, was noted for probity, sound judgment, and great physical strength. A man of few words, he always spoke to the point, as when, in relation to public charities with which he had officially to do, he said, "There are the Lord's poor and the devil's poor, there ought to be a distinction made between them by the overseers of the poor." He had imperfect sympathy with his son's literary aspirations, but it were unjust to say that he was wholly opposed to them. Whatever lack there may have been on this score was abundantly made up to the youth by his beautiful and saintly mother. Abigail, Hussey, Whittier was her husband's junior by 21 years. From her the poet inherited his brilliant black eyes, a physical trait, mistakenly supposed to have been derived from the old colonial minister, Stephen Bar Schuyler, that enterprising and turbulent spirit who came to America at the age of 70, founded cities, disputed the authority of the clergy, and finally astonished friend and enemy alike by marrying for the third time at the age of 89. Young Whittier was apparently destined to the toilsome life of his farmer ancestors. He suffered under the toughening process to which New England country lads were formerly subjected, and became in consequence a lifelong valetudinarian. With his frail physique and uncertain health, the Quaker poet affords a marked contrast, not alone to his own father, but to that mighty ancestor Thomas Whittier, founder of the American family, who at 68 years of age was able to do his share in hewing the oak timbers for a new house in which he proposed to pass his declining days. The building was erected about 1688. Thomas Whittier enjoyed the use of it until his death in 1696. 5 generations of Whittiers were harbored beneath its roof, and here the poet was born. Although not a Quaker himself, Thomas Whittier was a friend of the Friends, and for taking the part of certain unlicensed exhorters was for a time deprived of his rights as a freeman. Whittier was early a reader and soon devoured the contents of his father's slender library. So insatiable was his thirst for books that he would walk miles to borrow a volume of biography or travel. At the age of 14 he became fascinated with the poems of Burns, and under their stimulus began to make rhymes himself. 35 On his first visit to Boston he bought a copy of Shakespeare. Scott's novels he borrowed, to read them delightedly but with a troubled conscience. His poetic aspirations were encouraged by his elder sister, Mary, who, without Whittier's knowledge, sent the verses entitled The Exile's Departure to the Newburyport Free Press, a short-lived journal edited by young William Lloyd Garrison. They appeared in the issue of the 8th of June, 1826. Whittier has described his emotions on first seeing himself in print. The paper was thrown to him by the news carrier. My uncle and I were mending fences. I took up the sheet, and was surprised and overjoyed to see my lines in the Poet's Corner. I stood gazing at them in wonder, and my uncle had to call me several times to my work before I could recover myself. Other poems were offered and accepted. Curious to see his contributor, Garrison drove over from Newburyport to the Whittier farm. The bashful country boy could with difficulty be persuaded to meet his guest. Then began a lifelong friendship not uncheckered by differences without which friendship itself lacks zest. Garrison urged on Whittier's parents the importance of giving the youth an education. Backed up by the influence of a W. Thayer, editor of the Haverhill Gazette, who offered to take the lad into his own home, Whittier got his father's consent to his attending the newly established Haverhill Academy. He paid for one term of 6 months by making slippers, an art he learned from one of the farm hands, and for another term by teaching school, which seemed to him a less enviable mode of life than cobbling. The favor accorded his verse stimulated invention. During 1827–28 he published, under assumed names, nearly 100 poems in the Haverhill Gazette alone. A plan for bringing out a collection of these fugitive pieces under the title of Poems of Adrian came, however, to nothing. Garrison, who had been doing editorial work in Boston for the Colliers, publishers of The Philanthropist and The American Manufacturer, advised their getting Whittier to take his place. Whittier edited The Manufacturer from January to August, 1829, when he was summoned home by the illness of his father. But he had had a taste of journalism and politics, and relished both. From January to July, 1830, he edited the Haverhill Gazette. His newspaper work made him acquainted with George Prentice of the New England Review, published in Hartford. When Prentice left Connecticut for Kentucky, where he was to spend 6 months and write a campaign life of Henry Clay, he urged the owners of the Review to engage Whittier as his substitute. Whittier was responsible for the conduct of the paper for a year and a half, July, 1830, to January, 1832. In spite of many drawbacks, his father's death, his own illness, a disappointment in love, the period of his Hartford residence was the happiest and the most stimulating he had yet known. He printed his first volume, Legends of New England, a medley of prose and verse, edited the literary remains of John G. C. Brainerd. The sketch of Brainerd's life prefixed to the volume throws much light on Whittier's reading, and brought out the narrative poem Moll Pitcher, a story of the once famous Lynn Pythoness. On his return to Haverhill he played his part in local politics and was talked of for Congress. Somewhat later he was drawn into the anti-slavery movement, and for the next 27 years this was his life. He was a member of the legislature in 1835, and was re-elected the next year, but in general terms it may be said that in publishing Justice and Expediency, and in uniting himself with the small, unpopular, and exasperating party of abolitionists, he sacrificed hope of political advancement. He gave to the cause time, health, reputation, and when he had it to give, money. In company with abolitionist leaders and orators he encountered mobs and speculated philosophically on the chance of losing his life. In 1837 he acted as a secretary to the American Anti-Slavery Society in New York. From 1838 to 1840 he edited the Pennsylvania Freeman published in Philadelphia. During an abolitionist convention, Pennsylvania Hall, in which were the offices of the Freemen, was sacked and burned by a pro-slavery mob. Whittier, disguised in a wig and a long overcoat, mingled with the rioters and contrived to save a few of his papers. It was a more dangerous rabble than that he encountered during the George Thompson riot at Concord, New Hampshire, 3 years earlier. Whittier once remarked that he never really feared for his life, but that he had no mind to a coat of tar and feathers. A true son of Essex, he soon wearied of city life. "I would rather live an obscure New England farmer," he said. "I would rather see the sunset light streaming through the valley of the Merrimack than to look out for many months upon brick walls, and Sam Weller's very beautiful landscape of chimney pots." He really had no choice in the matter, having been warned to give up editorial work if he would keep his precarious hold on life. He obeyed the warning. But with Whittier journalism was a disease. He had a relapse in 1844, when he took charge of the Middlesex Standard of Lowell, and again, in 1845–46, when he was virtual editor of the Essex Transcript in Amesbury. No restriction was placed on his doing work at home. He wrote unceasingly, prose and verse, reaching his literary audience through the Democratic Review and his audience of reformers through Bailey's paper, The National Era, both published in Washington. Whittier was corresponding editor of the Era from 1847 to 1850, and printed in its columns, besides political articles, such now famous poems as Maud Muller Ishabod Tola and The Chapel of the Hermits. The list of Whittier's chief publications up to the year 1857 contains 17 titles: Legends of New England, 1831, Moll Pitcher, 1832, Revised Edition 1840, Justice and Expediency, 1833, Mogmegon, 1836, Poems written during the progress of the abolition question, etc., 1837, Unauthorized Issue, Poems, 1838, Lays of My Home and Other Poems, 1843, The Stranger in Lowell, 1845, Voices of Freedom, 1846, The Supernaturalism of New England, 1847, Leaves from Margaret Smith's Journal, 1849. Poems, 1849, 36 Old Portraits and Modern Sketches, 1850, Songs of Labor and Other Poems, 1850, The Chapel of the Hermits and Other Poems, 1853, Literary Recreations and Miscellanies, 1854, The Panorama and Other Poems, 1856. The founding of the Atlantic Monthly, 1857, gave Whittier a more assured place. His work was sought and the pay was generous. He became an overseer of Harvard College in 1858. In 1860 the college made him a Master of Arts, and in 1866 a Doctor of Laws. His home for many years was in Amesbury, the farm at East Haverhill having been sold in 1836. After the death of his mother and younger sister he passed much of his time with kinsfolk at the house known as Oak Knoll in Danvers. For all his admiration of women, Whittier never married. He enjoyed allusions to a supposititious Mrs. Whittier. Writing to his niece, Mrs. Pickard, about some friend who was unhappy over political defeat, Whittier said, "I told him I had been in the same predicament, and got abused worse than he did, for I was charged with ill-treating my wife." Whittier was a birthright member of the Society of Friends and influential in their councils. His advice was much sought and freely given in terms of blended modesty, good sense, and humor. During the last 20 years of his life Whittier published the following volumes: Home Ballads and Poems, 1860, In Wartime and Other Poems, 1864, National Lyrics, 1865, Snowbound, 1866, The Tent on the Beach and Other Poems, 1867, Among the Hills and Other Poems, 1869, Ballads of New England, 1870, Miriam and Other Poems, 1871, The Pennsylvania Pilgrim and Other Poems, 1872, Mabel Martin, 1874, Hazel Blossoms, 1875, The Vision of Echard and Other Poems, 1878, The King's Missive and Other Poems, 1881, The Bay of Seven Islands and Other Poems, 1883, St. Gregory's Guest and Recent Poems, 1886, At Sundown, 1892. The honors accorded him on his 70th, 80th, and 84th anniversaries gave Whittier much happiness. He was especially pleased to learn that the bells of St. Boniface, in Winnipeg, Manitoba, celebrated in his Red River Voyager, were rung for him at midnight of the 17th of December, 1891. Said the poet in his letter to Archbishop Tatch, "Such a delicate and beautiful tribute has deeply moved me. I shall never forget it. Nothing was left undone that the tenderest love and wisest solicitude could do for his comfort." His last illness was brief. He died at Hampton Falls, New Hampshire, on the 7th of September, 1892. To Whittier's character Whittier's shyness was proverbial. Those who knew him also knew that beneath that shyness was a masterful spirit. Evasion and inconclusiveness on the part of those with whom he dealt would not avail. Whittier wanted to know where public men stood and for what they stood. A politician himself, he understood the art of dealing with politicians. To a certain candidate he said, "Thee cannot expect the votes of our people unless thee speak more plainly." Being in great need of the votes of our people, the candidate was compelled to speak at once and to use the words Whittier put into his mouth. Another possessed of like skill in controlling men might have grown despotic. not so Whittier. Tactful and conciliatory, no grain of selfishness was to be found in his composition. He worked for the cause alone. His physical courage, of which there are abundant illustrations, was fully equal to his moral courage. The nerve required to face a disciplined enemy, as in war, is always admirable. One would not wish to underestimate it. But it is a type of courage not difficult to comprehend. A glamour hangs about the battlefield. Men are carried on by the esprit de corps. They do wonders and marvel at their own courage afterwards. Facing a mob is another matter. A mob is an assassin. The last thing it wants is fair play. Whittier had no experiences like those to which Bailey and Garrison were subjected, but he had enough to try his mettle. He was one of the most modest of men, holding his achievements, literary and otherwise, at far lower estimate than did the public. To an anxious inquirer Whittier said that he did not think Maud Muller worth serious analysis. He asked for criticism on his verses, and was not slow to act upon it when given. His open-mindedness is shown in the way he accepted Lowell's suggestion about the refrain of Skipper Ireson's Ride. He defended himself when the criticism touched his motives or impugned his love of truth. Charged with having boasted that his story of Barbara Frietchie would live until it got beyond reach of correction, Whittier replied, "Those who know me will bear witness that I am not in the habit of boasting of anything whatever, least of all of congratulating myself upon a doubtful statement outliving the possibility of correction. I have no pride of authorship to interfere with my allegiance to truth." He was a stanch friend, and a helpful neighbor. His filial piety was deep, no trait of his character was more pronounced. He was the most devoted of sons, the best of brothers. The seriousness of Whittier's temper and mind was relieved by a keen sense of humor which found expression in many engaging ways. His letters written in young manhood are at times almost boisterously mirthful. His humor grew subdued as he became older, but it never lost its charm. Those who were nearest him realized how much it contributed to making him the most companionable of men. 3. The literary craftsman. I have left one bad rhyme, to preserve my well-known character in that respect, says Whittier in a letter to Fields, his publisher. The charge of laxity in rhymes was the one most often brought against him. He labored under two capital disadvantages: he was self-taught and he wrote always for a moral purpose. His objection to reprinting Mogmegon grew out of the feeling, not that it was bad poetry, though he had no delusions about its artistic value, but that it was not calculated to do good. Ethics, rather than art, were uppermost in his thought. There has never been question of his native power. He could be exquisitely felicitous, but, having acquired the habit of writing for a cause, of sacrificing nicety of phrase for vigor of thought and rapidity of utterance, being eager always to strike a blow at the critical moment, he found it difficult to write with a dominant artistic motive. He wrote better, technically speaking, the older he grew. It is difficult to realize as we listen to the rich strains of his later years that Whittier could have been as inharmonious as he often was in the first period of his poetic life. He confessed his defect. To Fields he once said, "It's lucky that other folks' ears are not so sensitive as thine." His variety of meters, if not great, was sufficiently ample to preclude the feeling of sameness. His verse never comes laden with scholarly suggestion in rhythm or thought, with the faint sweet echoes of old-time poetry, as does Longfellow's. Whittier was not literary, though he made a noble addition to the literature of his country. Whittier's prose has been ignored rather than underestimated. It is clear and forceful, often impassioned, and sometimes eloquent. Whether a reputation could be based on it is another matter. Certainly it has not been accorded the popular favor it deserves. Among 1,000 readers, for example, who know Snowbound, there are possibly 2 or 3 who have read Margaret Smith's journal. Of the 7 prose sketches in Legends of New England, not one was thought by the author worth preserving. He also suppressed much of the contents of the 2 volumes published some 15 years after the Legends. Both these later books, The Stranger in Lowell and The Supernaturalism of New England, ought to be reprinted as they came first from Whittier's hand. The Stranger in Lowell, a volume of more or less related essays, is in part a record of impressions made on the author during a brief residence in the new manufacturing town by the Merrimack. The extraordinary growth of the city of a day was then, and is still, a legitimate cause for wonder. All the 18 papers are readable, and that entitled The Yankees in Kali is a little classic. Whittier's next volume of prose, The Supernaturalism of New England, consists of 9 chapters on witches, wizards, ghosts, apparitions, haunted houses, charms, and the like. It is rather a wide survey of the subject, from the Indian Powhas to the Irish Presbyterians who settled in New Hampshire in 1720, and brought with them, among other strange matters, potatoes and fairies. Whittier dwells on these traditions of his country with deep interest and sets them forth with no little humor. It is a fault of the book that he does not dwell on them at greater length. Leaves from Margaret Smith's journal is an admirable study of colonial New England in 1678. The style is sweet, the narrative flowing. The characters, many of them historical, are consistent and lifelike, and the tone of delicate irony running through the book is most engaging. Genuinely illuminating to the student of manners are such passages in the journal as those describing the ordination of Mr. Brock at Reading, the meeting at the inn with a son of Mr. Increase Mather, a pert talkative lad abounding in anecdotes of the miraculous, the antics of Mr. Corbett's Negro boy Sam, and the encounter on the way back to Boston with the good old deacon under the influence of Flip. A strong and engrossing plot might have made the book more popular, as it might also have been inconsistent with the artlessness of what purports to be a young girl's journal. Old Portraits and Modern Sketches is a volume of character studies of ancient worthies, such as Bunyan, Elwood, Baxter, Marvell, and of 2 or 3 moderns, like William Leggett, to whom Whittier pays a generous tribute. Literary Recreations and Miscellanies consists of a reprint of material used in earlier books, together with a group of reviews and other papers. For narrative and legendary verse, Whittier's instinct drew him irresistibly to native themes. He believed that the American poet should write about America. New England is full of romance, he had said in his sketch of Brainard. The great forest which our fathers penetrated, the red men, their struggle and their disappearance, the powwow and the war dance, the savage inroad and the English sally, the tale of superstition, and the scenes of witchcraft, all these are rich materials of poetry. And it is safe to assume that Whittier never questioned the wisdom of his own choice of subjects, though he was often dissatisfied with the treatment. Much of Whittier's early verse died a natural death. More ought in his opinion to have done so. He marveled at the feline tenacity of life exhibited by certain poems and thought it flat contradiction of the theory of the survival of the fittest. He destroyed every copy of Legends of New England that he could get his hands on. He would have been glad to suppress Mogmegon. Is there no way to lay the ghosts of unlucky rhymes, he asked, when the question was raised of reprinting the story in the blue and gold volumes of 1857. It had appeared in the first collected edition, 1849, and again in 1870, but when the definitive edition was published, 1888, Mogmegon was consigned to the limbo of an appendix and printed in type small enough to make the reading a torture. The plot is imaginary, but the characters are for the most part historical. The outlaw Bonathan sells his daughter to the Saco chief Hegon, or, as he was commonly called, Mogmegon. The girl murders the savage as he lies drunk in her father's hut. For Mog had boasted of killing her seducer. She flies to the settlement of the Norridgewock Indians to confess to the Jesuit Sebastian Rale, and is repulsed by the angry priest, whose plans are thwarted by Megon's untimely death. Wandering about in agony, she sees the attack by the English on Norridgewock, when Rale was shot at the foot of the cross, and later is found by Carstin and his men, dead in the forest. The poem is spirited and abounds in incident, but it is melodramatic. It lacks the magic of Whittier's art. Nevertheless, he unjustly depreciated it. A better performance is The Bridal of Pennacook with its strongly marked characters of Passaconaway, Weetamoo, and Winniperkit, its contrasting pictures of the rich Merrimack Valley and the wild Saugus Marshes. Along with this story of Indian life may be read The Fountain and the musical stanzas of The Funeral Tree of the Saco Keys. The Truce of Piscataqua and Norhort, The Deacon are later poems illustrating Indian character. Living in what had been for many years one of the border towns of Massachusetts, Whittier was naturally drawn to themes, partly historic, partly legendary, touching the struggles between French, English, and Indians. Pentucket commemorates Hertel de Rouville's night attack on Haverhill. Street John, a ballad of Acadia, describes the sack of La Tour's fortress by his rival, D'Aulnay. Mary Garvin and the Ranger are border ballads. Now and then he rhymes a wild and wondrous story such as the garrison of Cape Horn which he found in the Magnalia Christi, Dear to me these far, faint glimpses of the dual life of old, inward, grand with awe and reverence, outward, mean and coarse and cold, gleams of mystic beauty playing over dull and vulgar clay, golden threaded fancies weaving in a web of hodden grey. A number of the poems turn on the witchcraft persecutions, Mabel Martin The Witch of Wenham and The Fine Prophecy of Samuel Sewell. In the tent on the beach are two more, The Wreck of the Rivermouth and The Changeling. Whittier was always ready to speak on the injustice of injustice. His Quaker ancestors used to receive gifts of 40 stripes save one. They were martyrs for the cause of religious liberty. And the sufferings of the New England Quakers was a subject always to the poet's hand. He contemplated the wrongs that had been righted and was grateful therefor, but it was a part of his mission to teach his readers what progress had been made since the days in which state and church united to persecute a harmless if sometimes extravagant people. The lesson may be found in such poems as How the Women Went from Dover and The King's Missive. Whittier knew that injustice is always ridiculous, and a grim humor plays at times about his treatment of events in that dreadful day, as in the story of Thomas Macy. The most characteristic setting of his general theme is to be found in the spirited ballad of Cassandra Southwick. The incident is told dramatically by the heroine herself, but the passion which glows through the verse is true Whittier. Voices of freedom, songs of labor. In wartime the militant note in Whittier's verse was sounded early. In 1832, when he was 25 years old, he wrote the stanzas to William Lloyd Garrison. They were followed by To Saint Louverture, 1833, The Slave Ships, 1834, The Hunters of Men and Stanzas for the Times, 1835, Clerical Oppressors, 1836, and The Stinging Pastoral Letter, 1837. He was now fairly embarked on his mission. The brunt of his attack fell on supine northern politicians, clerical apologists, and anxious businessmen who feared agitation might injure their southern trade. Nothing was more abhorrent to Whittier than traffic in human flesh. He marveled that it was not abhorrent to every one, and strove with all his power to make it so. America, in his belief, was a byword among the nations, forever prating of liberty while she bought and sold slaves. As he was the assailant of timid vote-seekers, money-getters, and ministers who defended slavery on scriptural grounds, so was Whittier the eulogist of all who made sacrifices for the cause, or who, like Randolph of Roanoke, a man with every traditional motive to cling to the peculiar institution, testified against it. Voices of Freedom is a record of the guerrilla warfare which Whittier waged during 40 years against slavery. With the additions he made to it in the progress of the struggle, it became not only the largest division of his work but one of the most notable. The history of abolitionism is written here. The pastoral letter was Whittier's response to the body of Congregational ministers who deprecated the discussion of slavery as tending to make trouble in the churches. Massachusetts to Virginia was called out by Latimer's case. Texas Faneuil Hall and the lines to a Southern statesman are a protest against the annexation of territory sufficient for 6 new slave states. For righteousness Sake was inscribed to friends under arrest for treason against the slave power. The fine closing stanza deserves to be better known. God's ways seem dark, but soon or late, they touch the shining hills of day. The evil cannot brook delay, the good can well afford to wait. Give ermined knaves their hour of crime, ye have the future grand and great, the safe appeal of truth to time. The Kansas emigrants celebrates the western advance, the coming of the new pilgrims, armed with the Bible and free schools. Le Marais du Cygne was written on hearing of the Kansas massacre in May, 1858. The Quakers Are Out, a campaign song, not included in the collected writings, celebrates the Republican victory in Pennsylvania on the eve of the national election. Away with misgiving, away with all doubt, for Lincoln goes in, when the Quakers are out. Not the least notable among these poems is the summons, in which the poet contrasts the quiet of summer with the distant tumult of approaching war, and his knowledge of his place in the approaching struggle with consciousness of his inability to act. The voices of freedom are often harsh and discordant. Lines were written in hot haste and sent to press before the ink had time to dry. The needs of the moment were imperative. There was little time to correct and no time to polish. Had Whittier possessed a lyric gift approximating that of Hugo or Swinburne, how wonderful must have been his contribution to our literature. For the cause was great and his devotion single. Much of the verse, however, is journalism. He rises easily to poetic heights. Massachusetts to Virginia has a magnificent swing and pulsates with passion. When Webster's defection spread anger, consternation, and grief through the ranks of the Party of Freedom, Whittier penned the burning stanzas to which he gave the title Ishabod. This anti-slavery poem was published in Songs of Labor, and is justly accounted one of the loftiest expressions of Whittier's genius. In Wartime and Other Poems records the anxieties, fears, hopes, and exultations incident to the great conflict between North and South. Says the poet, our voices take a sober tone, our very household songs are heavy with a nation's griefs and wrongs, and innocent mirth is chastened for the sake of the brave hearts that nevermore shall beat, the eyes that smile no more, the unreturning feet. The volume contains Barbara Frietchie, perhaps the most popular ballad of the war, based on an incident told to Whittier by Mrs. Soworth, the novelist. One must reconstruct the times to comprehend the extraordinary effect produced by this dramatic little incident. Iconoclasts have made havoc with the story. If their points are well taken, we have one proof more of the superiority of legend over history for poetic purposes. Other noteworthy poems in this volume are Thy Will Be Done and the magnificent hymn Ein Festberg ist unser Gott. We wait beneath the furnace blast the pangs of transformation. Not painlessly doth God recast and mold anew the nation. Hot burns the fire where wrongs expire, nor spares the hand that from the land uproots the ancient evil. 6 Snowbound, tent on the beach, Pennsylvania Pilgrim, Vision of Echard, the volume of 1860, Home Ballads and Poems, contained two perfect examples of Whittier's art, namely, My Playmate and Telling the Bees. To inquire what far-off experiences in the poet's life prompted the making of these exquisite ballads, as Whittier called them, were idle, poets being proverbially given to the use of the imagination. The music of the dark pines on Ramoth Hill could be no sweeter than it is. The theme of either poem is common enough among bards, and perennially attractive. My Playmate and Telling the Bees, together with Amy Wentworth and the Countess, all show, though in varying degrees, how pregnant with poetic suggestion were the scenes amid which Whittier passed his life. Even that urban and aristocratic little poem Amy Wentworth derives half its charm from the world of associations called up by the fog wreaths, the pebbled beach, and the sweet briar blooming on Kitterside. The above-named poems, together with The Barefoot Boy and In School Days, suggest a phase of Whittier's genius which found complete expression in the winter idler picture of life in the old East Haverhill homestead. Snowbound was published in 1866. What the author thought of it we now know. If it were not mine, I should call it pretty good. The public decided for itself and bought copies enough to fatten Whittier's lean purse with $10,000. The enviously inclined should remember that the poet was nearly 60 when this happened to him. A 12-month later, The Tent on the Beach was published and began selling at the rate of 1,000 copies a day. Whittier wrote to Fields, "This will never do, the swindle is awful, Barnum is a saint to us." Readers who find difficulty in comprehending the enthusiasm that Snowbound evoked must reflect that there are strange creatures in the world who actually like winter. For them Whittier had a particular message. He has reproduced the atmosphere of the New England landscape under storm cloud and falling snow with utmost precision. No important detail is wanting, and no detail is emphasized to the injury of the general effect. The exactness and simplicity of the touch are wholly admirable. The result is as exquisite as the means to it are unostentatious. Snowbound is a favorite because of its homely, sweet realism, because of the poetic glow thrown on old-fashioned scenes, because of the variety of moods, which, lying between the extremes of playfulness and deepest feeling, shade naturally from one to the next, and because of the reverential spirit, the high confidence and trust. The poem is autobiographical, but it needs no key to give it interest. The characters are types. In The Tent on the Beach it is related how a poet 37, a publisher, who in this instance, contrary to the traditions of his race, is a friend of the poet, and a traveler beguile an evening at the seaside with the reading of manuscript verses from the publisher's portfolio. The tales, 11 in number, with a closing lyric on the worship of nature, are too uniformly somber. The one called The Maids of Attitash is blithe enough, but the grey tints need even more relief. Whittier's power in descriptions of sea and sky is displayed at its best in this volume. One does not soon forget this stanza from the prelude. Sometimes a cloud, with thunder black, stooped low upon the darkening main, piercing the waves along its track with the slant javelins of rain, and when west wind and sunshine warm chased out to see its wrecks of storm, they saw the prismy hues in thin spray showers where the green buds of waves burst into white froth flowers. Even better is the description of the breakers seen by twilight, trampling up the sloping sand, in lines outreaching far and wide, the white-maned billows swept to land, dim seen across the gathering shade, a vast and ghostly cavalcade. The change from the mist and confusion of the brief tempest to the clear after-effect was never better rendered. Suddenly seaward swept the squall, the low sun smote through cloudy wrack, the shoals stood clear in the light, and all the trend of the coast lay hard and black. Among the hills, Miriam, and the Pennsylvania Pilgrim come next in order of publication. The first is a romance of New England country life. The second is Oriental and purely fiction. The third, partly historical and partly imaginative, is an attempt to reconstruct life in Penn's colony towards the close of the 17th century. Whittier said of the Pennsylvania Pilgrim, "It is as long as snowbound, and better, but nobody will find it out." The poet felt that too little had been said in praise of the humanizing influences at work in the colonies by the Schuylkill and the Delaware. The Pilgrim Father here celebrated is Daniel Pastrius, who planted the settlement of Germantown. He was the first American abolitionist. The poem abounds in happy pictures of scenery, and in tenderly humorous sketches of the quaint characters who found peace, shelter, and, above all, toleration, under the beneficent rule of Pastrius. The vision of Echard will serve to introduce Whittier's distinctively religious poems. A characteristic performance, it admirably illustrates his manner, diction, cast of thought. First, the scenes of great natural beauty, where historical memories are overlaid and blended with ideas of ceremonial pomp associated with formal religion, and then, projected on this rich background, the dreamer and his dream. The blended walls of sapphire in Echard's vision blazed with the thought of God. Ye bow to ghastly symbols, to cross and scourge and thorn, ye seek his Syrian manger who in the heart is born. Asterisk 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 O blind ones, outward groping, the idle quest forego, who listens to his inward voice alone of him shall know. Asterisk 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 a light, a guide, a warning, a presence ever near, through the deep silence of the flesh I reach the inward ear. Asterisk 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 the stern behest of duty, the doom book open thrown, the heaven ye seek, the hell ye fear, are with yourselves alone. Whittier did not include the preacher among his religious poems. This fine picture of the Great Awakening might be so classified. Also the Chapel of the Hermit's Tola and yet others. In general, the religious poems consist of meditations on sacred characters and scenes, poetic settings of biblical narrative, and reflective poems in which Whittier gives voice to phases of his spiritual life, and above all to a faith so broad that the distinctions of sect and creed are lost in its Catholic charity. Questions of life, the overheart Trinitas, the shadow and the light and the eternal goodness are the expressions of this lofty and inspiring side of his poetic genius. Whittier's singing voice lost none of its flexibility but rather gained as time went on. The Henchman was a striking performance for a man of 70. It is not exactly a Quakerly piece, nor is it didactic, and it has no moral that I know of, observed Whittier. He must have known that it had the moral of exquisite beauty. Indeed, he admitted that it was not unpoetical. His last utterance was a little group of poems, at sundown, having for the controlling thought the close of life's day. One of them, Burning Driftwood, was the poet's farewell, and with the quotation of 4 of its stanzas we may bring to an end this brief survey of Whittier's work. What matter that it is not May, that birds have flown, and trees are bare, that darker grows the shortening day, and colder blows the wintry air. The wrecks of passion and desire, the castles I no more rebuild, may fitly feed my driftwood fire, and warm the hands that age has chilled. Asterisk 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 I know the solemn monotone of waters calling unto me, I know from whence the airs have blown that whisper of the eternal sea. As low my fires of driftwood burn, I hear that sea's deep sound increase, and, fair in sunset light, discern its mirage-lifted isles of peace. Footnotes 35 Whittier's autobiographical letter, in Carpenter's Whittier. 36 The first collected edition made with Whittier's consent. 37 Whittier, J. T. Fields, and Bayard Taylor. Ex Nathaniel Hawthorne References, Julian Hawthorne, Nathaniel Hawthorne and His Wife, 2nd edition, 1885. Horatio Bridge, Personal Recollections of Nathaniel Hawthorne, 1893. G. E. Woodbury, Nathaniel Hawthorne, American Men of Letters, 1902. His life among the passengers in the ship which brought Winthrop and Dudley to the New World was William Hathorne, the ancestor of the novelist. A man of character, versatile, naturally eloquent, and a born leader, he rose to a position of influence in the colony. One of his sons, John Hathorne, was destined to sinister renown as a judge at the trials for witchcraft held at Salem in 1691. Daniel Hathorne, a grandson of the old witch judge, took to the sea, and during the Revolutionary War served as a privateersman. He had 7 children. Nathaniel, his 3rd son, also a sea captain, married Elizabeth Clark Manning, and became the father of Nathaniel Hawthorne, the novelist, who was born at Salem, Massachusetts, on the 4th of July, 1804. Captain Hawthorne died at Suriname in 1808. The rigid seclusion in which his widow lived after her husband's death had a marked effect on her son, quickening his sensibilities and at the same time clouding his lively nature with a shadow of premature gravity. Hawthorne's boyhood was passed partly at Salem, partly on the shores of Sebago Lake, in Maine, where his grandfather Manning owned large tracts of land. His reading for pleasure included Clarendon and Froissart, to say nothing of that old-time boy's delight, the Newgate Calendar. The first book that he bought with his own money was Spencer's Faerie Queene. At 16 he had read Caleb Williams, St. Leon, and Mandeville. I admire Godwin's novels and intend to read all of them. He entered Bowdoin College in the same class with Longfellow and Franklin Pierce, and was graduated in 1825. For the next 12 years he lived the life of a recluse in his own home at Salem, indulging his passion for writing and for taking twilight walks. It was the period of his literary apprenticeship. Later he was, as he says, drawn somewhat into the world and became pretty much like other people. In 1828 he published, anonymously and at his own expense, a novel, Fanshawe. He made some mystery about it, binding by solemn promises the few who were in the secret of the authorship, not to betray it. The public was indifferent to the book, and Hawthorne afterwards destroyed the copies he could find. His early sketches and stories were published in annuals such as The Token and in periodicals such as the New England magazine Knickerbocker and the Democratic Review. For the most part they passed without notice. In 1837 appeared a volume of 18 of these sketches and stories, to which Hawthorne gave the title of Twice Told Tales. An enlarged edition, containing 21 additional stories, appeared in 1842. Between the two, Hawthorne brought out a group of children's stories, Grandfather's Chair, Famous Old People, and The Liberty Tree, all in 1841, and biographical stories for children, 1842. When Bancroft became collector of the port of Boston, he appointed Hawthorne as weigher and gauger, 1839. Thrown out by the change of administration, 1841, Hawthorne invested his savings in the Brook Farm enterprise. This move, described by his latest biographer as the only apparently freakish action of his life, was made in the hope of providing a home for his betrothed, Sophia Peabody. He threw himself with good humor into the life of the community, planted potatoes, cut straw, milked 3 cows night and morning, and signed his letters to his sister Nath. Hawthorne, Plowman. Reports circulated that the author of the Twice Told Tales might be seen dressed in a farmer's frock, carrying milk to Boston every morning, also that he was to do the traveling in Europe for the community. Brook Farm proved thraldom and weariness, and Hawthorne abandoned it, losing, as he later discovered, the $1,000 he had invested. In July, 1842, he married and settled in the old manse at Concord. He had now enough and to spare of the leisure which a deliberate writer finds indispensable. In a room overlooking the battlefield, the room in which Emerson had written Nature, Hawthorne penned many of the tales afterwards incorporated in mosses from an old manse. The period of his residence at Concord will always seem to those who have studied its many charming records not undeserving the characterization of idyllic. It was brought to a close in 1845, when there seemed a likelihood, made a certainty the following year, of his becoming surveyor of customs for the port of Salem. Hawthorne held this post until June, 1849. His removal gave him time for the working out of an idea that had possessed him for many months, and which took shape in the form of his great romance, The Scarlet Letter. From the spring of 1850 to the autumn of 1851 Hawthorne lived at Lenox in the Berkshire Hills, and there wrote The House of the Seven Gables. He then removed to West Newton, where, during the winter of 1851–52, he wrote the Blithedale Romance. In June 1852, he took possession of a house in Concord, which he had bought of Alcott. He had but fairly settled himself in his new home, the Wayside he called it, when his friend Franklin Pierce, now President of the United States, made him consul at Liverpool. Hawthorne assumed his charge in July 1853, and conducted its affairs with energy and skill until September 1857. The period of his English residence was rich in experiences, of which social honors formed the least part. The quiet, brooding observer had no wish to be lionized and apparently discouraged the few well-meant advances that were made. He once saw Tennyson at the Arts Exhibition at Manchester, and rejoiced in him more than in all the other wonders of the place, but it was like Hawthorne to have been content merely to gaze at the laureate without presuming on his own achievements as ground for claiming acquaintance. After leaving Liverpool, Hawthorne spent 2 winters in Italy, where the marble faun was conceived. The greater part of the actual writing was done in England, at Redcar on the North Sea. At this point it will be well to take note of Hawthorne's principal writings subsequent to the publication of the second edition of the Twice Told Tales. They are, The Celestial Railroad, 1843, Mosses from an Old Manse, 1846, 38 The Scarlet Letter, 1850, The House of the Seven Gables, 1851, A Wonder Book for Girls and Boys, 1852, The Snow Image, and Other Twice Told Tales, 1852, The Blithedale Romance, 1852, Life of Franklin Pierce, 1852, Tanglewood Tales, 1853, The Marble Faun, or The Romance of Monte Beni, 1860, 39 Our Old Home, 1863. The posthumous publications are Passages from the American Notebooks of Nathaniel Hawthorne, 1868, Passages from the English Notebooks, 1870, Passages from the French and Italian Notebooks, 1872, Septimius Felton, 1872, The Dolliver Romance, 1876, Dr. Grimshaw's Secret, 1883. In June 1860, after an absence of 7 years, Hawthorne returned to the Wayside. He felt the burden of the political situation now culminating in civil war. With little sympathy for the cause of abolition, Hawthorne, when the conflict had actually begun, found it delightful to share in the heroic sentiment of the time and to feel that he had a country. 40 His health began to decline and he was spiritless and depressed. In March 1864, accompanied by his friend W. D. Ticknor, he started southward, hoping for benefit from the change. Ticknor, who was seemingly in perfect health, died suddenly in Philadelphia. Hawthorne was unnerved by the shock. In May he undertook a carriage journey among the New Hampshire hills with Pierce. The friends proceeded by easy stages, reaching Plymouth in the evening of the 18th of May. Hawthorne was growing visibly weaker and Pierce had already determined that he would send for Mrs. Hawthorne. Shortly after midnight he went into his friend's room. Hawthorne was apparently sleeping. He went again between 3 and 4 in the morning. Hawthorne was dead. To Hawthorne's character, I am a man, and between man and man there is always an insuperable gulf, said Kenyon in The Marble Faun. Hawthorne might have been speaking through Kenyon's lips, so accurately does the saying voice his private thought. He lived in a world apart. No experience of custom house, consulate, or farm could bring him quite out of his world into the common world of men. Hawthorne had more reason than Emerson to complain of the wall between him and his fellow mortals. When glib talkers were displaying no end of conversational change, Hawthorne kept his hands in his pockets. He had no mind to indulge in that form of matching pennies known as small talk. Observers have voiced their impressions of him in different ways. Their testimony is not discordant. The romantically inclined described Hawthorne as mysterious. Plain people thought him queer. Even his brother authors found him odd. Longfellow described Hawthorne as a strange owl, a very peculiar individual, with a dash of originality about him very pleasant to behold. Yet Hawthorne was without a grain of affectation, and took keen interest in the homely facts of life. His books everywhere betray this interest. He who wrote that description of his kitchen garden in The Old Manse would seem to be just the man to lean over the fence and talk cabbages and squashes with some neighborhood farmer. And perhaps he did. He was not fond of men of letters as a class, which is not surprising. The friends who stood close to him were not literary. Bridge was a naval officer. Pierce was a politician, representative of a type for which Hawthorne had contempt. Hillard was a lawyer, a man of the world. Hawthorne was not without his share of human nature, as we say. He had his prejudices, and they were sometimes deeply rooted. When smarting under a sense of injustice he could wield a caustic pen. He was a good hater, but not narrow-minded. He hated spirit rapping, table tipping, and all the vulgar machinery and manifestations of a vulgar delusion. He hated noise, brawling, and dissension. He loved his home. His letters to his wife reveal a nature of exquisite delicacy. He loved children, nature, and he was chivalrous in his attitude towards the animal creation. A trait of Hawthorne's character comes out in the following incident. He proposed to dedicate our old home to Franklin Pierce. This was in 1863. The publishers, it is said, were filled with consternation and distress. The ex-president's name was not one to conjure with. Hawthorne explained his position. I find that it would be a piece of poltroonery in me to withdraw either the dedication or the dedicatory letter. If Pierce is so exceedingly unpopular that his name is enough to sink the volume, there is so much the more need that an old friend should stand by him. I cannot, merely on account of pecuniary profit or literary reputation, go back from what I have deliberately felt and thought it right to do. As for the literary public, it must accept my book precisely as I see fit to give it, or let it alone. Friendship sometimes has in it an element of perversity, and has been known to delight in petty martyrdom. There was nothing of this in Hawthorne. All he notes is that friendship is not a commodity. 3. The writer Hawthorne knew the secret of producing magical effects by quiet means. He had perfect command of the materials by which are rendered the half-tones, the delicate shadings, the mysterious opalescent hues of beautiful prose. Yet his manner is unostentatious and his vocabulary simple. There are writers in whose work the feeling excited of pleasurable surprise can be traced to a particular word glittering like a diamond or a sapphire. With Hawthorne the effects are elusive, not always to be apprehended at the moment. The beauty of his prose is best explained by the beauty of the ideas. The natural phrasing serves but to define it, as physical loveliness may be accentuated by simplicity of dress. Hawthorne's thoughts, being exquisite in themselves, make ornament superfluous. There is no trace of effort in his writing. The Scarlet Letter, for example, reads as if it had come like a breath of inspiration. Such directness and precision of touch must always be a source of wonder and delight, not alone to writers who fumble their sentences but to skilled literary craftsmen as well. In Henry James's admirable story The Death of the Lion 41 is a paragraph which suggests Hawthorne's manner. The regal way in which the famous novelist, Neil Paraday, adds perfect sentence to perfect sentence is altogether like Hawthorne. Economy of phrase is one of his virtues. In Hawthorne there are no wasted or superfluous sentences, not even a word in excess. Something inexorably logical enters into his work, as in the poetic art. This economy extends to his books as a whole. For stories so rich in ideas, so heavy with suggestion, they are short rather than long. Yet the movement is always leisurely. There is no haste or eagerness. A few strokes of the pen, made with restful deliberation, serve to carry the reader into the very heart of a tragedy. He cannot but admire the superb strength which with so little visible effort could bring him so far. For the short stories Twice Told Tales, Mosses from an Old Manse, The Snow Image Hawthorne's real entrance into literature dates from the publication of the Twice Told Tales, a series of harmoniously framed narratives which have maintained their rank unmoved by the capriciousness of popular taste. The sources are in part colonial history or historical legend and tradition. The Grey Champion is an incident of the tyranny of Andros. The Maypole of Merry Mount celebrates the madcap revelries of the first settlers at Wollaston. In Endicott and the Red Cross Hawthorne records a dramatic incident in the history of his native town, and introduces, by the way, a motive that later was to develop into his masterpiece. The Legends of the Province House, Howe's Masquerade, Edward Randolph's Portrait, Lady Eleanor's Mantle and Old Esther Dudley, have their warp of historical truth, but the imaginative element is dominant. The Gentle Boy is Hawthorne's sympathetic tribute to the persecuted sect of the Quakers. Sunday at Home snowflakes sights from a steeple, footprints on the seashore represent a type of literature which former generations enjoyed, and which modern magazine editors would decline with energy and quite perfunctory thanks. There are stories of horror and psychological mystery. The author of Markheim might have chosen a theme like that treated in Wakefield or in the prophetic pictures. His handling would have been different. We do not gladly suffer an obvious moral in these days. No one would now dare to put a parable for the explanatory title of his narrative, as Hawthorne has done in The Minister's Black Veil, or advise the reader that the experiences of David Swan, if experiences those can be called where a man sleeps and things do not happen to him, argue a superintending providence. In Mosses from an Old Manse, Hawthorne's gain in power is marked. He still moralizes his legends, but the force of the conception and the richness of the imagery drive the philosophy into the background. The grim and uncanny humor of which Hawthorne had a masterful command is displayed to the full in this book. No better illustration can be cited than the scene where the old witch Mother Rigby exhorts the scarecrow, she had so cunningly fashioned, to be a man. It is a grotesque, a gruesome, and a mirth-provoking scene. Hawthorne had brooded long over the superstitious past with which his own history was so singularly linked. Among the fruit of these meditations was the story of young Goodman Brown. Like the minister in the fearful narrative of Thrawn, Janet Goodman Brown had been in the presence of the powers of evil, but unlike the minister, he no longer believed in virtue. Mosses from an Old Manse also includes odd conceits such as the Celestial Railroad, a new enterprise built from the famous City of Destruction, a populous and flourishing town, to the Celestial City. The dreamer in this modern Pilgrim's Progress takes the journey under the personal conduct of Mr. Smoothitaway and notes with interest the improvements in methods of transportation since Bunyan's time. Less ingenious but no less amusing are the Hall of Fantasy, the Procession of Life, and the Intelligence Office. Monsieur de L'Aubepine loved an allegorical meaning. Between the Twice-Told Tales and the Mosses, Hawthorne published a group of children's stories. Grandfather's Chair and the two succeeding volumes consist of little narratives of colonial history, in which our national exploits are celebrated in the tone of confident Americanism so much deplored by Professor Goldwin Smith. There are asides for grown people, as when grandfather tells the children that Harvard College was founded to rear up pious and learned ministers, and that old writers called it a school of the prophets. "Is the college a school of the prophets now?" asked Charlie. "You must ask some of the recent graduates," answered grandfather. The Wonder Book and its sequel, The Tanglewood Tales, contain new versions of old classical myths, the Gorgon's Head, the Minotaur, the Golden Fleece, and 9 more. Here the adult reader has a chance to feel the magic of Hawthorne's art in a form where it seems most tangible but is no less elusive. He will be astonished at the air of reality given these old legends. The perfect example of his work in this genre, The Child's Story, is the initial fantasy of the snow image, and other twice-told tales. Such complete interweaving of the imaginative and the realistic is little short of marvelous. And yet there are people who say that perfect art cannot subsist in company with a moral. They may be commended to the account of the common sensible man who in the goodness of his heart brought the odd, glittering, little snow fairy into the house and put her down in front of the hot stove. V. The Great Romance's Scarlet Letter, House of the Seven Gables, Blithedale Romance, Marble Fawn. In addition to being an engrossing narrative and in every way a supreme illustration of Hawthorne's art, The Scarlet Letter is a study in will power. Of the 4 human lives involved in this tragedy, that of Hester Prynne is the most absorbing, as her character is the loftiest. Carried to the place of shame, her dark oriental beauty irradiates all about her, and she bears herself like a queen. Her punishment is her own, she will ask none to share it. Her sacrifice has been infinite, but it asks nothing in return. She bears with regal patience slight and insult, and that worst punishment of all, the wondering terror of little children, who flee her approach as of an evil thing. Hawthorne has brought out with infinite skill the dreariness of the years following the public disgrace when Hester has no longer the help of a rebellious pride such as carried her almost exultantly through the first crises of the dungeon and the pillory. With a refinement of art the author adds one last bitter drop to Hester Prynne's cup of bitterness in the wasting away of her superb beauty. But as the lines of her face hardened and the natural and external graces disappeared, the great soul waxed greater, more capable of love and pity and tenderness. She became a ministering angel whose coming was looked for as if she had indeed been sent from heaven. It was a singular fancy of Hawthorne's to give Hester a childlike pearl, precocious, fitful, enigmatic, a will-o'-the-wisp, more akin to the good people of legendary lore than to the offspring of human men and women. This too was a part of Hester's discipline, that this human, elf-like creature should have sprung from her, with a power transcending that of other children to mix pain with pleasure in a mother's life. Looking at Roger Chillingworth as he appears in his ordinary life, one sees only the wise, benevolent physician, infinitely solicitous for the welfare of his young friend Arthur Dimmesdale. Surprise him when the mask of deep-thoughted benevolence is for the moment laid aside and it is the face of a demon that one beholds. Without a grain of pity for his victim he probes the minister's soul. Morbidly eager, he welcomes every sign that makes for his theory of a hidden, a mental rather than a physical sickness. He gloats with malignant joy over the discovery that this spiritually minded youth has inherited a strong animal nature. Here is a deep and resistless undercurrent of passion which has led to certain results. An unflinching and cruel analysis will make clear what those results have been. Suspicion becomes certainty, but proof is still wanting. For terrible suggestiveness there are but few scenes in American fiction comparable with that where Chillingworth bends over the sleeping minister in his study and puts aside the garment that always closely covered his breast. The poor victim shuddered and slightly stirred. After a brief pause, the physician turned away. But with what a wild look of wonder, joy, and horror! With what a ghastly rapture, as it were, too mighty to be expressed only by the eye and features, and therefore bursting through the whole ugliness of his figure, and making itself even riotously manifest by the extravagant gestures with which he threw up his arms towards the ceiling, and stamped his foot upon the floor. Thus Satan might have comported himself when a precious human soul is lost to heaven and won into his kingdom. But what distinguished the physician's ecstasy from Satan's was the tray of wonder in it. Dimmesdale is the deeply pathetic figure in this tragedy of souls. 7 years of hypocrisy might well bring the unhappy man to the pitiable condition in which he is found when the lines of interest in the story draw to a focus. Day by day, month by month, his was a life of lies. No course of action seemed open to the wretched minister which did not involve piling higher the mountain of falsehood. To lie and to scourge himself for lying, this was his whole existence. We praise Hester Prynne's courage. Not less extraordinary was Dimmesdale's wonderful display of will power. A weaker man would have confessed at once, or fled, or committed suicide. The minister may not be accused of stubbornly holding to his course from fear. He feared but one thing, the shock to the great cause for which he stood, the shame that the revelation of his guilt would bring upon the Church, the loss of his power to do good, the spectacle, for the eyes of mocking unbelievers, of the full-fraught man and best endued proved the guiltiest. This were indeed another fall of man. Incomparable as the Scarlet Letter undoubtedly is, there are admirers of Hawthorne's genius who have pronounced The House of the Seven Gables the better story of the two. The judgment may be erroneous, it is at least not eccentric. In handling the genealogical details of the first chapter, Hawthorne showed a deft touch. The descendants of the proud old Colonel Pinekian are as clearly defined as if the name and station of each had been enumerated. With no less ease does one follow the fortunes of the humble house of Matthew Maule. This progenitor of an obscure race had been executed for witchcraft. All of his descendants bore the stamp of this event. They were marked out from other men. In spite of an exterior of good fellowship, there was a circle about the Maules, and no man had ever stepped foot inside of it. Unfortunate in its early history, this family was never other than unfortunate. It had an inheritance of somber recollections, which it brooded upon, though unresentfully. Its life was linked with that of the proud house whose visible mansion was founded on property wrested from the old martyr to superstition. For Colonel Pinekian had shown acrimonious zeal in the witchcraft persecutions, and unbecoming speed in seizing on the wizard's little plot of ground with its spring of soft and pleasant water. Inseparable as substance and shadow, wherever there was a Pinekian there was also a Maule. An endless chain of dark events depended from that crime of witchcraft days. On the scaffold the condemned wizard prophesied concerning his accuser, God will give him blood to drink. Men shook their heads when Colonel Pinekian built the House of the Seven Gables, on the site of Matthew Maule's hut. They had not long to wait for the fulfillment of the prophecy. The spring became bitter, and on the day when the stately dwelling was first opened to guests Colonel Pinekian was found dead in his study, with blood-bedabbled ruff and beard. Against this tragedy of old colonial days as a background, Hawthorne projects the later story of the House of the Seven Gables. In its simplest aspect, the narrative concerns the persecution of an unfortunate and weak representative of the Pinekian family by a powerful and unscrupulous representative. At intervals through the centuries, the spirit of the great Puritan ancestor made its appearance in the flesh, as if the colonel had been gifted with a sort of intermittent immortality. Judge Jaffrey Pinekian stands as a modern reincarnation of the old persecutor of witches. Clifford, his cousin, is a victim of the law at one of those moments when the law seems to operate almost automatically. Suspected of murder, he might have been cleared had Jaffrey but told what he knew, the real manner of their uncle's death. This were to disclose certain of his own moral delinquencies, and Jaffrey keeps silent. And thus it happens that, both being in their young manhood, the one is incarcerated and the other enters on a path leading to influence, wealth, and good repute. To the sombre dignity of an inherited curse, the Pinekians added yet another dignity in the form of a shadowy claim to an almost princely tract of land in the north. The connecting link, some parchment signed with Indian hieroglyphics, had been lost when the colonel died, but the poorest of his race felt an accession of pride as he contemplated that possible inheritance. And the richest of modern Pinekians, the judge, was not proof against ambitious dreams excited by the same thought. Affecting to believe that Clifford knows where the lost document is hidden, the judge tries to force himself on his victim, who, made almost an imbecile by long imprisonment, is now, after his release, harbored in the House of the Seven Gables and cared for by his aged sister Hepzibah and his fair young cousin Phoebe. And while the judge is waiting, watch in hand, for the terror-stricken Clifford to come to him, death comes instead. Maule's curse is fulfilled in yet another generation. The suspicion that would have fallen anew on Clifford is averted by Holgrave. But Holgrave, as he chooses to call himself, is the last living representative of the family of Maule the Wizard. And it was for one of the persecuted race to save the unhappiest member of the family by which his own had suffered. Holgrave marries Phoebe Pinekian and the blood of the two families is united. Holgrave's sole inheritance from his wizard ancestor, as he laughingly explained, was a knowledge of the hiding place of the now worthless Indian deed. For this secret a Pinekian had bartered his daughter's life and happiness in former years. The Judge Pinekian of the story has been pronounced somewhat of a stage villain, a puppet. This may possibly be due less to Hawthorne's handling of the character than to the inherent weakness of the hypocrite as presented in fiction or drama. The patrician old woman turned shopkeeper is so perfect a study that praise of the delineation is almost an impertinence. And there is the great silent but living and breathing House of the Seven Gables, in the creation of which Hawthorne expended the wealth of his powers. It will always be a question whether in the spiritual significance he attaches to or draws from some physical fact this great literary artist does not show his highest power. And many a time one finishes the reading of this particular book with the feeling that the House of the Seven Gables is the real protagonist of the drama. In respect that it is a beautiful example of Hawthorne's art, the Blithedale romance is deserving of all the praise lavished upon it. In respect that it is a picture of Brook Farm, it is not. The author himself freely admitted that he chose the socialist community merely as a theatre where the creatures of his brain might play their phantasmagorical antics without their being exposed to the rigid test of too close a comparison with the actual events of real lives. The antics played are such as we witness daily when human puppets are swayed by various passions of love, jealousy, self-will, pride, humility, the instinct for art, or the instinct for reform. The bearded Hollingsworth, whose dark shaggy face looked really beautiful with its expression of thoughtful benevolence, was, without being conscious of it, a brutal egoist, capable of bending all people and all things to the accomplishment of his idea. He illustrates the weakness of strength, as Priscilla, so frail, nervous, and impressionable, illustrates the strength of weakness. That Hawthorne intended to show in Coverdale the insufficiency of the profession of minor poet to make anything of a man, we shall not pretend, but his distrust of the worth of literature is well known. Coverdale's failure was no greater than Hollingsworth's, and he at least never played with hearts. Zenobia is at once the most human, the most attractive, and the most pathetic figure in the drama. But yet a woman, and too much woman, so that her imperial beauty and grace, her wealth, her skill to command, her magnetic charm, and her intellectual gifts were insufficient to save her. No less regal in endowment than was Hester Prynne, she sank under a burden infinitely lighter than Hester's. Her nature was strong but impulsive, and impulsiveness was Zenobia's ruin. Rome is the scene of the Marble Faun, the longest of Hawthorne's romances, and in his opinion the best. The author professed to have seen, in the studio of an American sculptor, Kenyon, an unfinished portrait bust, certain traits of which led him to ask the history of the original. This face, of a beautiful youth, might have been mistaken for a not fortunate attempt to reproduce the roguish countenance of the faun of Praxiteles. The resemblance was external merely. The beholder presently detected something inscrutable in the eyes, in the whole expression, as if powers of the soul hitherto dormant were awaking, and with the awakening had come anxiety, longing, grief, remorse, in short a knowledge of good through a sudden apprehension of evil. It was the portrait of a young Count of Monte Beni, known as Donatello, whose family, an ancient one, was believed to have sprung from the union of one of those fabled woodland creatures, half animal, half god, and an earthly maiden. At long intervals the traits defining the origin of the race were accentuated in a member of the family. He was said to be true Monte Beni. He lived on the borderline between two worlds, fearless and happy, but also unthinking, a creature incapable of doing wrong because his life was free, natural, instinctive. Such was Donatello. The idea of a creature who should unite the characteristics of the wild and the human fascinated Hawthorne. The charm is elusive, and must be elusive or it is no longer charming. Hawthorne warns us against letting the idea harden in our grasp or grow coarse from handling. For this reason, and not for the sake of petty mystification. Hawthorne will not disclose the one physical trait which would have completed Donatello's resemblance to the faun: the pointed, furry ears. The youth himself will jest with his friends on the subject, but no more. The thick brown curls are never brushed aside. So in Donatello's attachment to Miriam, the mysterious beauty of the story, there is something animal-like, at once pathetic and fierce. Love does not awaken the intellect, however. The youth remains a child until the wrathful moment when he holds the mad Capuchin, Miriam's persecutor, over the edge of the precipice, and reads in the girl's consenting eyes approval of the deed he is about to commit. At this point Donatello's real life begins. The crime is far-reaching in its consequences, blighting for weary months the happiness of the gentle Hilda, a terrified eyewitness, but is most sinister in its effect on Donatello, whose dumb agony and remorse Hawthorne has painted with a strong but subdued touch. Perhaps the most striking of the incidents at Monte Beni is that where the wretched Donatello tries to call the wild creatures of the wood to him as he had been used to do in the days of his innocence, and finds his power gone, only some loathsome reptile coming at his bidding. Hilda is one of the triumphs of Hawthorne's art. By what necromancy did he contrive to invest a character so ethereal with life and interest? For the type is by no means one that invariably attracts, and the mere symbolism of the shrine, the doves, together with an innocence which carries its own safeguard, might have been used unsuccessfully 1,000 times before being wrought by Hawthorne's subtle power into enduring form. Kenyon is a proof of the instinct Hawthorne had for avoiding the realistic fact. One would fancy this a character which would take on realism of its own accord, a character which could be depended on to become human and bohemian, to smoke, swear, tell emphatic stories, and yet be gentle and high-minded withal, like Bret Harte's Angel Miners. But Kenyon is almost as shadowy as Hilda. Miriam with her rich dark beauty, making her in contrast with Hilda as night to day, is the one strong human character, capable of infinite pity and infinite devotion, a woman to die for, if the need were, and such need is not uncommon in romances. The shadow of a nameless crime hangs over her, from which, though innocent, she cannot escape. She has warned Donatello of the fatality that attends her. She holds his love in esteem so light as to be almost contempt until the moment when he shows the force to grapple with her enemy, then love flames up in her own heart. For her Donatello stains his hands with blood, suffers agony indescribable, and then comes back to his original self, with an inestimable treasure of improvement won from an experience of pain. And as Miriam contemplates him on the day before he gives himself up to justice, she asks whether the story of the fall of man has not been repeated in the romance of Monte Beni. The deficiencies and excesses of the marble faun have been often pointed out. The superabundance of guidebook description which disturbed Sir Leslie Stephen was noted by Hawthorne as a defect and apologized for in the preface. It is astonishing how it fits into place when, after an interval of several years, one comes to reread the story. The marble faun is a magical piece of work, its very enigmas, mysteries, and its inconclusiveness tending to heighten the effect. And it does not in the least detract from the enjoyment that one cannot follow the author to the extent of believing it his best work. 6 latest and posthumous writings: Our Old Home, Notebooks, Dolliver Romance. Our Old Home is a volume of 12 chapters on English life and experiences. Acute, frank, sympathetic, modestly phrased, abounding in humor, it may fairly be accounted one of the best of Hawthorne's works. The English are said to have been disturbed by a number of the comments on their character and manners. If so, they must be as touchy as Americans. Our Old Home contains nothing that should offend, unless indeed it be an offense to speak of one's neighbor in any terms not those of unmitigated eulogy. Hawthorne noted certain differences between the national types of the two countries and gave an account of them. But of any disposition to laud his own people at the expense of their British cousins, the book contains not a trace. Passages from the English notebooks of Nathaniel Hawthorne is the raw material out of which was fashioned such a charming and perfect literary study as Our Old Home. It is idle to dispute over the question whether the fragmentary journalizings of an eminent author should or should not be given to the public. They will always be given to the public, and the public will always be grateful for them, even though it has no deeper cause for gratitude than that involved in satisfaction of mere curiosity. At all events, the passion for looking into the workshop of a great artist cannot be overcome. Perhaps this most trivial form of hero worship deserves countenance. The notebooks, English, Italian, and American, bear the same relation to Our Old Home that a man talking with his most trusted friend bears to that same man when talking with an agreeable chance acquaintance. In the one case he is wholly unguarded, in the other he keeps himself in check even at the moment he seems most frank and expansive. The Dolliver Romance is one of a group of studies for an elaborate narrative in which Hawthorne proposed to trace the fortunes of an American family back to those of its English forebears. The idea of connecting the obscure New England branch of the house with the proud Old World descendants by some vague claim on the ancestral estate is almost too common in fiction. But Hawthorne seems to have been drawn towards it by his life in the consulate at Liverpool, where he had continually to check the exuberance of misguided fellow countrymen who had appropriated, in mind, not a few of the finest estates in England, and only lacked faint encouragement to attempt entering on actual possession. The idea of the bloody footstep was taken from a tradition connected with Smithil's Hall in Bolton-le-Moors, and Hawthorne went to see what purported to be the mark made in the stone step by the unhappy man about whose mysterious history the romance gathers. The quest and discovery of an elixir of life is in itself a threadbare motive, but could hardly have been commonplace under Hawthorne's treatment. He was not to complete his design. The 4 versions of the story, the Dolliver Romance, the Ancestral Footstep, Septimius Felton, and Dr. Grimshaw's Secret, furnish another glimpse into Hawthorne's literary studio, though we are warned not to infer that he always worked in the way the existence of these fragments might suggest. Hawthorne was the most gifted of our American romancers. In a certain sense his field was a narrow one, but the soil was rich, and there was magic in his husbandry. He himself once declared that he never knew what patriotism was until he met an Englishman, that he was not an American. New England was as big a lump of earth as he could hold in his heart. The defect, if indeed it be a defect, was one of the sources of his power. Hawthorne did indeed love New England, but to suppose that he loved it with a blind and uncritical love is wholly to misunderstand both the man and his work. He was the genius of his little world. He knew its poetry and its prose, its mystery, charm, beauty, and its repellent and sordid features. New England will have no profounder interpreter, though it may be that as the superficial characteristics of the people change, his transcripts of life will increasingly take on the qualities of pure romance. Footnotes 38 enlarged edition, 1854. 39 published in England under the absurd title of Transformation. Hawthorne wrote to Henry Bright, Smith and Elder do take strange liberties with the titles of books. I wanted to call it The Marble Faun, but they insisted on transformation, which will lead the reader to expect a sort of pantomime. 40 Letter to Horatio Bridge, the 26th of May, 1861. 41 Henry James, Terminations. 11 Henry David Thoreau References, R. W. Emerson, Thoreau in the Atlantic Monthly, August, 1862. W. E. Channing, Thoreau, The Poet-Naturalist, 1873. F. B. Sanborn, Thoreau, American Men of Letters, 1882. H. S. Salt, Thoreau, Great Writers, 1896. I. His Life. Philippe Thoreau, of the parish of St. Helier in the Isle of Jersey, had a son John who emigrated to America and opened a store on the Long Wharf in Boston. He married Jane Burns, daughter of a well-to-do Scotchman from the neighborhood of Stirling. John's son John, a lead pencil maker of Concord, Massachusetts, married Cynthia Dunbar, daughter of the Reverend Asa Dunbar, of Keene, New Hampshire. Of their 4 children, Henry David Thoreau, the author of Walden, was the third. He was born at Concord on the 12th of July, 1817. After his graduation at Harvard in the class of 1837, Thoreau taught school, learned surveying and the art of making lead pencils, and began writing and lecturing. The episode in his life which gave him more than a local reputation was his camping out by the shore of Walden Pond. He spent 2 years and 2 months there studying how to live deliberately. His hut, built by himself, might have seemed bare and cheerless to a victim of civilization. There was no carpet on the floor, no curtain at the window. Every superfluity was stripped off and life driven into a corner in the hope of discovering what it was made of. Thoreau sturdily resisted the efforts of friends and neighbors to burden him with trumpery, refusing the gift of a doormat on the plea that it was best to avoid the beginnings of evil, and throwing a paperweight out of the window because it had to be dusted every day. He raised his own vegetables in a patch of ground nearby, made his own bread, and spent his leisure time in recording his observations of nature and in writing his first book, A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers. When he was satisfied with this taste of life reduced to its lowest terms, he went back to civilization. A Week on the Concord and Merrimack was a failure, as publishers say, meaning that it did not sell. Having published at his own expense, Thoreau was financially embarrassed when 750 copies of an edition of 1,000 came back on his hands. He said to a friend, "I have added several hundred volumes to my library lately, all of my own composition." 42. His second venture, Walden, was more fortunate. He printed a few articles in the Boston Miscellany, Putnam's Magazine, the New York Tribune, Graham's Magazine, and the Atlantic Monthly, but at no time could he be said to live by literature. His income from his lectures must have been small, and apparently he made no effort to obtain engagements. He had an exalted idea of what constitutes a good lecture, and was suspicious of oratory. He told his English acquaintance Cholmondeley that he was from time to time congratulating himself on his general want of success as a lecturer. "I do my work clean as I go along, and they will not be likely to want me anywhere again." When Hawthorne was corresponding secretary of the Salem Lyceum, he invited Thoreau in behalf of the managers to give them a lecture. The invitation was accepted. The lecture must have had the fatal defect of being interesting, for Thoreau was asked to speak before the Lyceum a second time the same winter. Thoreau was a radical abolitionist and for 6 years refused to pay his poll tax, on the ground that the tax went indirectly to the support of slavery. For this delinquency he was once lodged in the town jail overnight. In 1857 he made the acquaintance of one John Brown as a Southern-born president of a Northern college naively describes that terrible old man. When 2 years later news came of the desperate attempt at Harper's Ferry, Thoreau gave in a church vestry at Concord his impassioned plea for Captain John Brown, which one of his admirers regards as the most significant of his utterances. Of the 12 volumes forming his collected writings, 2 only were seen by Thoreau in book form. The remaining 10 have been made up of reprinted magazine articles or selections from journals and letters. The list is as follows: A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers, 1849, Walden, or Life in the Woods, 1854, Excursions, edited by R. W. Emerson and Sophia Thoreau, 1863. The Maine Woods, 1864, Cape Cod, 1865, Letters to Various Persons, with Poems, 1865, A Yankee in Canada, with Anti-Slavery and Reform Papers, 1866, Early Spring in Massachusetts, 1881, Summer, 1884, Winter, 1888, Autumn, 1892, Miscellanies, 1894, Familiar Letters of Henry David Thoreau, 1894. Thoreau traveled widely in Concord and made a few trips elsewhere. Aside from his excursions to the Maine Woods, the White Mountains, Cape Cod, and Staten Island, he took no long journey until 1861, when he went as far west as Minnesota. He was in ill health then, and a violent cold terminating in pulmonary consumption brought about his death, the 6th of May, 1862. It has been often mentioned as a strange fact that this man who almost symbolized the out-of-door existence, who chanted its praises, and who was unhappy unless he had at least 4 hours a day in the woods and fields, should have died, at the age of 45, of exposure to the elements which, according to his whimsical philosophy, were more friendly than man. To Thoreau's character without posing, Thoreau contrived somehow to gain the reputation of a poser. Because his nose was more Emersonian than Emerson's, because he lived for a time at Emerson's house, where he was beloved by every member of the family, and because he affected the Orphic and seer-like mode of expression, he was called an imitator. Because he was a recluse and a stoic, and because his letters were edited in a way to emphasize his stoicism, he has been thought to lack the human and friendly qualities. The charge of imitation has been refuted by those who knew him best. Doubtless his growth was stimulated by kindred ideas. This is all that can be granted. Utter independence, strong individuality distinguished him. His one foible was, not subserviency, but combativeness, mainly from mere love of fence when he found a worthy adversary, as his best friends knew almost too well. 43 In many ways Thoreau was much like other men. He was a devoted son, a brotherly brother, a helpful neighbor, a genial companion. We have his own word for it that he could outsit the longest sitter in the village taproom if there were occasion. On the other hand, he was not approachable in the common meaning of the word. He puzzled many people. He could be angular, stiff, remote, encrusted. Howells saw him in 1860, a quaint stump figure of a man 44. He sat on one side of the room, having first placed his visitor in a chair on the other side. It was more difficult to get near him spiritually than physically. He seemed almost unconscious of his caller's presence. Emerson edited Thoreau's letters so as to present a most perfect piece of stoicism. It was the side of his friend's character in which he most rejoiced. The book should be read exactly as Emerson intended it to be read. Later it should be supplemented by the familiar letters, which brings into relief the affectionate and winning side of Thoreau's character. 3. The writer Thoreau was a painstaking student of the art of expression, but never for its own sake, always as a means to an end. One may conclude that it was not mere author's vanity which led him to resent editorial tampering with his manuscript. He had good reasons for believing that neither Curtis of Putnam's nor Lowell of the Atlantic could change his text to advantage. The question was not one of mere nicety of phrase, but of that subtle quality of style due to the inextricable interweaving of the thought and the language in which the thought is expressed. An out-of-doors writer, Thoreau's power to produce was in direct ratio of his intercourse with nature. If shut up in the house he could not write at all. When he walked he stored up literary virtue. He believed that nothing was so good for the man of letters as work with the hands. It cleared the style of palaver and sentimentality. The fresh wild beauty of Thoreau's style, when he is at his best, may be praised without reserve. There is no danger of exaggerating its perfect novelty and attractiveness. The danger is that we may take the hint of these qualities for the reality. Thoreau could be commonplace when he chose. For the books early in September 1839, the Thoreau brothers, John and Henry, made a voyage down the Concord and Merrimack rivers. The boat used was of their own building. It was painted blue and green, had wheels by which it could be dragged around the dams, and must have been as ugly as it was useful. A week on the Concord and Merrimack records the unadventurous adventures of the two young men both on this and other excursions. It is a medley of prose and verse, of homely common sense and lofty speculation. Side by side with realistic portraits of plain people, farmers, fishermen, boatmen, and lock-keepers, are minute and exquisite descriptions of the life of field, mountain, stream, lake, and air. The literary allusions are many, and taken from sources as wide apart as the poles, Shattuck, the historian of Concord, and Anacreon, Gookin and Chaucer. Here is to be found the famous essay on friendship, the spirit of which may be partly divined from this sentence: I could tame a hyena more easily than my friend. The poetry in the volume is a stumbling block to not a few readers. Doubtless it has its virtues, but too often Thoreau's poetry must be forgiven for the sarcasm of his prose. The stiff, almost self-conscious air of a week on the Concord and Merrimack and the hobbling verse help to explain the indifference of the author's contemporaries to a very original work. Walden, the second of Thoreau's books, is the better of the two, which does not mean that the first could be spared. The style is easier, the flavor more racy, the spirit more humorous. The attitude of the writer is characteristically provoking and pugnacious. The chapters abound in audacities which at once pique and delight the reader. This modern Diogenes Crusoe, solving the problem of existence on an improvised desert island 2 miles from his mother's doorstep, is a refreshing figure. Life in the woods fascinated Thoreau. Walden is a tribute to this fascination. In the absence of domestic sounds he had the murmur of the forest, the cry of the loon, the tronk of the frog, and the clangor of the wild goose. Society was plenty and of the best. His neighbors were the squirrel, the field mouse, the phoebe, the blue jay. Human companionship was not wanting, for there were visitors of all sorts, from the half-witted to those who had more wits than they knew what to do with. Matter-of-fact people were amazed at the young man's way of living, lacking the penetration to see that he might live as he did from the humor of it. When skeptics asked him whether he thought he could subsist on vegetable food alone, Thoreau, to strike at the root of the matter at once, was accustomed to say that he could live on board nails. If they cannot understand that, they cannot understand much that I say. The Walden episode was an experiment in emancipation, and the book is a challenge to mankind to live more simply and freely. Thoreau mocks at the worship of luxury. I would rather sit on a pumpkin and have it all to myself than be crowded on a velvet cushion. I would rather ride on earth in an ox cart, with a free circulation, than go to heaven in the fancy car of an excursion train and breathe a malaria all the way. Excursions is a collection of 9 essays. Some of them are formal and scientific with the Thoreau-esque flavor. Natural History of Massachusetts, The Succession of Forest Trees, Autumnal Tints, Wild Apples. Others are pure Thoreau, A Walk to Wachusett, The Landlord, A Winter Walk, Walking Night and Moonlight. The flavor of these wildlings of literature, as a devotee happily calls them, is as marked almost as that of Walden. They are, in fact, Walden in miniature. The main Woods consists of 3 long essays, Kdardenchazukuk and the Allegash and East Branch. They are readable, informing, uninspired. In the degree in which he left himself out of his pages, Thoreau became as tame and conventional as the most academic of writers. The strength of some men of letters lies in conformity. Thoreau is strongest in nonconformity. Cape Cod is far more characteristic than the Maine Woods. He who likes the savor of salt and the tonic of ocean air will enjoy this book whether he cares for Thoreau or not. It is interesting as an early contribution to the history of Cape Cod folks by a historian who was more of an enigma to the natives than they were to him. The best part of A Yankee in Canada is not to be found in the account of the excursion to Montreal and Quebec, but in the sheaf of anti-slavery and reform papers bound up in the same volume. Here are printed the address on slavery in Massachusetts, the paper on civil disobedience containing the lively account of the author's experience in Concord Jail, the 2 addresses on John Brown, the essay on Life Without Principle and the critical study of Thomas Carlyle and his works. The 4 volumes named for the seasons are valuable for the light they shed on Thoreau's method as a writer, and his skill and accuracy in reporting the facts of nature. They are sure to be read by the faithful, because the genuine Thoreau enthusiast can read his every line. The rest of the world will be content to know him by 2 or 3 of the 12 volumes bearing his name. A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers, Alden, The Familiar Letters, and a few essays from excursions and the anti-slavery papers ought to be sufficient. No more than greater men of letters can Thoreau be disposed of in a paragraph. Some of his pronounced characteristics can be, however. He was a paradoxical philosopher. To praise nature at the expense of civilized society, to eulogize the perfection of the one and lament the degradation of the other, to declare solemnly that church spires deform the landscape, and that it is a mistake to do a second time what has been done once. These declarations give a wholly incomplete but, so far as they go, not unjust idea of his manner. Taking Thoreau literally is a capital way to breed a dislike for him. Grant him his own manner of expressing his thought, make no effort to exact conformity from so wayward a genius, and at once you are, as Walt Whitman would say, rapport with him. It is easy to exaggerate his paradoxicalness. Say to yourself as you take up the volume, now let us find out just how whimsical this fellow can be, and straightway he disappoints by not being whimsical at all. If Thoreau's praise of nature at the expense of society seems to border on the absurd, one must bear in mind how complete and intimate was his knowledge of what he praised. His love of forest, lake, hill, and mountain, of beast and bird, was deep, passionate, unremitting. He speaks somewhere of an old man so versed in nature's ways that apparently there were no secrets between them. This might have been said of Thoreau himself. He could pay lofty tributes to the mystical quality in nature, but he was not a mere rhapsodist, a petty village Chateaubriand. He could come straight down to tangible facts and recount every detail of the advent of spring at Walden. His power to see and his skill in describing the things seen unite to give the very atmosphere of life in the woods. He was himself so complete and original, and his literary attractiveness is such that Thoreau numbers among his best friends not only those who are nature-blind but the confirmed city men as well, the frequenters of clubs, the lovers of pavements and crowds. That some of the most appreciative tributes to his genius should have come from these is but one paradox the more in the history of him who, at times, delighted above all else in the paradoxical. Footnotes: 42 F. B. Sanborn, The Personality of Thoreau, p. 30. 43 Edward W. Emerson in the Centenary Emerson, Volume X, p. 607. 44 Literary Friends and Acquaintance, p. 59. 12 Oliver Wendell Holmes References. W. Sloane Kennedy, Oliver Wendell Holmes, 1883. J. T. Morse, Jr., Life and Letters of Oliver Wendell Holmes, 1896. His life. Holmes invented a phrase which became celebrated, the Brahmin caste of New England, that is to say, an aristocracy of culture. The inventor of the phrase belonged to the class. He was a son of the Reverend Abiel Holmes, minister of the First Church of Cambridge and author of that painstaking and careful work, The American Annals. Abiel Holmes, a great-grandson of John Holmes, one of the settlers of Woodstock, Connecticut, was twice married. His first wife was Mary Stiles, daughter of President Ezra Stiles of Yale College. 5 years after her death he married Sarah Wendell of Boston, who became the mother of Oliver Wendell Holmes. Through the Wendells, Holmes was related by one line of descent to Anne Bradstreet, by another to Everett Jansen Wendell of Albany. The author of The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table was born at Cambridge, Massachusetts, on Harvard Commencement Day, the 29th of August, 1809. After a preliminary training at the Cambridge Eport Academy, where he had for schoolmates Margaret Fuller and Richard Henry Dana, Holmes completed his college preparation at Phillips Academy, Andover, entered Harvard in the class of 1829, and in due time was graduated. He had, or thought he had, an inclination to carry the green bag, and to this end spent a year at the Dane, now Harvard, Law School, in Cambridge. He soon discovered a greater inclination towards medicine and entered the private medical school of Dr. James Jackson, in Boston. In 1833 he became a student at the École de Médecine in Paris, and during 2 busy winters heard the lectures of Bressis, Andral, Louis, and other teachers. In 1836 he began the practice of medicine in Boston. During the 2 following years he competed for and won 4 of the Boylston Prizes. Enthusiastic in his profession, he found the life of a general practitioner not to his liking, and when, in 1838, the professorship of anatomy and physiology at Dartmouth College was offered him, he was mightily pleased. He held the position for 2 years, 1839–40. Residence at Hanover was required for 3 months of each year. Some time before going to Hanover, Holmes was writing to his friend Fiennes Barnes, congratulating him on having entered into the beatific state of duality and wishing himself in like case. "I have flirted and written poetry long enough," he said, "and I feel that I am growing domestic and tabbyish." On the 15th of June, 1840, he married Miss Amelia Jackson, a daughter of Judge Charles Jackson of Boston. She was a young woman of rare endowments. Every estimable and attractive quality of mind and character seemed to be hers. 45 In 1847 Holmes was appointed Parkman Professor of Anatomy and Physiology in the Harvard Medical School. The multifarious extra cares involved led him to say that in those early days he occupied not a chair in the college but a settee. He held the position for 35 consecutive years. The reputation which Holmes began early to build up through his writings was partly literary, partly scientific, partly a compound of both. Lovers of well-turned and witty verse knew him through his poems, 1836, and his metrical essays, Urania, 1846, and Astraea, 1850. The public, always solicitous about its health, heard or read the 2 lectures on homeopathy and its kindred delusions, 1842. Physicians made his acquaintance through the Boylston Prize dissertations, 1836–37, and the essay on the contagiousness of puerperal fever, 1843. Fame came to Holmes in 1857 when he began printing in the newly founded Atlantic Monthly a series of papers entitled The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. Reprinted as a book, it at once took its proper place as an American classic, and now after 48 years its popularity seems in no degree lessened. The following list contains the principal works upon which Holmes's reputation as a man of letters rests. A full bibliography must be consulted if one would know the extent of his literary and scientific activity. The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table, 1858. The Professor at the Breakfast Table, 1860. Currents and Countercurrents, with other addresses, 1861. Elsie Venner, 1861. Songs in Many Keys, 1862. Soundings from the Atlantic, 1864. The Guardian Angel, 1867. The Poet at the Breakfast Table, 1872. Songs of Many Seasons, 1875. Memoir of John Lothrop Motley, 1879. The Iron Gate and Other Poems, 1880. Pages from an Old Volume of Life, 1883. A Mortal Antipathy, 1885. Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1885. Our 100 Days in Europe, 1887. Before the Curfew and Other Poems, 1888. Over the Teacups, 1891. Holmes's life was without marked incident. His work at the medical school, his public lectures, social engagements, the normal and agreeable responsibilities of home and society, filled the measure of his days. The visit to England in 1886, when he was made a D.C.L. by Oxford, a Lit. D. by Cambridge, and an LL.D. by Edinburgh, was something like apotheosis, if the term be not too extravagant. He endured the evils consequent on old age with philosophic composure, and it became at the last a matter of scientific curiosity with him to see how long he could maintain life. He was spared a tedious illness, and died an almost painless death on the 7th of October, 1894. To the man among the autocrat's distinguishing traits was humanity. He has recorded the feeling of awe-stricken sympathy at first sight of the white faces of the sick in the hospital wards. The dreadful scenes in the operating theatre, for this was before the days of ether, were a great shock to my sensibilities. His nerves hardened in time, but he was always keenly alive to human suffering. There is a note of contempt in his reference to Lisfranc, the surgeon, who regretted the splendid guardsmen of the empire because they had such magnificent thighs to amputate. It was once said of Holmes that he was difficult to catch unless he were wanted for some kind act. He lost no opportunity to give happiness. In old age, when flattery was tedious, and blindness imminent, and the autograph hunter had become a burden, he patiently wrote his name and transcribed stanzas of Dorothy Q or The Last Leaf for admirers from all parts of the earth. This was the smallest tax on his good nature. For years he had been expected to act as counsel and sometimes as literary agent for all the minor poets of America. Many of these innocents conceived Holmes as automatically issuing certificates to the virtue of their work. He was always kind and invariably plain-spoken. To the author of an epic he wrote, "I cannot conscientiously advise you to print your poem, it will be an expense to you, and the gain to your reputation will not be an equivalent." Holmes believed in the humanizing influences of good blood, social position, and wealth. It was no small matter, he thought, to have a descent from men who had played their parts acceptably in the drama of life. He preferred the man with the family portraits to the man with the 20-cent daguerreotype unless he had reason to believe that the latter was the better man of the two. His amusing poem, Contentment, is not a jest, but a plain statement of his philosophy. Open-minded in literary and scientific matters, he was delightfully conservative about places. He respected the country and loved the town. A city man, he was also a man of one city. He professed to have been the discoverer of Myrtle Street, the abode of peace and beauty, and virtue, and serene old age. Thus it looked to him as he explored its western extremity of sunny courts and passages. Holmes's books contain many proofs of his cat-like attachment to city nooks and corners, his liking for odd streets, unexpected turns, and winding ways. "I have bored this ancient city through and through, until I know it as an old inhabitant of a Cheshire knows his cheese." Holmes enjoyed above all the sense of an undisturbed possession of things. He complained of the march of modern improvement only when he found himself improved out of one house and driven to take refuge in another. He thought that a wretched state of affairs whereby a man was compelled to move every 20 or 30 years. With his sunny nature, Holmes found it difficult to be a good hater. He had but two violent antipathies, Calvinism and homeopathy. On these he concentrated the little measure of asperity he possessed, together with a large measure of vigorous logic and frank contempt. 3. The writer in his characteristic prose style. Holmes is easy, familiar, offhand, in short, conversational. He may have spent hours over his paragraphs, but with their air of unpremeditation they give no sign of it. The manner of his prose is well-bred but nonchalant. Yet there is always a note of reserve. The autocrat is less familiar than he seems. The conversational style permits abrupt turns, sudden transitions, a pleasant negligence. It also has narrow limits, it cannot rise to eloquence, and fine writing is apt to seem out of place. Holmes knew pretty accurately the limits of his instrument. Like other practiced writers, he varied his style to fit his subject. And while a certain winsomeness is never wanting, it is less apparent in the novels than in the breakfast table books, and in the biographies than in the novels. Often he becomes businesslike, extremely matter-of-fact, clearly determined to make his point or to solve his problem without waste of words or superfluous ornament. With respect to his verse, we have been told that Holmes was a consummate master of all that is harmonious, graceful, and pleasing in rhythm and in language. Had the eulogist been speaking of Tennyson, or Swinburne, or Shelley, he could have said little more. Holmes's verse is neat, precise, felicitous, often graceful, unmistakably clever, abounding in pointed phrase and happy rhyme, but taken as a whole it must be adjudged the poetry of a cultivated gentleman and a wit rather than the poetry of a poet. Much of it has a distinctly old-fashioned air, contrasting oddly with the freshness and modernity of the poet's prose. In his own phrase, Holmes was trained after the schools of classical English verse as represented by Pope, Goldsmith, and Campbell. The metrical essays, Poetry, Astraea, Urania, show how strong was the 18th century influence. The choice of meter cannot be questioned. If audiences will have poetic dissertations, they probably suffer least under the heroic couplet. It is easy to comprehend, and not difficult to write, and the form of the verse tempts to cleverness. For the autocrat and its companions, over the teacups, our 100 days in Europe, the motto, "Every man his own boss," will on the title page of The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table, is a key to the book. The conceit has merits besides that of novelty. There is a world of humorous suggestion in the idea of doubling the parts of philosophic wit and worshipping reporter. The scene is a Boston boarding house with its more or less commonplace people, the landlady, her daughter, her son Benjamin Franklin, the young fellow called John, the old gentleman who sits opposite, the poor relation, the divinity student, the schoolmistress, and the autocrat himself. They talk, listen, jest, laugh. Little by little the commonplace characters grow attractive. Pleasant and lovable traits come to light. There is pathos, sentiment, a deal of mirth, but little action. The autocrat marries the schoolmistress towards the close of the book. So much likeness is there to an old-fashioned love story, and no more. In general, the characters interest less for what they say than for what they prompt the autocrat to say. He says many things, and all so wise, so entertaining, so clever. When Holmes threw off these sparkling paragraphs month by month, he could have had little idea what the index would reveal. He glances from subject to subject, touching lightly here and lightly there. Poetry, pugilism, horse racing, theology, and tree law are all equally interesting to him and to us. The reader is not too long detained by any one thing. An infinite number of topics are handled with effervescent gaiety in a manner sometimes called French. Holmes accused Emerson of want of logical sequence. That was a master stroke. Open a volume of the Breakfast Table series at random and you chance on the oddest combinations of subjects, as when a paragraph on insanity is followed by a paragraph on private theatricals, perhaps a less illogical juxtaposition than at first sight appears. Waywardness and inconsequence are among the principal charms of the autocrat of the breakfast table. That a book so distinctively local in atmosphere and allusion should have attained at once and kept to this day widespread popularity is a little surprising. For local it is, provincial, as New Yorkers would say. At all events, it is Bostonian to the last degree. The little city, compact and picturesque, was not merely the background, the scene of the breakfast table episodes and conversations. The entire volume is saturated with the atmosphere of Boston. To Holmes it was the one city worthwhile, the city whose state house was hub of the solar system. By his testimony, and who should know better, you could not pry that out of a Boston man if you had the tire of all creation straightened out for a crowbar. The autocrat was followed by the professor and the poet. The critical history of sequels is well known. Seldom a complete failure, they are rarely an unqualified success. Yet it is not easy to see wherein the professor at the breakfast table falls much below the autocrat. The book would be justified were it only for the pathetic figure of Little Boston, to say nothing of Iris, the young Marylander, the model of all the virtues, and the Koh-i-Noor. It is something, too, to have seen the landlady's daughter appropriately wedded to an undertaker, and the young fellow called John also married, and in possession of one of them little articles for which he had longed in the days of bachelorhood, to wit, a boy of his own. The poet at the breakfast table, a storehouse of delightful inventions, proved the least attractive of the three to the public. But all of Holmes's old-time skill returned when he wrote Over the Teacups, his last book. The framework is simple but attractive, the characters have genuine vitality and pique the reader by suggesting that they must have been drawn from life. The dictator is an old friend. Number 5, the tutor, the counselor, the two annexes, number 7, The mistress and Delilah are agreeable acquaintances, and the misfortune is ours if we do not know them as well as the figures of the autocrat. All these books are personal, known as such, and deriving half their charm from the reader's ability to recognize Holmes himself under various disguises. In our 100 Days in Europe the author speaks in propria persona, and the volume may be described as a big printed letter addressed to the writer's friends, who, loving him as they do, will rejoice in his happiness and his triumphs. The poet. The autocrat's poetical works contain a generous measure of what elderly bards call their juvenilia. We all understand the term. It means verses which the bards in question would gladly have left in the solitude of old magazines, and which admirers insist on dragging into light, poems that help to stock the school readers and speakers, and which, because the copyright has expired by the unjust law of the land, compilers of anthologies seize on and parade as representative. That Holmes suffers but little by the persistence of his juvenilia and early verses is due to their frankly comic and grotesque character. The reader is spared faded sentiment, and he is heartily amused by the ingenuity of the conceits, the sparkle of the rhymes, the satire, the epigrammatic wit. There is mirth still in that brilliant essay in verbal gymnastics, The Comet, a dyspeptic stream, in the September gale, a boy's lament for his Sunday breeches, blown from the line one fatal wash day and never recovered, in The Spectre Pig, a parody on Dana's Buccaneer, in the height of the ridiculous daily trials, The Treadmill Song, The Dorchester Giant, The Music Grinders, and the heartlessly funny poem entitled My Aunt. Holmes was the readiest and the happiest of occasional poets. No one was so apt as he in meeting the needs of the moment, in brightening with rhymed felicities the banquet, the class reunion, or in greeting the distinguished stranger. He had rare skill in fitting the word to the audience. It was impossible for him to be dull, and being good-humored, it was difficult for him to say no when committees were importunate. Of his 327 poems, nearly one-half are poems of occasion. He wrote The Greeting to Charles Dickens, to the Prince Imperial, a poem for the Moor celebration, for the dedication of the Stratford Fountain, for the 250th anniversary of the founding of Harvard College. His poems for the class of 1829, 44 in number, reflect the history of the times as well as the mood of the writer. The most famous of them is The Boys, 1859. Its motive, that boy nature never quite dies in the man, and its defiant optimism were calculated to have rejuvenating effect on a group of classmates then 30 years out of college. This art requires a quality of mind akin to that of the improvisateur. Holmes was Boston's poet laureate. His power to put an idea into self-singing measure saved the battleship Constitution and did much to save the Old South Church. In his finer work there is a delicious blending of thoughtfulness and humorous fancy. Only Holmes could have given the lines on Dorothy Q. their most original touch, asking what would have been the result for him had prospective great-grandmother said no instead of yes. Should I be I, or would it be 1/10 another to 9/10 me? Half the pathos in that fragile and beautiful piece of workmanship, The last leaf derives from the humor, from the blending of laughter and tears. Even in the exquisite piece, attributed to Iris, Under the Violets, a description of a young girl's burial place, the lighter touch is not wholly wanting, when, turning round their dial track, eastward the lengthening shadows pass, her little mourners, clad in black, the crickets, sliding through the grass, shall pipe for her an evening mass. His highest flights are represented by the chambered Nautilus and Musa, by the quaint and fanciful homesick in heaven, and by the simple and pathetic little lament entitled Martha. His claim to the name of poet must rest on these, on his fine setting of the romance of Agnes Siriage, and on his tributes to Bryant and to Everett. 6. Fiction and biography. Holmes wrote 3 novels. Although readable, original, based on a thorough comprehension of the scenes described, the life, antecedents, prejudices, habits, and manners of the people portrayed, nevertheless they strike one as being experiments in fiction rather than true novels. They may be classed with similar attempts by J.G. Holland and Bayard Taylor. Each of these writers was a practiced craftsman. The trained man of letters can write a volume which he, his friends, his publishers, the public, and many fair-minded critics agree in calling a novel. But the book in question does not become a novel from having been cast in the orthodox form. It resembles a novel more nearly than it resembles anything else, nevertheless it is not a veritable novel. Any reader can feel it, though he may not be able to say just where the difference lies, or how there happens to be a difference. Many a writer, it would seem, has only to continue his efforts to arrive finally at the making of a true novel. He falls short because his mind is working in an unwanted medium rather than because he lacks inventive ability. If Elsie Venner and The Guardian Angel fail of being true novels, they are at least highly successful studies in fiction and have given and will continue to give a world of pleasure. If a mortal antipathy falls short of the excellence attained by the other two, it has at least the virtue of having been written by a man who could not be uninteresting, no matter what was his age or his humor. Elsie Venner is a study in prenatal influences. The motive is gruesome enough. A young woman, bitten by a snake, transmits certain tendencies thus derived to her child. The subject was better adapted to Hawthorne's pen than to the autocrat's. A man of science knows too much. Imagination is hampered. What is and what might be are in perpetual conflict. A poet, such as Hawthorne essentially was, throws science to the winds. Holmes goes at the problem in a brisk, business-like way. Hawthorne would have treated it as a mystery, not dragging it into broad light. Elsie Venner was dramatized and staged. Holmes went to see it. What he thought of the play at the time is not recorded, but in after years he pronounced it bad, very bad. The Guardian Angel also deals with the question of heredity. The problem of how many of our ancestors come out in us, and just how they make themselves felt, was always fascinating to Holmes. There are no snakes in this story to account for Myrtle Hazard's peculiarities, but something quite as enigmatical, namely, an Indian. One character in the guardian angel has come near to achieving immortality, Gifted Hopkins, the minor poet, whose name was an inspiration. He represents a harmless and much abused race. The successful in his own craft are even more impatient with him than the mockers among the laity, probably because Gifted, in the innocence of his heart, desires to have his verses read, and sends them to eminent poets under the mistaken impression that they will be welcome. Holmes confessed that he had been hard on Gifted Hopkins. The memoir of John Lothrop Motley, in addition to being a formal record of personal history and literary achievement, is a spirited defense of a proud, a gifted, and, in the biographer's opinion, an ill-used man, a man who, after years of successful public service, was needlessly and wantonly humbled and mortified. Hence the note of fine indignation which vibrates through the narrative. The Life of Emerson contributed by Holmes to the series of American men of letters was a surprise to the public. To call for judgment on the most transcendental of New England authors by the least transcendental, to invite the poet of the one-horse shay to pronounce on the poet of the Sphinx seems an odd if not a humorous performance. Whoever suggested it did a wise thing, and the result of the suggestion was a useful and agreeable piece of biographical writing. The work is thoroughly done, even to an analysis of the individual essays. Who may view Emerson through the autocrat's eyes. They had a close bond in their liking for the tangible facts of life. Too much, says Holmes, has been made of Emerson's mysticism. He was an intellectual rather than an emotional mystic, and withal a cautious one. He never let go the string of his balloon. That we read Holmes on Emerson less for the sake of Emerson than for the sake of Holmes suggests the possibility that we read all the autocrat's books in the same spirit. Without question his work is of value in the degree in which it reveals its author. He could not be impersonal, he could not be dramatic. But he was fortunate in that he could always be himself. He was one of the most delightful of men. And being likewise one of the friendliest of writers, he is most successful when the form of his books, like The Autocrat and Over the Teacups, permits him, as it were, to bring his easy chair into the center of the room while we gather about him anxious to have him begin to talk, hoping that he will be in no haste to leave off. Footnotes: 45 J. T. Morse, Jr. 13 John Lothrop Motley. References: O. W. Holmes, John Lothrop Motley, A Memoir, 1879. G. W. Curtis, edited The Correspondence of John Lothrop Motley, D.C.L., 1889. His life. Motley was born at Dorchester, Massachusetts, on the 15th of April, 1814. His great-grandfather, John Motley, came from Belfast, Ireland, early in the 18th century, and settled at Falmouth, now Portland, Maine. His father, Thomas Motley, a prosperous merchant of Boston, married Anna Lothrop, daughter of the Reverend John Lothrop. The historian, the second-born of their 8 children, was named in honor of his maternal grandfather. After a course of study under Cogswell and Bancroft at the Round Hill School, Motley entered Harvard College and was graduated in 1831. He was noted both at Northampton and Cambridge for intellectual brilliancy rather than studiousness, for a regal manner which did not tend to make him universally popular, and for rare personal beauty as was becoming in a youth whose parents were reputed in their younger days the handsomest pair the town of Boston could show. He was a wit. "Give me the luxuries of life and I will dispense with the necessaries" is one of his best-known sayings. His passions were literary. He admired Shelley and enjoyed the cleverness of Preed. Although fond of versifying, he seems to have printed little or nothing. After graduation Motley spent 2 years, 1832–33, at German universities. He went first to Göttingen, where he made the acquaintance of Bismarck. They were fellow students the next year at Berlin. "We lived in closest intimacy, sharing meals and outdoor exercise," said Bismarck in a letter to Holmes. His period of foreign study having come to an end, Motley read law in Boston and was admitted to the bar. In 1837 he married Miss Mary Benjamin, a young woman noted for her beauty, cleverness, and an open-hearted sincerity which made her seem like a sister to those who could help becoming her lovers. 46 2 years after his marriage Motley made his literary beginning by publishing a novel, Morton's Hope, or the Memoirs of a Provincial, and in 1849 he published yet another, Merrymount, a romance of the Massachusetts colony. Neither was successful. Perhaps the second failure was required to emphasize the lesson taught by the first, that the author's gifts were not for imaginative work. 47 He was more fortunate with a group of 3 essays printed in the North American Review, one on Peter the Great, 1845, one on Balzac, 1847, the third on the polity of the Puritans, 1849. The first subject was suggested to Motley during a residence of several months in St. Petersburg as secretary to the American legation, 1841–42. This taste of diplomatic life seems not to have been wholly relished. Motley's wife could not accompany him, and homesickness and a Russian winter conspired to drive him back to America. He gained some knowledge of practical politics by serving a term in the Massachusetts legislature, 1849. Neither law, nor diplomacy, nor yet politics, seemed at that time to offer a field in which he could work to best advantage. More and more he was tending towards literature. So absorbed had he become in the history of Holland that he felt it necessary to write a book on the subject, even if it were destined to fall dead from the press. He had made some progress when he heard of Prescott's projected history of Philip II. Thinking it disloyal not to declare his ambition of invading a part of Prescott's own domain, he went to lay his plan before the elder historian. Prescott immediately offered the use of books from his library and was in all ways cordial and enthusiastic. It soon became evident that a history of Holland could not be written in America. In 1851 Motley took his family and went abroad, and for the next 5 years toiled unweariedly among the archives of Dresden, The Hague, Brussels, and Paris. His energy and plodding patience surprised the friends who remembered Motley for a brilliant young man who heretofore had played industriously at work rather than actually worked. He never shrank from any of the drudgery of preparation, said his daughter, Lady Harcourt, in after years. The 3 volumes of The Rise of the Dutch Republic were at length ready for the press. Motley was forced to publish at his own expense. Notwithstanding hostile criticisms, the success was undeniable. The book was immediately translated into French, German, and Dutch. Of 2 French versions, the one published in Paris was edited, with an introduction, by Guizot. The historical series as we have it comprises 9 volumes. The works appeared in the following order: The Rise of the Dutch Republic, 1856, History of the United Netherlands, 1860–68, The Life and Death of John of Barneveld, 1874. Motley's plan included a history of the 30 Years' War. But he was not to be granted length of days sufficient for the writing of this last act of a great drama. Among many scholastic honors which in the nature of things fell to Motley's share may be mentioned the conferring of the degree of D.C.L. by Oxford, and the election to full membership in the Institute of France. Shortly after the fall of Fort Sumter, Motley published in the London Times 2 letters on the significance and justice of the war. They had a marked effect in England and were reprinted in America. In June, 1861, the Austrian government having refused to accept the ministers sent to Vienna, Motley was accredited to the mission. After discharging the duties of his office with marked ability during the 4 troubled years of Lincoln's administration, and through 2 years of Johnson's, he resigned because of an affront offered him by his own government. 48 During the political campaign of 1868, Motley gave an address in Music Hall, Boston, on 4 questions for the people at the presidential election. On the 16th of December, as orator at the 61st anniversary of the New York Historical Society, he spoke on historic progress and American democracy. In the spring of 1869, President Grant assigned Motley to the English mission, and in July, 1870, recalled him. The reasons given for this summary act have never been satisfactory to Motley's friends. It is a question for experts. If Motley's indiscretion, or offense, was great, his punishment was severe, and the manner of it not undeserving of the epithet brutal. 49 Motley's health is believed to have been affected by distress of mind over the recall. But the real disaster of his latter years was the loss of his wife. He survived her only 2.5 years. His death occurred at Kingston Russell, near Dorchester, England, on the 29th of May, 1877. Dean Stanley in his tribute to Motley at Westminster Abbey used the striking phrase, "an historian at once so ardent and so laborious." J.R. Green, who heard the sermon, thought the phrase most happy. Said Green, "I should have liked Stanley to have pointed out the thing which strikes me most in Motley, that alone of all men past and present he knit together not only America and England, but that older England which we left on Frisian shores, and which grew into the United Netherlands. A child of America, the historian of Holland, he made England his adopted country, and in England his body lies. To his character Motley's letters afford the best insight into his generous, affectionate, richly endowed, and manly nature. They mirror his complete happiness in the home circle, his chivalrous devotion to the woman of his choice, his loyalty to his friends, and his passionate love of native land. They do not show, nor was it intended by the editor that they should, his fiery impatience, his quick resentment, his sensitive pride, his occasional and pardonable bitterness. A dominant trait of Motley's character was intensity of the patriotic sentiment. Much was required of a good American who, living in Europe during the Civil War, frequented the circles Motley frequented, much in the way of tact, patience, and, above all, courage and hopefulness. Motley, who was far from being a placid, unreflecting optimist, had need of all his philosophy as he saw everywhere proofs of satisfaction in America's misfortune. He had not only to meet a frank antagonism which could be understood and dealt with, but a hostility which took the galling form of suave assurances that his country was positively going to the dogs, and on the whole it was a very good thing that it was. If gentlemen did not exactly call on him for the purpose of telling him so, they managed sometimes to leave that impression. Motley's services to his country in meeting every form of attack, direct or insidious, in the spirit of high confidence, were very great. The extent of his usefulness has not yet been fully measured. He was free from literary vanity and would have been quite unmoved had his books come short of their actual fortune. His way of accepting the real or the superficial tributes to success shows the man. Honorary degrees, elections to learned societies, drawing-room lionizing, passing compliments, were taken exactly for what they were worth. He was as far removed from the absurdity of being elated by these things as he was from the absurdity of pretending not to care. No one could have been more alive to the significance of a degree from Oxford, yet Motley seems to have got the most of comfort on that occasion from the odd spectacle of the doctors marching in the rain, and among them old Brougham with his wonderful nose wagging lithely from side to side as he hitched up his red petticoats and stalked through the mud. The letters reveal so many pleasant traits as to make it difficult to comprehend the hostility which pursued the writer. Holmes throws a deal of light on that question by a single remark. Motley, he says, did not illustrate the popular type of politician. The fact is, he illustrated everything that was opposed to that type. An uncompromising upholder of the democratic theory, a bitter foe of absolutism, a eulogist of the people, Motley was himself an aristocrat to the fingertips. He had a genuine horror of vulgarity in all its forms, said one of his friends, and doubtless he showed it. An instinctive repugnance to bad manners and coarse-grained men was a trait ill-suited to popularity. Motley's high-bred bearing alone constituted an offense. But he was incapable of so much policy as was involved in pretending to a bonhomie that was unnatural to him. He had a pliancy of nature fitted to the complex needs of a very complex social organization, but that was not enough to satisfy all his exacting countrymen. and among them were those who disliked him for being the gentleman he was. 3. The historian of the Dutch Republic writes as one who thinks nobly, admires with enthusiasm, and hates without pettiness. His thoughts are masculine, full of argumentation, and as are his thoughts so is his style. Often the language seems charged with his own energy and chivalric impulsiveness. At such times the style is eager, mettlesome, impetuous, it glows with intensity of feeling. Motley was not a fine writer in the sense of being visibly scrupulous about the choice of words and the balance of sentences. He impresses one as of the opinion that a man can ill afford to give too much time to the problem of expression. But he is far from being indifferent to the reader. He is not merely willing, he prefers to please, provided that in so doing he is not diverted from his main purpose. The prevailing characteristics of his style are a natural dignity and a manly negligence. He imparts vividness by means of detailed conversations among the actors of the historic drama. These colloquies have at times the air of being inventions of the historian, like the speeches in Xenophon. Conscious that a device intended to give reality might affect the skeptical mind quite otherwise, Motley more than once explained that no historical personage is ever made, in the text, to say or write anything, save what, on ample evidence, he is known to have said or written. The reader who turns from Prescott to Motley at once discovers that the younger historian weaves a dense, firm web. Appropriating an admirable figure invented by Henry James and used with respect to Balzac's style, it may be said that if Motley's work is not at every point cloth of gold, it has at least a metallic rigidity. For the histories, the struggle of the Dutch for religious and political liberty was to have been only an episode in Prescott's Philip II. Motley's broad treatment of the theme requires 9 octavo volumes. The Rise of the Dutch Republic, in 3 volumes, covers the time between the abdication of Charles V and the murder of William of Orange. The History of the United Netherlands, in 4 volumes, takes up the narrative at the death of William and carries it on to the end of the 12 Years' Truce. John of Barneveld is the natural sequel to the 2 preceding works, and a necessary introduction to the history of the 30 Years' War. These works from first to last are marked by passionate admiration of the spirit which makes for liberty. Admitting the turbulent character of that spirit in the early history of the Netherlands, the historian does not deplore it. Sedition and uproar meant life. Those violent little commonwealths had blood in their veins. They were compact of proud, self-helping muscular vigor. And to Motley the most sanguinary tumults which they ever enacted in the face of day were better than the order and silence born of the midnight darkness of despotism. The treatment then is strongly partisan. There is a fervor in the account of the deeds and sufferings of those patriots who thought no sacrifice too great if thereby the sum total of human liberty was increased. Motley does not pretend that the leaders in this struggle were always disinterested. The motives swaying humanity are wondrously complex. But after all deductions are made, it was a struggle of light against darkness, and with such a struggle it was possible to sympathize unqualifiedly. There are cool-blooded critics who view such an attitude with disdain. This, they say, is not the temper in which history should be written. History must be calm, impartial, scientific. Perhaps the reasonable reply is that history must be of many sorts and the product of many types of mind, that one sort never really excludes the other. Also it is well to remember that a great historical master of our time, 50, and one whose creed was by no means narrow, pleaded always for this deep and passionate motive in the work, and laughed at the modern Oxford product which can balance questions but is able to accomplish nothing. Motley's historic canvas is crowded with figures. The eye is at first drawn toward the personages, the military, ecclesiastical, and princely chiefs, William of Orange, who is Motley's hero, Egmont, Alva, and Granville, but the eye does not rest on these alone. Surrounding them are the multitudes of aspiring, suffering people becoming more and more a preponderant force in the life of the nation, refusing to be disposed of in the lump, or driven about like a flock of sheep to be sheared or slaughtered at the whim of a monarch. Here lies Motley's sympathy. His indignation flames out when misery is brought upon thousands, by the caprice of kings or the selfishness of secular and ecclesiastical politicians. Note his sarcasm on the Battle of St. Quintin, a game in which the players were kings and the people were stakes, not parties. Note his fine scorn of that type of government which was administered exclusively for the benefit of the government. Note his loathing for that type of vanity which presumes to dictate how a man shall worship God. The temper in which Motley writes is admirably epitomized in the picture of Carafa, as papal legate, making his entry into Paris, showering blessings upon the people, while the friends who were nearest him were aware that nothing but gibes and sarcasms were falling from his lips. It would no doubt have increased the hilarity of Carafa, could the idea have been suggested to his mind that the sentiments, or the welfare of the people throughout the great states, could have any possible bearing upon the question of peace or war. The world was governed by other influences. The wiles of a cardinal, the arts of a concubine, the speculations of a soldier of fortune, the ill temper of a monk, the mutual venom of Italian houses, above all, the perpetual rivalry of the two great historical families who owned the greater part of Europe between them as their private property. Such were the wheels on which rolled the destiny of Christendom. Compared to these, what were great moral and political ideas, the plans of statesmen, the hopes of nations? Time was to show. Meanwhile a petty war for petty motives was to precede the great spectacle which was to prove to Europe that principles and peoples still existed, and that a phlegmatic nation of merchants and manufacturers could defy the powers of the universe, and risk all their blood and treasure, generation after generation, in a sacred cause. 51 The historian is a hard hitter. The enemies of liberty and their agents are not spared. Philip, Granville, Alva, and a score besides are characterized in withering terms. Of Philip, for example, Motley says, It is curious to observe the minute reticulations of tyranny which he had begun already to spin about a whole people, while cold, venomous, and patient he watched his victims from the center of his web. The historian is fiery in denouncing the tortuous and Machiavellian politics of the 16th century. It was an age when honesty, plain speaking, and respect for a promise had nothing to do with the conduct of affairs of state. He who could lie most adroitly was the best man. Granville fills his letters with innuendos against Egmont and Orange, all the while protesting that he would not have a hair of their heads injured. It is he, according to Motley, who puts into Philip's mind the thoughts he is to think, almost in the words in which he is to utter them. Philip had his own strength, but he was slow to come to a conclusion. Granville knew how to clarify that muddy stream of ideas. The preceding work shows the Dutch states in the beginning and progress of their struggle against the tyranny of Philip. The United Netherlands shows Holland as a rising hope of Protestantism, as a nation to be reckoned with in the diplomacy of Europe. The Spanish king is still writing letters, still concocting schemes for conquest, still enmeshing friends and enemies alike in a web of falsehood. He is drawn off for the moment from his mission in the Netherlands to extend his conquests elsewhere. These proposed conquests have exactly one object: to enable the spirit of despotism to maintain the old mastery of mankind. Countries and nations being regarded as private property to be inherited or bequeathed to a few favored individuals, it had now become right and proper for the Spanish monarch to annex Scotland, England, and France to the very considerable possessions which were already his own. A picturesque episode of the attempt upon England was the Armada. To this enterprise Motley gives one of his best and most thrilling chapters. Equally fascinating is the account of the attempt upon France, the Battle of Ivry, when the white plume of Henry of Navarre carried the hopes of all liberal-minded men, and the terrible siege of Paris which almost immediately followed. Rarely have men at any epoch defended their fatherland against foreign oppression with more heroism than that which was manifested by the Parisians of 1590 in resisting religious toleration, and in obeying a foreign and priestly despotism. Perhaps there are not to be found in the historian's works more striking passages than those in which are described the last days of Philip II. To Philip's fortitude, in agony as poignant as any he had visited upon his miserable victims, the historian gives unstinted praise. The account, which rests upon documentary basis, presents an accumulation of horrors from which a Zola or a Flaubert might have learned a lesson. The king died with a clear conscience, having upon his soul the blood of uncounted numbers of human beings, and providing in his will that 30,000 masses should be said for his soul. It seems like mere railing to specify his crimes, says Motley. The horrible monotony of his career stupefies the mind until it is ready to accept the principle of evil as the fundamental law of the land. Motley's conclusion is that Philip II of Spain was Machiavelli's greatest pupil. What remains of the book after Philip's death lacks neither literary interest nor historic value. but we have something akin to the feeling which comes over us when the chief character in a play dies before the last act. We question for a moment whether the interest will hold. That dominant and sinister personality leaves a void which the exploits of Prince Maurice hardly serve to fill. With these exploits, however, and a discussion of the causes leading to the 12 years' truce, Motley concluded the history of the United Netherlands. In the last of his three great works, John of Barneveld, Motley gave full expression to his generous partisanship of all that seemed to him to stand for the spirit of liberty. With a contempt for the subtleties of theological speculation, the historian was by instinct remonstrant, that is, anti-Calvinistic, and found in Barneveld one of his heroes. He has painted a wonderful picture of the old advocate's trial and death. Hounded daily by 24 judges, many of them his personal enemies, compelled to rely on his powerful memory in reviewing the events and explaining the acts of his 43 years of public service, denied books, denied counsel, denied a knowledge in advance of the charges made against him, denied access to the notes of his examination as it proceeded, denied everything suggested by the words law and justice. Barneveld came out of the ordeal so triumphantly that the announcement of his sentence might well have moved him to say, "I am ready enough to die, but I cannot comprehend why I am to die." In characterization of men, in searching analysis of causes and motives, in brilliant description, and in manly eloquence, Motley's John of Barneveld equals its predecessors, while the note of passion is if anything intensified by the bitter experiences through which the historian had so recently passed. A fitting postlude to Motley's work as a whole may be found in the last sentence of the United Netherlands. It makes clear the motives other than scholarly and creative which led to the writing of these splendid narratives. Says the historian, if by his labors a generous love has been fostered for that blessing, without which everything that this earth can afford is worthless, freedom of thought, of speech, and of life, his highest wish has been fulfilled. Footnotes: 46 O.W. Holmes. 47 Merrimount is more readable than its predecessor. Such characters as Sir Christopher Gardner and his cousin Thomas Morton with his hawks and his classical quotations, Esther Ludlow and Maudsley, Walford the Smith, Blackstone the Hermit, together with the human grotesques Peter Cakebread, Bootfish, and Canary Bird, repay one for the trouble he takes to make their acquaintance. 48 For a defense of the part played by the Secretary of State in this affair, see John Bigelow's paper entitled Mr. Sword and Mr. Motley in the International Review, July-August, 1878. 49 John J. Motley's Appeal to History in the International Review for November-December, 1877. 50 J.R. Green 51 Dutch Republic, I. 162. 14 Francis Parkman References, Edward Wheelwright, Memoir of Francis Parkman, LL.D. Publications of the Colonial Society of Massachusetts, Volume I, 1895. C. H. Farnham, A Life of Francis Parkman, 1901. H. D. Sedgwick, Francis Parkman, American Men of Letters 1904. His life. The Parkmans are descendants of Thomas Parkman of Sidmouth, Devon, whose son Elias settled in Dorchester, Massachusetts, in 1633. Francis Parkman was a son of the Reverend Francis Parkman, pastor for 36 years of the New North Church in Boston. Through his mother, Caroline Hall Parkman, he was related to the famous colonial minister, John Cotton. Two of his maternal ancestors used to preach to the Indians in their own tongue. Parkman's deep interest in the Aborigines may have been partly inherited from these Puritan ancestors. It does not appear, however, that he ever learned their language, and it may be regarded as certain that he never preached to them. Born in Boston on 16 September 1823, Parkman prepared for college at Shonsey Hall School and was graduated at Harvard in 1844. During his college course he showed symptoms of injuns on the brain, as a classmate phrased it. In 1841 he began those vacation wanderings which gave him such an intimate acquaintance with the American wilderness. Before taking his degree he had planned a book on the conspiracy of Pontiac. The year after graduation he visited Detroit and other scenes of the historic drama, collected papers, and, wherever it was possible, interviewed descendants of the actors. At his father's instance, Parkman then entered the Dane Law School at Cambridge and obtained his degree, 1846, but took no steps to be admitted to the bar. He studied by himself history, Indian ethnology, and models of English style. The passage in Vassall Morton describing the influence of Thierry's Norman conquest in directing the hero of the novel towards ethnological study, is thought to be autobiographical. Having weakened his sight by immoderate reading, Parkman, in 1846, made a journey to the Northwest, partly to cure his eyes and partly to study Indian life. He was accompanied by his friend Quincy Adams Shaw. For some weeks he lived in a village of Agilala Indians, sharing the tent of a chief and following the wanderings of the tribe in their search for enemies and buffalo. The hardships of the life ruined his health. His sight was made worse rather than better, and his first book, The Oregon Trail, 1849, describing these Western experiences, had to be written from dictation. 52 It was followed by The Conspiracy of Pontiac, 1851, and that by Vassall Morton, 1856, an attempt at fiction. This ends the initial period of Parkman's literary life. In 1850 Parkman married Catherine, a daughter of Dr. Jacob Bigelow of Boston. She is said to have been a woman of a sweet and joyful disposition, having a keen sense of humor, and, above all, endowed with the high courage requisite to tend unfalteringly the pain and suffering of the man she loved. 53 It was a perfect union, but unhappily it was not to last long. Mrs. Parkman died in 1858. The historian's health steadily declined. For years together his chief study was to keep himself alive. As a part of this study he took up floriculture, and soon found himself absorbed in it for its own sake. He became famous for his roses and lilies, and was the recipient of prizes innumerable from horticultural societies. 54 Yet at no time did he lose sight of his main object, the history of France in North America. Little by little his store of materials accumulated. Even when he was at his worst physically, some progress was made. It might be only a step, but the step had not to be retraced. As his strength returned, he began to travel. To renew his acquaintance with the Indians, he went to Fort Snelling in 1867. He was repeatedly in Paris consulting archives and doctors. He visited Canada in 1873 and explored over and over again the region between Quebec and Lake George. The great historical series to which its author gave the title of France and England in North America began to appear just at the close of the Civil War. The volumes in the order of their publication are The Pioneers of France in the New World, 1865, The Jesuits in North America, 1867, The Discovery of the Great West, 1869, 55 The Old Regime, 1874, Count Frontenac and New France under Louis XIV, 1877, Montcalm and Wolfe, 1884, A Half-Century of Conflict, 1892. The merits of this extraordinary series were recognized at once as many and varied. It is a question to which of three types of reader the books most appealed: the scholar, who is bound to read critically whether he will or no; the utilitarian in search of facts chiefly; or the mere lover of literature. Each found what he was seeking in these narratives, and each paid homage to the author in his own way. As is often true of historians far less notable than he, Parkman was the recipient of academic honors, and was made a member of numerous historical societies. The mere catalogue of these distinctions fills a page of printed text. His membership of the Massachusetts Historical Society and his degree of LL.D. from Harvard College, 1889, will serve as illustrations. Parkman was influential in helping to found the Archaeological Institute of America. He was one of the founders of the St. Botolph Club in Boston, and its president during the first 6 years of its existence. The history of France and England in North America was completed the year before he died. Had time and strength been allowed him, he would have recast the material in the form of a continuous narrative. There might have been a gain in the new arrangement, as on the other hand there might have been a loss. Parkman died at his home at Jamaica Plain, near Boston, on the 8th of November, 1893. To Parkman's character, Parkman had prodigious willpower and unequalled pertinacity. No barrier to the accomplishment of his object was allowed to stand in the way. He was beset by the demons of ill health, and their number was legion. Unable to rout them by impetuous onslaught, he tired them out, thinning their ranks, one by one. He was infinitely patient, full of devices for outwitting the enemy. Beaten again and again, he stubbornly renewed the fight. Threatened with blindness, he set himself to avoid it, and did. Threatened with insanity, he declined to become insane. Nothing could be more admirable than the spirit in which he faced daily torment. He was that extraordinary being, a cheerful stoic. 4 times in his life it was a question whether he would live or die. Parkman admitted that once, had he been seeking merely his comfort, he would have elected to die. That must have been the time when, in response to his physician's encouraging remark that he had a strong constitution, Parkman said, "I'm afraid I have." In ordinary conditions of ill health he was bright, cheery, philosophical, but when he suffered most he was silent. At no time was he capable of complaining. Parkman loved to face the hard facts of life and was apt to admire others in the degree in which they showed a like spirit. He had a sovereign contempt for everything not manly and robust. He contradicted with amusing emphasis the statement in some biographical notice that he was feeble. By his philosophy the militant attitude toward life was the true one. He believed in war as a moral force. It made for character both in the man and in the nation. The severest disappointment of his life was his inability to enter the army during our Civil War. He was wholly free from certain narrow traits which are too apt to be engendered in a life devoted to books and authorship. Manly, open-hearted, unspoiled, he neither craved honors nor despised them. It has been remarked that while he was gratified by the recognition accorded his work in high places, he was equally pleased with a letter from a live boy who wrote to tell him how much he had enjoyed reading about Pontiac and La Salle. He himself kept to the last a certain boyish frankness of mind and heart. The year before he died he wrote to the secretary of the class of '44, "Please give my kind regrets and remembrances to the fellows. There have been not a few attractive personalities in the history of American letters. Parkman was one of the most attractive among them." 3. The writer. The style is clear and luminous. Short sentences abound, giving the effect of rapidity. The mind of the reader never halts because of an obscure term or some intricacy of structure. Neither is the page spotted with long words ending in "tion," and which coming in groups, as they do in Bancroft, are like grit in the teeth. Parkman did not attain the exquisite grace and composure which characterize Irving's prose, but he came nearer to it than did Prescott. The historian of Ferdinand and Isabella had a self-conscious style. Agreeable as it is, it reveals a man always on guard as he writes. In his most eloquent passages Prescott is formal, precise, even stiff. Parkman's style is wholly engaging. There is a captivating manner about it, the result of his immense enthusiasm for his theme. Infinitely laborious in the preparation, skeptical in use of authorities, temperate in judgment, when, however, it comes to telling the story, he allows his genius for narration a free rein, and the style, though losing none of its dignity, is eager and almost impetuous. The historian speaks as an eyewitness of all he describes. This explains Parkman's popularity in large degree. Fascinating as the subject is, the manner adds 100-fold. He who reads Bancroft gets a deal of information, for which he pays a round price. He who reads Parkman gets facts, eloquence, philosophy, besides no end of adventure, and for all this he pays literally nothing. For early work: Oregon Trail, Conspiracy of Pontiac, Vassal Morton. The Oregon Trail ranks high among books which, though sometimes written for quite another purpose, are read chiefly for entertainment. Such was 2 years before the mast, such was the Bible in Spain, that skillful work of a most accomplished poser. In addition to its value as literature, the Oregon Trail is a trustworthy account of a no longer existent state of society. It is a document. The range of experience was narrow, and the adventures few, but so far as it goes the record is perfect, and when read in connection with his historical work, the book becomes a commentary on Parkman's method. Here is shown how he got that knowledge of Indian life and character which distinguishes his work from that of other historical writers who touch the same field. The knowledge was utilized at once in his next work. The Conspiracy of Pontiac is the sort of book people praise by saying that it is as readable as a novel. The comparison is unfortunate. So many novels are disciplinary rather than amusing. One wishes it were possible to say of them that they are as readable as history. Nevertheless, it is quite true that the virtues supposed to inhere chiefly in a work of fiction are conspicuous in this, the first of Parkman's historical studies. The Conspiracy of Pontiac is a story, filled with incident and abounding in illustrations of courage, craft, endurance, stubbornness, self-sacrifice, despair, triumph. The plain truth shames invention. Pontiac lives in these pages describing his towering ambition. So do the other actors: Rogers, Gladwin, Campbell, Catherine the Ojibwa girl. The supernumeraries are strikingly picturesque: Canadian settlers, trappers, coureurs des bois, priests, half-breeds, and Indians, the motley denizens of frontier and wilderness. A forest drama played by actors like these is bound to be absorbing were it only as a spectacle. One fact becomes apparent on taking up this book. History, as Parkman writes it, is both dramatic and graphical, filled with action and movement, filled with color, form, and beauty. With such an eye for effect it is impossible for him to be dull. Open the volume at random and the wealth of the author's observations seems to have been showered on that page. But the next page is like it, and also the next. The vivacity of youth explains much in this narrative. Parkman was but 26 when he wrote The Conspiracy of Pontiac. Being young, he was not afraid to be eloquent, to revel in descriptions of sunrise and sunset, tempests, the coming of spring, the brilliant hues of autumn foliage, the soft haze of Indian summer. His chapters are richly enameled with these glowing pieces of rhetoric. He is no less brilliant in his martial scenes. The accounts of the Battle of Bloody Bridge and of Bouquet's fight in the forest are extraordinarily well done. The historian is severe on writers who have idealized the Indian. Here is one of Parkman's own characterizations: the stern, unchanging features of his mind excite our admiration from their very immutability, and we look with deep interest on the fate of this irreclaimable son of the wilderness, the child who will not be weaned from the breast of his rugged mother. And our interest increases when we discern in the unhappy wanderer, mingled among his vices, the germs of heroic virtues, a hand bountiful to bestow, as it is rapacious to seize, and, even in extremest famine, imparting its last morsel to a fellow sufferer, a heart which, strong in friendship as in hate, thinks it not too much to lay down life for its chosen comrade, a soul true to its own idea of honor, and burning with an unquenchable thirst for greatness and renown. Neither poet nor novelist really needs to embroider such an account of the Red Man. This successful historic monograph was followed by an unsuccessful novel, written, it is thought, for recreation. Without being an autobiography, Vassall Morton abounds in autobiographical passages. Its failure was not of the kind that proves inability ever to master the art of fiction. The loss to American letters, however, would have been incalculable had Parkman's genius for historical narrative been sacrificed in any degree to novel writing. And this might have happened had Vassall Morton been a success. V. France and England in North America. The history of France in North America abounds in everything appealing to the love of the heroic. Parkman writes in a spirit of frank and contagious admiration. Himself of Puritan blood and appreciative of the best in Puritan character, he makes the pale narratives of the contentious little English republics seem colorless indeed when laid beside his glowing pages. The great warriors, the brave and fanatical priests, the adventurous rangers, and the iron-hearted explorers of New France were born to be wondered at and extolled. Without assuming that these men had a monopoly of virtue, Parkman scatters praise with a free hand. The germ of this massive and beautiful work is contained in the introductory chapters of Pontiac. Here is outlined the history of French exploration, religious propagandism, and military conquest or defeat up to the fall of Quebec. The first three narratives, the pioneers of France, the Jesuits, and La Salle, cover the period of inception. They abound in illustrations of heroism, self-sacrifice, and missionary fervor. The last three volumes, Count Frontenac, a half-century of conflict, and Montcalm and Wolfe, describe the struggle of rival powers for supremacy. They are characterized mainly by illustrations of commercial greed, ecclesiastical jealousy, personal and political ambition. Midway in the series and related alike to what precedes and what follows is the fascinating volume, The Old Regime in Canada. The title of the initial volume, The Pioneers of France in the New World, exactly describes it. The pioneers are the Basque, the Norman, and the Breton sailors who, from an almost unrecorded past, crossed the sea yearly to fish on the banks of Newfoundland. They are Jacques Cartier of Saint Malo, who first explored the St. Lawrence, Roberval, La Roche, and Des Moines. Men of their time, they were both devout and unscrupulous. Among them and their followers were grim humorists. When, after the arrival of De Moines's company in Acadia, a priest and a Huguenot minister died at the same time, the crew buried them in one grave to see if they would lie peaceably together. Chief among the great names of this period is that of Samuel Champlain, the life of New France, who united in himself the crusader, the romance-loving explorer, the curious, knowledge-seeking traveler, the practical navigator. Such a man has a breadth of vision and strength of purpose in comparison with which the sight of common men is blindness and their strength infirmity. The second narrative in the series, The Jesuits in North America, is an amazing record of courage, fanaticism, indomitable will, perseverance, and martyrdom. The book contains the gist of the famous Jesuit relations. A man may be forgiven for not wearying himself with the tediousness of those good fathers who were often as long-winded as they were brave. But he is inexcusable if he has not learned to admire them through Parkman's thrilling account of their physical sufferings and spiritual triumphs. Those giants of devotion, Brebeuf, Lallement, Garnier, and Jogues, seem both human and superhuman as they move across the stage of history. In La Salle and the discovery of the Great West we have a story of zeal of another sort. La Salle is a pathetic figure. Yet to pity him were to offer insult. He stood apart from his fellows, misunderstood and maligned, but self-centered and self-sufficient. His contemporaries thought him crack-brained, suffering had turned his head. They mocked his schemes and denied the truth of the discoveries to which he laid claim. His history is one of pure disaster. But no one of Parkman's heroes awakens greater sympathy than this silent man who found in the pursuit of honor compensation enough for incredible fatigues and sacrifices. The old regime in Canada treats of the contest between the feudal chiefs of Acadia, La Tour and D'Arnay, of the mission among the Iroquois, of the career of that imperious churchman Laval, and then, in 150 brilliant pages, of Canadian civilization in the 17th century. This section is a model of instructive and stimulating writing, grateful alike to the student of manners and to the amateur of literary delights. The last volume shows the construction of the political and social machine. The next, Count Frontenac and New France, shows the machine in action. The period covered is from 1672 to 1698. Frontenac's collision with the order which controlled the spiritual destinies of New France led to his recall in 1682. Labarre, who succeeded Frontenac, was a failure. Denonville, the next governor, could live amicably with the Jesuits, but religious fervor proved no substitute for tact in dealing with the savages. There was need of a man who could handle both Jesuits and Indians. At 70 years of age Frontenac returned to prop the tottering fortunes of New France. One learns to like the irascible old governor who was vastly jealous of his dignity, but who, when the need was, could take a tomahawk and dance a war dance to the great admiration of the Indians and to the political benefit of New France. The story of the struggle for supremacy is continued in a half-century of conflict. 56 That phase of the record relating to the border forays is almost monotonous in its unvarying details of ambuscade, murder, the torture stake, and captivity. The French and their Indian allies descended on the outlying settlements of New England with fire, sword, and tomahawk. Deerfield was sacked, and the country harried far and wide. In the meantime, French explorers were advancing west and south. Some, in their eagerness to anticipate the English, established posts in Louisiana. Others, with a courage peculiar to the time rather than to any one race, pushed beyond the Missouri to Colorado and New Mexico, to Dakota and Montana, led on by mixed motives such as personal ambition, love of gain, patriotism. A spectacular event of the period was the siege and capture of Louisbourg by a force largely composed of New England farmers and fishermen. The project was conceived in audacity and carried out with astonishing dash and good humor. That was singular military enterprise which in the mind of an eyewitness bore some resemblance to a Cambridge commencement. While the cannon bellowed in the front, says Parkman, frolic and confusion reigned at the camp, where the men raced, wrestled, pitched quoits, and ran after French cannon balls, which were carried to the batteries to be returned to those who sent them. The volumes entitled Montcalm and Wolfe crown the work. With stores of erudition, a finely tempered judgment, a practiced pen, and taste refined by 30 years' search for the manliest and most becoming forms of expression, Parkman gave himself to the writing of this his masterpiece. The work is the longest as well as the best of the 7 parts. Every page, from the account of Sir Laurent de Bienville's journey to the Ohio to the story of the fall of Quebec, is crowded with fact, suggestion, eloquence. The texture of the narrative is close-knit. The early volumes are often disjointed. They resemble groups of essays. Chapters are so completely a unit that they might be read by themselves with little regard to what preceded or what was to follow. Not so the Montcalm and Wolfe, which is a perfectly homogeneous piece of work. This series of narratives has extraordinary merits. Let us note a few of them. Among Parkman's virtues as a historian are clarity of view, a singularly unbiased attitude, an eye for the picturesque which never fails to seize on the essentials of form, color, and grouping, extraordinary power of condensation, a firm grasp of details, together with the ability to subordinate all details to the main purpose. But other historians have had these same virtues. We must find something more distinctive. History as Parkman conceived it cannot be based on books and documents alone. The historian must identify himself with the men of the past, live their life, think their thoughts, place himself so far as possible at their point of view. Since he cannot talk with them, he must at least talk with their descendants. But the nature of the habitant cannot be studied in the latitude of Boston, it must be studied on the St. Lawrence. A city covers the site of ancient Hochelaga, nevertheless the historian must go there, and under the same sky, with many features of the landscape unchanged, reconstruct Hochelaga as it was when Jacques Cartier's eyes rested upon it in 1535. This indicates Parkman's method. When he visited a battlefield, it was not as one who aimed at mere mathematical correctness of description, but as an artist whose imagination took fire at the sight of a historic spot, and who had there a vision of the past such as would not come to him in his library. Would we see Parkman in a characteristic role, we should not go to his literary workshop, but for example to the little town of Utica, Illinois. There one summer night, sitting on the porch of the hotel, Parkman described to a group of farmers gathered about the location of La Salle's fort and of the great Indian town. The description was based on what he had learned from books nearly 200 years old. His improvised audience gave hearty assent to its accuracy. Parkman was there to obtain accuracy of another sort. The next day he visited all the localities which formed the background of the historic drama and reconstructed the life of the time. This is but one instance among hundreds which might be brought forward to show the pains he took. Herein lay the distinctive feature of his method. He used imagination not to embroider the facts of history, but to give to dead facts a new life. A faculty of the mind which is supposed to vitiate history becomes in Parkman's hands a means for arriving at truth. Parkman was a fortunate man. He was happy in his choice of a subject. The theme was a great one, worthy the pen of so profound a scholar and so gifted a literary artist. To this theme he gave his life, working with singleness of purpose and under incredible difficulties. No trace of this suffering can be detected in the temper of his judgments, or in the even flow and bright radiance of his narrative. He was not only happy in his mastery of his subject, he was most happy in his mastery of himself. Parkman's life is a reproach to the man who, working amid normal conditions of health and fortune, permits himself to complain that there are difficulties in his way. Footnotes: 52 The Oregon Trail was first published serially in the Knickerbocker magazine. 53 Sedgwick's Parkman, p. 217. 54 His Book of the Roses was published in 1866. 55 Later renamed La Salle and the Discovery of the Great West. 56 A half-century of conflict was not published until after the Montcalm and Wolfe. The historian became fearful lest some accident should prevent his completing the part of his narrative towards which all his study had tended. 15 Bayard Taylor References: Marie Hansen Taylor and H. E. Scudder, Life and Letters of Bayard Taylor, 1884. A. H. Smith, Bayard Taylor, American Men of Letters, 1896. I. His